Chapter 401 The Third Soul Core. Martial Soul City. Guyi and Bibi Dong also returned to the original secret room again. Looking at the stone bed and the chains on it, they smiled at each other. But this time their purpose was not to have fun. Bibi Dong's current cultivation had reached the limit and wanted to go to the next level. They could only break the current limit and create the third soul core. Guyi had never taken this step before. After all, he changed his cultivation path after only reaching the second soul core. Although he had studied the third soul core, he had never actually tried it. He knew very little about the dangers involved. Everything could only be felt by Bibi Dong herself. But both of them were very confident. Guyi's confidence came from his own strength. Even if Bibi Dong failed to break through, with his current strength and control over the power of time, he could repeat this process countless times. Until the moment of success. Bibi Dong's confidence came from his strong confidence in himself. If Guyi hadn't existed, he would have been the most brilliant genius in the world. The first genius to overcome the cultivation path of twin martial spirits. The Wuhan Hall is indeed blessed by nature, with the two most gifted women in the world among them. I'm starting. Bibi Dong closed her eyes and began to mobilize her own strength. Guyi always paid attention to Bibi Dong's situation. As long as something happened, he could use the power of time to reverse it at the first time. A few days later, Bibi Dong's aura continued to grow, and the surrounding heaven and earth energy continued to gather here. It's almost successful. The situation in Bibi Dong's body is very special now. Compared to the power of other people, it is very difficult to give you such a body. Too complicated. Not only does it have its own soul power, but also the power of Rakshasa, the power of Shura, and the spiritual power. However, Bibi Dong is indeed a natural talent. After all, being able to figure out the cultivation method of the twin martial souls is enough to show that Bibi Dong's comprehension is not bad. The previous two soul cores were condensed by Bibi Dong in the denshin and the chest respectively, and the last soul core was not condensed at the center of the eyebrows. This time, the third soul core was fused with its own spiritual power and the power of Rakshasa. This fusion lasted for half a month. Until the last moment, the power in Bibi Dong's body completely exploded, and the vitality of heaven and earth quickly rushed towards Bibi Dong's body. The impact of condensing the third soul core was too great, even Bibi Dong's body could not bear it. Especially after the Douluo continent was upgraded, the vitality of heaven and earth was much richer than before. The heaven and earth energy continued to pour into her body endlessly. In Guyi's perception, Bibi Dong's body was on the verge of limit, and the meridians in her body began to break. If no one intervened, Bibi Dong would probably be blown up by the surging heaven and earth energy. This also once again reflects how bad the cultivation system of Douluo continent is. It is still too low for physical tempering. Guyi naturally would not see such a thing happen, and directly mobilized the water of life in the inner world to help her recover her constantly broken body. Bibi Dong also felt the coming of this life force, and understood that this was her chance. The body was constantly repeating between destruction and rebirth, and the flesh became more solid and powerful. Another 3 days. The vision was completely over, and Bibi Dong opened her eyes that had been closed for a long time. You gave me so much vitality, you won't have any problems, right? This was the first sentence she said when she woke up. If she hadn't been in that situation before, she couldn't resist at all, and could only passively accept the collision of these two forces in her body. Guyi shook his head calmly. Don't worry, the vitality I gave you is just a drop in the bucket, it has no effect on me, even if it comes for a few more days, there will be no problem. The golden ancient tree made his inner world grow fully, and even began to affect his body, making every part of his body contain powerful vitality. If the skin is cut, it can be restored in the blink of an eye. This was completely impossible before. This time, the inner world's feedback to him is much stronger than before, which is the power of having a stable object. Bibi Dong felt it, and indeed did not feel any weak breath from Guyi, so she believed it. Moving her body, the power in her body continued to emerge. This time her power is much stronger than before. It can even be said that it has increased by more than 10 times, which is definitely comparable to God. You come here, don't you have anything to do? Bibi Dong lies on the stone bed charmingly, her slender legs twisting uncontrollably, and a hint of spring flows from her eyes. The chains originally fixed on the wall flew over out of thin air and directly fixed her limbs. Where is your imperial spirit? Guyi watched Bibi Dong's performance quietly, and these were not him moving. In front of you, I will always be a concubine. Bibi Dong smiled seductively. If he could still hold back, Guyi would not have so many women. Since she wants to play, then play to her heart's content. This time, 3 full days passed. The physiques of both of them are at the god level, especially Guyi, who has powerful strength in every part of his body and abundant vitality. Really debauched, didn't attend the morning court for 3 consecutive days. Guyi looked at Bibi Dong paralyzed on the stone bed. He could be sure that Bibi Dong's strength had greatly improved this time, and she could withstand the full strength bombardment. Bibi Dong half closed her eyes, without any strength in her eyes, and she completely understood the gap between herself and Guyi. She still had to continue practicing, otherwise she would not be able to be with him any day. Guyi didn't know that Guyuina had changed greatly during this period of time. Guyuina, who had completely digested the fragments, found Guyi directly. Take me to other worlds. How do you know? Guyi looked at Guyuina and didn't pretend to be stupid. Since she could bring it up, she naturally knew it. There was no need to hide it. Just like your current strength is indeed much stronger than before, even if my body was severely injured, the origin of my soul still belongs to the realm of God King. Even you can't find it. Guyi knew it instantly. Apparently someone came back with him and successfully found Guyuina. He also had a clearer understanding of the power of the God King. Even though his mental power is no longer the strongest, it is still very strong. Even so, he didn't find it. It is conceivable that he is still a long way from being a God King. But this also gave him more motivation. In a few months, I can feel that my strength will be improved once breakthrough. Chapter 402 The Fourth Step of Martial Arts, Blood. Get rid of Guyuina and leave Wuhan City. Guyi returned to his own Tianwen Academy again. The turmoil of the whole world did not affect the normal life of this academy. What he said to Guyuina before was not a lie. With the continuous improvement of the inner world, especially with the arrival of the golden ancient tree, all this has become a reality. The vitality in the body is strengthening every moment, and the gold that was originally integrated into the inner world seems to have played a real effect now. The power of the acupoints is constantly improving, and the upper limit is broken again and again. It seems that there is no limit. More importantly, with all this progress, Guyi has already felt the existence of the fourth step of martial arts, and has a subtle feeling about it. Feeling. I'm afraid I should start with the blood. Meridian, acupoints, all of these have been cultivated, but the blood has never been cultivated. And he also thought of one thing. Why are there so many powerful differences between soul beasts? Even the descendants of top soul beasts can easily defeat soul beasts that have cultivated for far longer than him. This is obviously affected by blood. But this does not exist among humans. No matter how powerful a soul master is, no matter how powerful he cultivates, it is impossible for him to have terrifying power at birth. He can only cultivate slowly by himself. Human blood is indeed weak. But the plasticity is extremely strong, and they can be allowed to cultivate on their own. It is completely different from the blood of soul beasts sometimes. Limitation, after growing to a certain extent, it cannot be improved. Guyi also felt that it was time for him to cultivate his bloodlines so that his body could hide more powerful power. And in other fantasy worlds, a drop of blood can flood a city, and a grain of dust can fill the sea. Guyi naturally couldn't do this. Even his blood essence only contained much more energy than that of an ordinary person. There is no difference in essence. Although he also wanted to move towards that dreamlike power. Even if they were very far apart, at least there was a goal there that could allow him to see the road ahead clearly and not get confused. This time, Guyi wanted to take advantage of the golden ancient tree's integration into the inner world to strengthen his blood as a whole and increase his power. The integration of the golden ancient tree is not something that can be completed overnight. It was just the initial integration at the beginning. Even after more than half a month, it is still in the state of integration. Practice room. Guyi sat cross-legged on the futon, controlling the vitality that continued to flow into his body, focusing on transforming his own blood to make the power of blood stronger. When all his blood can reach the level of blood essence, this round of practice is temporarily over. This is a very huge project. A drop of blood is only so big. If you want to make progress, you can only accumulate slowly. After doing this for a day, Guyi gave up this idea. This is definitely not a practice that he can complete in a short time. This blind practice method is not suitable for him. Obviously, he has not found a suitable way to practice, which will lead to the current result. Wait, maybe his fantasy world should work. Guyi also sank his consciousness into the depths of the fantasy world and found the evil god bead. I saw the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm again. I saw him again, still sleeping. However, Guyi didn't care about these. After all, as long as he could guard the evil god Pearl here, he could do whatever he wanted. Too much request would easily lead to misfortune. This time he came here not to see Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, but to find something. The fantasy world has now become a mainstream on Douluo continent, and basically all practitioners will enter it. There are good soul masters, and there are evil soul masters. And what Guyi is looking for this time is the evil soul master, and what he wants is their practice process and method. Especially the ability to absorb blood to become stronger. It is particularly important to him, perhaps this is the key to unlock the secret of blood. Only by learning from others can one become a master of a generation. Even if one has strong comprehension, there are still things that are beyond one's ability. Although this unconventional method is not desirable, Guyi does not want to absorb other people's blood to strengthen himself, but wants to strengthen his blood through this method. And how can the vitality of the outside world compare to the vitality born from the golden ancient tree? Guyi could see this very clearly. It took another 7 days to find it. With his mental power, it took so long, so you can imagine how much power the evil god Pearl contains now. It has been strengthened too much, and it can be called an evil god weapon. It has truly become a divine weapon, but it is also an evil god divine weapon. To use the power of a world's mind to raise a weapon, the effect is naturally needless to say. Even the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has improved. After all, the evil god Pearl and the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm have been connected together and grow together. There are not a few evil soul masters who have entered the fantasy world, and among them, the soul masters who have been strengthened by absorbing blood, there are countless masters. This is also the most common way for evil soul masters to practice. Through these 7 days of searching, Guyi also gained a new understanding of blood. He already had some ideas in his mind, but he had not yet set out. For 7 whole days, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was sleeping, and he didn't even know that Guyi had come. Blood is the foundation of human beings, and its importance is self-evident. If a person loses too much blood, he will fall into shock and die. It is even more important than the meridians. For a whole month, Guyi studied blood without sleep, without eating or drinking. During this month, there was only this idea in his mind. The reason why evil soul masters can become stronger by absorbing blood is because they absorb the vitality in the blood to strengthen themselves. And what it lacks is this method of absorbing vitality to strengthen blood. Although many methods of evil soul master practice were found in the evil god bead, they were still too simple after all, and the growth rate was only a little faster than his own slow practice. It was completely unable to meet his requirements. Guyi naturally didn't want to be satisfied so simply. Especially with such a huge pressure from the god realm on his shoulders, he couldn't stay still. The power in his body was constantly released. The vitality of the golden ancient tree was also increasing in his body, but it didn't strengthen his blood much. It seemed very slow. After all, blood is not a place to store energy. The acupoints were constantly improving, and the power was increasing. Guyi didn't feel anything about it. The simple improvement of strength couldn't make him comparable to the God King in a short time. Now what he had to do was to find a way to practice the 4th step of martial arts. This would allow him to grow faster. Chapter 403 Mortal Transformation. After a month, he still hadn't found a way to effectively absorb vitality. It was more difficult to create a blood practice method than he had imagined. After all, blood was not as easy to practice as meridians and acupoints. It was even running all the time, making it difficult for him to find a breakthrough point. Entering the fantasy world again, Guyi's target this time was not only the evil soul master, but also the entire plant soul master, constantly observing their cultivation methods and soul skills. Hoping to find a way to cultivate blood. It would bring him some inspiration. There are so many soul masters in the fantasy world, and there are even more plant soul masters. Putting aside all ideas of cultivation, Guyi devoted himself to it. Finally, after 10 days, he found a possibility. He was inspired by a soul master who possessed the soul-gathering tree martial soul. Soul masters with this kind of martial soul naturally have more soul power reserves than other martial souls, and when performing soul skills, they can even burst out soul power that exceeds the same level in a short period of time. And the source of these soul powers is not the world, but their own blood, which contains a lot of energy. He carefully observed him for 3 whole days. Guyi once again entered the selfless realm of creating exercises. For him, it was already a huge discovery. Whatever you do, taking the first step is the most critical. Once you take the first step, the rest will naturally come naturally. In just half a month, Guyi initially created a method of training to quickly absorb vitality. It can allow blood to absorb a large amount of vitality in a short period of time and complete the evolution of its own blood. However, this set of training methods is not static training, but dynamic training. It needs to be practiced during exercise. Only by speeding up the blood flow can vitality be integrated more quickly. This is an improvement in the level of life. Perhaps this is the difference between humans and gods. After wasting 2 months, although the harvest is great, the final transformation is approaching. It can be felt that the golden ancient tree in the inner world is about to be completely integrated into the entire world. There is no time to waste. When starting Tai Chi, Guyi already has a very deep understanding of the transition between movement and stillness. The boxing movements are very slow, but the speed of blood flow in the body is like waves. Even if someone comes close to listen, they can clearly hear the flow of blood. The rapid flow of blood also allows the vitality emanating from the inner world to be directly driven, and there is no chance to integrate into other places and wander around for a few circles. The life was completely integrated into the blood, and Guyi felt relaxed and refreshed. Successful. Guyi showed a happy expression. After such a long time, he finally walked out of a new path again, which was extremely rare. He could even feel that his lifespan was increasing. Perhaps this is why gods can live forever. Every cell in the body contains a lot of vitality, how can it die? After practicing slowly for a month, Guyi finally felt the arrival of the last moment. Perhaps after today, he can have a true divine body. Although he can easily suppress Jianrongxiu, his body has not been greatly improved. It's just that his strength has surpassed them. The hardware has not kept up. Perhaps after this transformation, his body can completely complete an unprecedented huge change. The strength may also make a qualitative leap. Boom! The inner world is constant lithe vibration, the power is radiating, the endless vitality fills the whole inner world. If a seriously injured person enters it at this moment, even if he does nothing, just breathing quietly can quickly recover. All the resources plundered before burst into daylight at this moment. Guyi also felt the changes in his body. A huge vitality gushed out from the inner world, instantly covering his entire body and starting to transform his body. Even if Guyi has not started to practice the blood cultivation method, just nourishing in the vitality, the growth rate is dozens of times before. This is the day of transformation he is looking forward to. Guyi dare not neglect it. Such an angel's opportunity must be used well to maximize the effect. The body began to move, and the huge vitality in the body began to be forcibly drawn in with the flow of blood, slowly integrated into the blood, and constantly strengthened Guyi's essence. Strengthen his blood. The growth of blood also drives the evolution of other organs, and the whole body begins to evolve from the inside out. The essence of cultivation is to evolve towards a stronger life form. Strength is just an unexpected gain during cultivation. It is not the ultimate goal. On this day, the whole world changed again. There were thunderous lightning and falling raindrops in the sky, but there were no clouds. The sun shone on the earth and warmed the people. All kinds of abnormal behaviors attracted everyone's attention. It seemed that the whole world was cheering for Guyi's growth. If this world wants to become stronger, it naturally needs the creatures inside to be stronger. Guyi turned a deaf ear to the situation outside and focused on refining vitality. Completely immersed in the refreshing feeling of the source of life. This is a feeling that could not be experienced in previous cultivation. There is no pain, no suffering, no boredom, only endless refreshing. It is even no less than the intercourse between men and women. Cultivation can be so comfortable. As more and more vitality is integrated into the blood in the body, it even emits a faint light, making people deliberately look like a shining little sun. Sacred and majestic. This time, the training lasted for a full 7 days. Guyi did not stop at all. The movements of his body were changing every moment, but there was no overlap. The blood in his body was extremely red, and the whole person seemed to be radiating brilliance. At first glance, it looked comfortable. Every corner of the body seemed to make people feel natural, as if everything was supposed to be like this. Guyi moved his body slightly, and there was no doubt that he had entered a new realm. And he had a completely different body from those gods, and his vigorous vitality was so active. I have never felt so kind in this world. He took a step forward. He did not use any strength, but the next moment he appeared at the door. Guyi jumped lightly without any care, and his body quickly reached the limit of exerting strength, and the upward trend stopped. But his body abnormally stayed in place without falling, floating quietly in the air. Guyi looked at his hand, and the whole world was so clear in his eyes. Chapter 404 Divine Power. Wandering between heaven and earth. There was no leakage of his own power, it was completely his body's instinct, just like his own breathing and heartbeat. Something he was born with. Flying became his innate ability. Even if his cultivation was completely wasted in the future, he could still fly. This was a mark engraved in the deepest part of his body. Every breath made Guyi very happy. A light punch was thrown, and the space shook. Guyi didn't care about it at all this was as it should be. The body has been evolved in the most comprehensive way, the blood in the body is full of energy, and endless brilliance is hidden in the body. Even if he doesn't use any energy, with this body alone, no title Douluo can be his opponent. This kind of ability can no longer be called soul skill or martial arts. It should be a magical power, a natural magical power. At this moment, after so many years of cultivation, Guyi finally had a thorough enlightenment for the first time, and understood the true meaning of cultivation, which is not for strength. Evolution is the ultimate of everything. Strength is just some byproduct of evolution. The body traveled in this vast world. Even though it was the first time to fly without using any power, Guyi did not encounter any problems. He easily controlled it. No, it cannot be said to be controlled, but remembered. Star Forest. Guyuina looked at Guyi standing in the air in shock. From her powerful soul, she could see that the person in the air did not emit any power at this moment. This was not that the power was perfectly controlled, but that there was really no power used. The soul of the God King level was not something Guyi could hide. Even though Guyi was very strong now. How did you do it? Guyi floated down, like a god descending. Just do it like this, you can do it if you think about it. Guyuina put away her shock in her heart. There was something she felt she needed to tell Guyi. For some reason, the haze in the outer space of Douluo continent has dissipated a lot. The time of covering will not be too long. We must strengthen our strength as soon as possible, otherwise when the gods come, we will be powerless to fight back. I don't Euro trademark know how long it will take. Dissipate. Guyi frowned. This was something he had not expected. Looking up at the sky, closing his eyes, he slowly reported a time, 5 years 3 months and 5 days. What? Guyuina didn't understand. Time, the time of the arrival of the God realm, 5 years, 3 months, and 5 days. Guyi explained it again. Guyuina obviously didn't mean that, how do you know? Even if she couldn't feel how long the haze would dissipate, the souls of the God King realm couldn't feel it, so how could Guyi do it? Even if his control over the soul was indeed beyond that of ordinary gods, it would never be better than the God King. My body told me that I can predict unknown dangers. Speaking of this, Guyi only wanted to say one thing. You may plant flowers with care but they may not bloom, but you may plant willows without care but they may grow into shade trees. This transformation also allowed him to successfully awaken the way of sincerity, a realm that could foresee the future. He could sense the strong threat coming from the outer space. I really can't understand you more and more, but looking at your current posture, I'm afraid you have surpassed most of the second-level gods, and can even be on par with some weak first-level gods. Guyuina really didn't understand why Guyi could cultivate so quickly, even if he could travel through time and space and obtain resources from other worlds. But it couldn't be so fast to turn it into strength. Otherwise, the God realm occupied hundreds of extraordinary worlds, and there were still very few people who became gods. But now that you have successfully broken through, you should take me to another world. Guyuina couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't wait to see herself in another world. Are you sure you won't be discovered by the God King of the God realm immediately after you go to another world? If you are discovered, you may not be able to escape. Guyi said. Guyuina smiled calmly, don't worry, with my current recovery, as long as I don't do anything. Even the 5 God Kings of the God realm can't find my trace. Nodding with satisfaction. Guyuina looked at Guyi's perfect face and suddenly felt a little impulsive again. Those thoughts that had appeared before came to her mind again. Guyuina, as the Silver Dragon King and the leader of the Soul Beast clan, naturally had her domineering. Since she had an idea in her mind, she would not choose to suppress it. She took a few steps forward, took the initiative again, and kissed Guyi forcefully. Although Guyi was a little surprised, he also began to respond. Plop! The two landed in the lake of life and came to the place where she had practiced before. 3 days later, Guyuina and Guyi flew out of the lake of life together. Their faces were very moist, especially Guyuina. The face was particularly tender. Is there really no soul beast blood? Guyuina looked at Guyi in disbelief. No matter where she looked, she could not feel that Guyi had soul beast blood in his body. How could this be explained? His body was not inferior to that of a dragon, and even had better durability. Can humans really have such a terrifying body? At least Guyuina had never seen one. Of course you can see that my body only has human blood, but my blood has become stronger through cultivation. Just like you soul beasts, there are differences in blood strength. To be honest, my method is borrowed from you. No matter what realm humans cultivate to, even if they reach the realm of great soul masters or even gods, the children born can only cultivate from the lowest realm and cannot have power beyond ordinary people. That is why I can think of strengthening blood. Guyi simply told Guyuina about his cultivation experience. Hearing Guyi's words, Guyuina really didn't expect that Guyi could cultivate such a terrifying body just by this, leaving no chance for anyone to survive. The vitality is terrifying. You are really very different from other humans. You don't think about how to get what you want from the outside world, but rely on your own strength. Let's go. After 3 days of fighting, Guyi has completely mastered this new body. The time and space vortex unfolds again. Take my hand. Guyuina did not refuse, and directly held Guyi's left hand, interlocking their fingers, looking very intimate. During these 3 days, they were very familiar with each other's bodies. They held hands for who knows how long under the lake of life. Guyi turned his head to look at her, held her hand, walked into the vortex of time and space, and stepped into the long river of time again. Relaxed. This time, Guyi felt much more relaxed than before, and he could even play in it. The body was also very familiar with this power. Chapter 405. 5 years passed quickly. This time, Guyi took Guyuina to the world he went to last time. As long as the world he went to can successfully enter it again through the time anchor point. It's really a miracle. Guyuina felt the weak space around her, which was exactly the same as before she evolved. However, compared with the situation in this world, she was most concerned about Guyuina in this world. Perhaps by merging together, she could restore her own abilities to the limit, and even go further and reach the level of the former dragon god. It may not be impossible. Guyi didn't know what Guyuina said to Guyuina in this world. The only thing he knew was that Guyuina in this world's aura dropped too much in an instant, and he could even feel her weakness. You didn't devour her soul, did you? Although I don't know how this world came into being, I can be sure that the power in her body is of the same origin as mine. I can completely rely on her power to restore my body, which is also the purpose of my coming to this world. Only when my strength is restored, I will be able to fight against the God King 5 years later, and my promise to her is that when I have the ability to come back, it will be time to help the Soul Beast clan get rid of it. Guyi nodded. This is indeed an excellent method, and it is very tempting. As the saying goes, if 1 doesn't work, then 2, if 2 doesn't work, then 3. As long as you continue to integrate your own power, you can reach the most perfect state. Let's go back. If I want to digest these powers, it will probably take several months. I will come to you then. Guyuina couldn't wait to retreat to absorb these energies. As long as the energy is enough and strong enough, it can eliminate the energy left in her dragon pill by the 5 great gods and successfully restore her strength. It has only been less than a day since he came to this world, and he hurried away with Guyuina. Anyway, there is nothing too much needed in this world, and the good things have long been plundered by him. After parting with Guyuina again, Guyi didn't know what to do next. Now his cultivation has entered a bottleneck period. This path of blood, if you want him to grow faster, it is basically impossible to have such a big transformation. After all, the integration of the golden ancient tree is almost a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 5 years passed in a flash. Guyi kept traveling through various worlds and saw various versions of Douluo continent. Guyuina's strength also recovered very quickly. Every few months, Guyi would take her to a new parallel time and space. She had already eliminated the divine power left in the dragon pill by the 5 great gods, and her strength had recovered to the level of the God King, and she was still a strong one among the God Kings. If we don't succeed in the last 3 months, I'm afraid there will be no more. Gu Yuina put her arms around Gu Yi's neck. At this moment, she was completely a little woman, without any dignity as the master of soul beasts. Gu Yi looked at Gu Yuina in his arms. To be honest, he was not sure that he could survive this disaster. Even though his strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 5 years, he himself didn't know how strong he was now. We will win. Gu Yi spent some time with the ancients and didn't stay here any longer. 3 months is not a long time, and it's time to prepare for the final battle. Take out Dun Yi again. It has been a long time since he used it. Especially after his blood completed the second transformation, no one could force him to use the sword, but in the battle 3 months later, this weapon was obviously indispensable. Compared to the self-sacrificing sword a few years ago, 5 years had allowed him to perfect this sword. It can accumulate power in advance and maintain the sword. When the blade appears, no one can stop it. There are not many strong people on their side. Qianrongxiu who masters the power of angels. Bibi Dong who masters the power of Rakshasa and Shura. Ningrongrong who masters the power of the sea god. Ditian who has gone a step further. Gu Yuina who has regained the power of the God King. In addition to him, only these 6 people can really play a role in this battle. At most, there are only 4 God King level forces here. It is not certain that they can win in this battle. Gu Yi feels the inner world. Compared to 5 years ago, the inner world has grown more than 100 times. It has become a world from beginning to end. If he really fails in the end, he may have to fight to the death. Gu Yi began to cultivate his sword. The storm was coming, and it seemed that the whole Tianwen Academy was filled with a depressing atmosphere. 3 months passed in a flash. Gu Yi ended his retreat. The sword technique had been cultivated, and he was just waiting for the moment to swing it. He did not plan to continue practicing in the remaining few days, but planned to enjoy the last peaceful life. That thing is going to happen, right? Zhu Zuqing stood beside Gu Yi. At this moment, she was already a titled Douluo level strongman who could walk sideways on the Douluo continent. It's a pity that she has not become a god yet. Zhu Zuqing and the others have good talents, but the time given to them is too short, and they are not like Ningrongrong who has the inheritance of the sea god. It is almost impossible to become a god. You still understand me? The real battle will come in 5 days, and I can't guarantee whether I can survive. Gu Yi held Zhu Zuqing's waist. 5 years of growth have made her, she has completely gotten rid of her childishness, and her figure is better than 5 years ago. Zhu Zuqing put her head on his chest. I'm too bad to help you. She blamed herself very much and felt sad that she couldn't participate in the battle. Gu Yi always stood in front of them to protect them. It's okay. Even if you can't beat me, you can run away. You also know my ability. Even the high and mighty God King doesn't have the ability of time. Gu Yi comforted the depressed Zhu Zuqing. No matter what time it is, no matter how exaggerated he said. In the final analysis, the one he likes most in his heart is still Zhu Zuqing. This has never changed. Bibi Dong can't compare to Zhu Zuqing's position in his heart. This is the woman he likes for 2 lives. For 5 days, Gu Yi accompanied her all the time. On a calm morning, 6 figures rose into the air. No one knew what was going on. Although the sky was still so blue and the sun was still bright, there was no change. Gu Yi, who was standing in the middle, could also feel the haze in the sky dissipating little by little. The escape one that was nurtured and rooted in the inner world had appeared in his hand. Here it comes. Gu Yi and others looked at the 5 figures that appeared in the sky, with extremely powerful auras on their bodies. It was frightening. It seems that someone has been prepared for a long time. The god of destruction looked at the 6 people below, which made him laugh. When did mortals dare to challenge gods on their own initiative? Chapter 406 Battle of the God King. Silver Dragon King. The god of life also felt a familiar aura and locked his eyes on Gu Yuina. I didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains this time, and the mortals in the lower world could actually gather such a powerful group of people. Especially the man in the middle, his vitality was incredibly strong, as if he was the life force itself. Every part of his body was full of vitality. Even compared to her, there was no difference. Can the mortal world really raise such a powerful existence? Gu Yi, is this your final decision? Are you really going to give up ascending to the supreme throne and become a member of the God realm? I advise you not to make a mistake. The evil God King also saw Gu Yi standing in the middle, with a bit of disappointment. He did not expect that the successor he had favored would actually go to the opposite side of the God realm. It was completely unexpected for him. I dare not imagine it at all. Evil God King, I'm sorry. I can't inherit your throne. I will naturally not choose to retreat after making a decision, and we may not lose today. The Azura God King just looked at Bibi Dong, who inherited his throne quietly, and did not speak. Even though he no longer has a throne and a super artifact, his strength has not decreased much. He is still the law enforcer of the God realm. He has the ability to execute anyone who threatens the God realm. Even if this person is his chosen disciple, he will not let him go. Today, I will make you bleed on the spot. Gu Yuina raised the silver dragon spear. When it comes to anger against the God realm, no one present can surpass her. After so many years of recuperation, she has placed countless hopes on her. Today, she can only win, not lose. She is really crazy. Dityen, a euro wrong, you will be responsible for dealing with the God of life later. Donger, you fight the God of kindness. Qianrongxiu, you fight the God of evil. Before Gu Yi could continue to make arrangements, he heard Gu Yuina say, leave the God of destruction to me, you fight the God of Shura. Gu Yi glanced at her. Since this is the case, he can only fight quickly. Dityen and Ning Rongrong are definitely not opponents of the God of life. He must gain the upper hand as soon as possible. It seems that they are stubborn and unyielding. Go ahead. The figures of the 5 God Kings quickly approached. Gu Yi and the other 6 people flew directly to the sky and stood in the universe. With their current cultivation, they could have done this. Gu Yi had already grasped Dun Yi's hilt. He had been nurturing this knife for 3 months, and it had already shown its sharpness, and he couldn't help it. Swish! Dun Yi was unsheathed. The scabbard was instantly broken. This carefully crafted scabbard was broken again, this time more thoroughly, and directly turned into starlight in the universe. A bright knife light slashed straight at Shura. Shura, get out of the way, this knife is not simple. The God of Destruction shouted while heading towards the knife light. Everyone knew that he had passed on the throne of God, and the super artifact was not in his hand. The power of this knife was really terrifying, and it was probably not as simple as getting injured. Where do you want to go? Gu Yuina's figure appeared behind the God of Destruction, and the silver dragon spear in her hand emitted endless light. She had been holding back a lot of anger for a long time, how could she let him disturb Gu Yi's attack? Others also found their opponents, leaving others unable to get away. Don't underestimate me. I can't do this without the status of a god. It's just a mortal's sword. Shura condensed his divine power and transformed it into a giant sword in his hand that was exactly the same as the Shura blood sword. He is not a rubbish god who relies entirely on the status of a god. For a moment suddenly, the whole sky was filled with huge light, and various powerful attacks were continuously released. When the knife light came, Shura also raised the long sword in his hand, swung it violently, and hit the knife light fiercely. His body was shocked back in an instant, and the Shura blood sword in his hand, which was condensed by Shura's divine power, was cut off without any resistance. How is it possible? Shura watched the knife light split his chest, and the divine power had no resistance in an instant. Completely disappeared in front of everyone. The other 4 gods were also shocked to see all this. How could it be so strong? Even if they took action and relied on the power of the super artifact to defeat Shura, they could never do it to this extent. Just one blow made Shura lose. Don't panic. He was just at the end of his strength when he swung that knife. It seems that it is an ability that overdraws his strength, and it is definitely difficult to use it in a short time. The God of life is worthy of being the God of life who controls the vitality. Even though Gu Yi has excellent control over his own breath and does not show any fatigue, she still senses it. In addition to dodging the attacks of Dityen and Ning Rongrong, he is still able to explain to everyone. Gu Yi laughed. Next, it's you. Gu Yi completely set his target on the God of life. The knife just now could only injure the God of Shura, and it would never make him withdraw from the battle, so if he wanted to shorten the gap between the 2 sides, he could only rely on the burst ability. At least he had to reduce the power of the God of life. The inner world quickly replenished the consumption of Gu Yi's knife, and did not recover on the spot, but continued to attack the God of life. The 3 people's joint attack was enough to make the God of life overwhelmed. Little Green Destruction wanted to rescue lives, but he was in trouble now and couldn't get away at all, and he was still at a disadvantage. It had to be admitted that the dragon god was really powerful. It had surpassed any god king and reached an unprecedented level. Even the separated silver dragon king had such terrifying power. Dare to be distracted while fighting with me. Guyuina seized this opportunity, and the silver dragon spear contained the terrifying elemental power, stabbing at the god king of destruction. Fortunately, he was not a weakling, but his divine armor was pierced and his body dodged. The evil god king on the other side was also a little unhappy. It was not that Jian Rongxiu's cultivation had surpassed him, but that the sacred light and the true fire of the sun were really annoying. It also carried the momentum of getting stronger with each battle, and the power on his body was also surprisingly large, not like an ordinary angel god at all. It was impossible to take down this first-level god for a while. Bang! Life took Guyi's sword and showed shock on his face. Impossible, where do you get the strength from? Just now, I clearly felt that your strength was exhausted. You are already corrupt. You have been sitting on the throne of God King for a long time without thinking about progress. How can you understand my strength? Another ruthless sword. Overwhelmed. Life God King also felt the heaviness of the blade, which made her unable to resist it. She couldn't even hold the scepter of life in her hand. Can mortals have such power? It is exactly the same as that of the Golden Dragon King. The tiger's mouth has been cracked countless times and recovered countless times. Chapter 407 Secret Weapon. Damn mortal! An angry shout came from 100 miles away. Shura's figure also quickly appeared in front of everyone, but now he looked very embarrassed, with blood dripping from his chest, and his divine clothes were also tattered. He was seriously injured. This time, the Azura God King did not set his target on Guyi, but planned to take back his Azura blood sword first, and then compete with Guyi. He had seen Guyi's strength. The knife just now must have reached the realm of the God King, which made him completely unable to resist, and that knife also had a big problem, at least it was a top-level artifact, or even a super artifact. This is an artifact that has never appeared before. It is as powerful as his Azura blood sword. Don't even think about it. Guyi was about to go to support Bibi Dong, but was blocked by the Life God King. Her strength is not weak at all. People who control life can also have extremely strong destructive power at the same time. She can even forcibly extract the vitality in a person's body, causing the body to dry up and die. This is just a very small effect of vitality. If you follow it, you will be a god, and if you go against it, you will be a demon. The ultimate understanding of life is the deprivation of life. It's just that she has never used this move before, it's too inhumane. She doesn't want to see the enemy die in despair by extracting the life force from the opponent's body. But now she can't care so much. If she doesn't use this move, there will probably be more casualties. The green air spreads in the battlefield, and Guyi also feels the powerful deprivation ability from it. It is similar to the way he extracted the life force of the Blue Silver King before, but it has a completely different ability. The control of the life force by the God of Life is incomparable to him, and it is extremely domineering. Get out, you go help Dong-er. Guyi shouted angrily, and his space ability was activated, directly teleporting Ditian and Ning Rongrong out. Ning Rongrong looked at Guyi worriedly, but she didn't hesitate at all. In this ever-changing battle, any hesitation could lead to the loss of this battle. And this is a battle that cannot be lost. You can only win. When he came into contact with the green air, a trace of vitality was drawn out of his body. So domineering. Guyi tried his best to control it, but he could only slow down the loss of vitality, and he couldn't stop this force from eroding him. And no matter what method he used, he couldn't move this green life energy away or disperse it. It seemed that this was something that originally existed in this space. It couldn't be shaken by any force at all. Then let's see whether you fall under my knife first, or I will be drained of vitality by you first. Enduring the discomfort of his body, Guyi kept swinging his long sword, approaching the God of Life. Every time the blade collided with the scepter of life, he could feel the opponent's power decreasing. The God of Life did not expect Guyi to be so crazy, which made her overwhelmed. Close combat was not her strong point. Now she was fighting close to Guyi, a warrior, and she had no resistance at all. She could only speed up the move of depriving life. Just like Guyi said, let's see who falls first. The God of Destruction also loves his wife and doesn't care about face. Then he began to summon other gods in the god realm. Today, all these people must be kept here no matter what, otherwise they will become the biggest enemy of the god realm in the future. Especially the man holding the long sword. In the future, he may even become as powerful as the Dragon King. At that time, the god realm may suffer a devastating blow. Destruction did this, and it also made other god kings begin to summon their own lower gods. Surrender, we don't necessarily need to fight to the death, and we have begun to summon other gods in the god realm. When the time comes, we will form a formation that you will definitely not be able to resist. It's still not too late to stop now. The God King of Life comforted. It can be felt that the breath of the man in front of him is not evil, but very pure. He is not an unforgivable villain. Perhaps he can become the mainstay of the god realm. We may not lose if we show our true colors. The era when gods look down on the world is over. The movements of his hands were not affected at all, and he seemed very stubborn. Stubborn, do you have to perish? The Life God King began to squeeze his own divine power, and the life scepter in his hand was pushed to the limit. He tried to control Guyi before other gods arrived. But the Life God King's idea could only fail. Guyi had an inner world in his body, and the golden ancient tree inside could bring Guyi indestructible vitality. What she absorbed was just a drop in the bucket. The battle became more and more intense, especially the Azura God King, who was completely enraged by Guyi. He fought so fiercely, without any slack at all, and every blow was carried with the power of the God King. A few minutes later, a large number of gods arrived. There were various divine rings floating behind him, and the brilliance was overflowing. Standing there was like a god descending to the earth to slay demons and monsters. Return to your position. The 5 great gods also pulled away. Their strongest state was to form a formation with the lower gods. When all the divine powers gathered together, they could explode with earth-shaking power. Today, I, the Shura God King, will completely kill you in the name of the law enforcer of the God realm to righteously uphold the prestige of the God realm. Although he held the fake Shura blood sword in his hand, the aura he had cultivated over the years could not be controlled by a sword. What should I do? Several people also came over. Looking at the large number of people on the other side, Ning Rongrong felt a little scared. It was a bit overwhelming to deal with the 5 great gods alone. Now there are so many other gods. How should this battle be fought? Don't worry, we still have secret weapons. Guyi smiled mysteriously. Since they had already made plans to fight the god realm, and since they could not have expected that there would be other first-level gods appearing, they naturally had to keep a backup plan to deal with these first-level gods who suddenly arrived. Secret weapon? Everyone was puzzled. Did Guyi hide something from them? Tianmeng I Silkworm, it's time for you to show your skills. With a thought, an evil god bead hidden in the fantasy world under the Douluo continent flew out of the sky at a speed beyond the limit and hovered in front of Guyi. This is his secret weapon. The evil god bead transformed into a divine weapon. Containing the evil thoughts and negative emotions of a world, this evil divine weapon is very powerful. Of course, the biggest purpose is not to control the 5 great gods, but to block these first-level gods for a period of time so that they cannot supply energy to the 5 great gods. Give them enough time to defeat the 5 great gods. Chapter 408 3 People Suppress. Endless sinking. Guyi slowly uttered 4 words, and the evil god bead that originally surrounded his head also emitted a dark light, which was even deeper than the night, shining indiscriminately on any god on the opposite side. This is his biggest trump card. Whether it is Dun Yi or Guyuina's silver dragon spear or Ning Rongrong's sea god trident. They are all artifacts without group control ability. Only this evil god bead Kanto release an unprecedented powerful control ability. Even as a god, as long as there is desire, it will be affected by the evil god bead. No one can escape the control of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Stay steady, these lights can bewitch your heart, as long as there is no desire in your heart, you will not be affected. The evil god king discovered the ability of the evil god bead at the first time, and immediately passed all the information to every god present. This indiscriminate attack, even they can't block it, it comes from the deepest mental attack. Evil god king, it's useless. Even if you say so, how many people can keep their minds steady and not be infected by external objects? Living in this world, it is impossible not to exist in desire, even you are the same. Guyi's voice is like a huge bell, clearly reflected in the ears of every god. Even if the gods have opened the divine power barrier, they still have no resistance. The black light is not blocked by any energy at all, and it shines directly into the hearts of every god, reflecting their thoughts. The 5 great god kings were not affected too much, especially with the help of the evil God King. Destruction looked at the god behind him who was still immersed in desire and couldn't extricate himself, and couldn't help cursing, "Useless things, a small desire makes you surrender, shame. It seems that we can only delay it." The kind god king also said helplessly, thinking that this battle would end soon, but she didn't expect that the development of things was completely beyond her expectations. They could only fight desperately. Then everyone fought together again. Face the life god king again, the vitality is still being taken away, there is no countermeasure at all, and she can only let her absorb it. Even if your evil god beat is strong, it will only take a few minutes. Dozens of first-level gods are not so easy to trap, even if they are restrained by the most original desire. After resisting the long knife chopped by Guyi, the life god king retreated hundreds of meters, but still did not forget to persuade Guyi. Fighting is meaningless to her. If this matter is not too serious, she will not appear here. It took too much time, and I didn't have time to water the flowers. I accept your kindness, but you should take a rest first. Guyi looked at the god of life. She surprised Guyi a little. She didn't act as high and mighty as a god, but was very kind. It's a pity that they are fighting on their own now. I can only apologize. King Guyu, Xingqing, come out and help me. Although the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor couldn't practice by themselves in his spiritual sea, they could become stronger with him. Even if they could only transform with his soul, they still had the strength of a first-level god. It was for this moment. Catch them off guard. At the same time, two figures, one white and one green, appeared on the left and right of the god of life, and raised their right hands at the same time. Absolutely frozen. A trace of cold air came from the void and turned into pieces of solid ice. The cold air even made the god of life tremble. It's too cold. Guyi was also not idle, and put away his escape. There was also an extremely cold air in his hand, and at the same time, there was a breath of life in his palm, although it was not as good as the god of life's understanding and control of vitality. But in this case, it can work wonders. The three forces froze the god of life at this moment, leaving no room for resistance. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor could temporarily shake the power of the God King, plus his own strength, it was enough. Guyi did not stop, and waved his hand. The solid ice wrapped around the god of life disappeared in the air. "No, Douluo!" The god of destruction roared, looking at the place where the god of life disappeared. Even though he had been in a small wind, he was really angry at this moment. The powerful destructive force even allowed him to break Guyuina's attack in an instant. His figure turned into a purple lightning in the sky and came to Guyi in an instant. "Give Douluo back to me." The god of destruction gritted his teeth and glared at Guyi. His pupils were bloodshot, and he wanted to crush the scepter of destruction in his hand. Inner world. Guyi properly arranged the god of life in it, and used the power of the world to suppress her, so that the god of life could not break the seal for a while until the end of this battle. "If you beat me, she will come back naturally. Then you can die." The god of destruction held up the scepter of destruction in his hand, and a terrifying ball of destruction gathered above his head. At this moment, all eyes were on this duel. This attack consumed most of his divine power. With the blessing of the super artifact, he might even kill the god of destruction. "You go back first." Guyi understood that King Guyu and Bing Xingqing could not withstand this attack. Even he himself needed to go all out and had no time to take care of them. Not good. Guyuina also flew towards Guyi quickly. But the god of evil blocked her. "You can't go over now." At this moment, Shura and Shan Liang were facing the attacks of 4 strong men, but if this attack could, it was enough to seriously injure Guyi, and the balance of the battle was tilted towards them. "Get out of here!" Guyuina waved the silver dragon spear, and the elemental power on it was like free, and it was released crazily, perfectly exerting the abilities and characteristics of various elements. The evil God King was not an ordinary person, and he took it easily. In terms of strength, he was not weak. "Kill me, you can't do it." Dunyi raised it vertically, and Guyi began to squeeze the powerful power in his blood. In addition to suppressing the power of the Life God King, all the power in the inner world was mobilized. At the same time, a heavenly power made the body of the Destruction God King, who condensed the destruction ball, pause, and he felt that he was locked. That knife locked him. I will die if I am hit by this knife. Every cell in my body is saying this. But the Destruction God King directly drove this fear out of his heart, and no one could make him feel fear. Even if he fights to the end, he will save Xiaolu. Gu Yi showed fatigue for the first time. He had used up most of his strength for this one strike. His body had become thinner. The sharp edge made the space unable to bear it, and the space force that escaped could not escape the attraction of the blade. Chapter 409 Reversal of the situation. Both of them reached the limit of what they could improve at this moment. The ball of destruction, jumping with the light of destruction, bloomed its power outside the boundless sky. Even the god of destruction itself was a little difficult and had never been so angry. Xiao Lu and the god of life were born in the god realm together. They had been together for countless years. The relationship between the two had long surpassed the relationship between husband and wife. Even the broken mountains and rivers and the collapse of the god realm were not as important as Xiao Lu. The sharp edge was suppressed on the blade and could not be separated. Go to hell! The ball of destruction drew a brilliant purple mark in the air, which could not be ignored by anyone at this moment. Go! Gu Yi coldly spat out a word, and the Dunyi in his hand flew out, pointing directly at the ball of destruction. After releasing Dunyi, his body seemed to have reached its limit, shaking a few times in the air, but relying on the power transmitted from the inner world to stabilize his body, he did not fall down. This knife was only a few points weaker than the initial slash at Shura. Dunyi streaked through the air, as fast as a meteor, and the tip of the knife was like a comet hitting the ground at this moment, unstoppable. It rushed straight into the ball of destruction. The strongest point of the ball of destruction is not the attack power, but the power of destruction. Anything that comes into contact with the power of destruction will be corroded and completely turned into waste. Extreme destruction, without any vitality. Even a divine weapon can still be corroded and destroyed. After Dunyi flew into the ball of destruction, its speed was almost a turtle's pace, and its appearance seemed to be protected by a layer of power, and its body was not corroded or decomposed. But if it continues like this, it will not be able to hold on sooner or later. How can my ball of destruction be so easily broken? Wait for the artifact to disappear. The god of destruction was very confident. No one could break his ball of destruction, especially since this move contained a lot of power. Even after using this move, he fell into a weak state. It was impossible to use the second ball of destruction in a short period of time. But it was good to defeat this human. Really? My sword is not so easy to destroy. With a thought, relying on the connection between the sword and himself, and the continuous supply of power from the inner world, the speed was stimulated again. Dunyi broke through the ball of destruction almost instantly. The whole sky seemed to bloom with a purple smoke, shining brightly, which looked very magical and beautiful. The blade pointed directly at the god of destruction. Impossible, he just used this move, and he was already at the end of his strength. How could he still have the power to control this sword? The god of Shura looked at the long sword that broke through the ball of destruction, and he couldn't imagine how impossible it was. Gu Yi contributed too much power in this battle. From the very first slash to now, even a god king cannot possess such a heavy energy. What is going on? Other god kings are also puzzled. Where does Gu Yi's constantly surging power come from? Where does your power come from? The god of destruction looked at Gu Yi in disbelief. He definitely saw his power disappear little by little and merge into this knife. Moreover, when he threw this knife, his performance of being too weak to stand up could not be performed. The god of destruction did not have time to think about it. While he was talking, Dunyi had already arrived in front of him, and the power that burst out from it was completely irresistible. The only way is to use the scepter of destruction to block it, and only the powerful ability of the super artifact can resist this knife. Clang! The sound of collision resounded throughout the battlefield. The god of destruction, who was originally arrogant and wanted to destroy Gu Yi, was directly knocked back hundreds of miles. The destruction scepter in his hand was directly pressed against his chest. His face turned red and he tried his best to resist the power of the blade. But some of the sword energy still penetrated into his body along the destruction scepter. But fortunately, he still resisted it. But he was also seriously injured. Gu Yi was also in a bad condition. He forcibly stimulated the power of the inner world, which completely slowed down his recovery speed. In a short period of time, he could not exert his full power. Too powerful, maybe even not as powerful as Ning Rong. But that's enough. The god of destruction is relatively powerful among the 5 gods. Gu Yuina alone is enough to suppress the god. As long as he recovers his strength, the evidence can be locked. The only key now is whether the evil god Pearl can hold on until that moment. Gu Yi doesn't know. Looking back at the Douluo continent below, an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. It seems that you are destined to fail. Gu Yuina laughed, and the silver dragon spear in her hand gave her great power, and the evil god was defeated and was no match at all. This is the true power of the Silver Dragon King in his heyday. In terms of strength, it is definitely better than any of the 5 gods. Can't lose, this battle can't be lost no matter what. She is carrying more than just this world, there are more Gu Yuina waiting for her to save. They entrusted everything to themselves, and the only thing they have to do is to win. Ning Rongrong did not forget the role of assistance. Holding the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, she gave Gu Yuina a great boost. At the same time, her other hand was controlling the sea god trident to help Jian Rongxiu deal with the Azura god king. The battle was completely turning to their side. Ah! A shocking roar suddenly came from behind everyone, and the dark red aura invaded the entire battlefield. A roar brought an unprecedented chain reaction. The other gods who were sleeping in desire gradually woke up and regained consciousness. Thinking back to what happened just now, they all showed shame. It was a great shame that so many of them were controlled by a divine weapon for so long. It seems that the battle is going to shift to our side. The evil god King Ying took Gu Yuina's shot and jumped away. Now that the other gods have awakened, they can also start to gather strength. With their own formations, they can completely achieve the superposition of combat power. The 4 great gods quickly returned to their positions, each forming their own chain formations, and quickly absorbed the power of the lower gods, quickly restoring their own state to perfection. Not only that, the divine power is even greater. It is even more powerful than their heyday. The human wave tactics connected by the formation can also play a huge role. The evil god bead lost its effect and flew back to Gu Yi's eyebrows. What should I do? Looking at the 4 gods who have recovered to their heyday, only Gu Yuina is in a better state on their side, and the divine power of others is almost exhausted. Especially Ning Rongrong. She inherited the first-level god of the sea god, which is much more powerful than ordinary first-level gods, but after all, her time is still short, and she was originally an assistant, and the assistants were all strong people with higher cultivation power than her. The divine power is consumed very quickly. Chapter 410 Crazy Idea. Douluo Continent. Outside the sky. The 6 figures stood alone in front of the gods, and the aura on their bodies was also very low. Even Gu Yuina lost some hope. I don't know how to defeat these gods. There are too many. If the power is restored to its peak, there may be a chance of a battle. But this is obviously impossible. It seems that we can only go this far. Gu Yi looked at the gods on the opposite side. It has been understood that they can never win with their current strength. If they want to win, there is only one last way. Help me hold on for 30 breaths. Gu Yi suddenly said to the other 5 people. Everyone didn't know what Gu Yi wanted to do, but out of trust in him and understanding of him, they agreed at that time. Okay, 30 breaths, I'll give it to you. Gu Yi nodded and turned around. Looking at the planet in front of him, he didn't know if he could do it now, but he had to fight anyway. For the final victory, he could only do this. A golden eye bloomed between his eyebrows. The Eye of the Soul, as his only martial soul, had already transformed into the 3rd artifact on his body over the years. It was infinitely powerful, and the power of the soul was enough to cover everything. A thought moved. The heart world appeared over the Douluo continent. Over the years, its area has been continuously deepened, especially with the addition of Tang San and Xiaowu's souls, and its growth rate can be described as extremely rapid. The area is also constantly expanding. The Eye of the Heart bloomed with a terrifying heart power, shining directly from the sky to the Douluo continent. Release all the power. Stop him. Although the evil god king didn't know what Gu Yi was doing now, his years of experience told him that he must not let Gu Yi continue. The other 3 god kings also understood this truth. They flew towards them almost without hesitation. Let's put our last hope on Gu Yi. Gu Yuina also roared and took the initiative to meet him. 30 breaths, we will definitely be able to hold on. We must hold on no matter what. As soon as they started, everyone understood the gap. With the blessing of the power of other gods, the power of the great god king has been raised to the peak state, far beyond what they can compare with now. The only thing that can be guaranteed now is that he will not be defeated temporarily. But no one knows how long he can hold on. Gu Yi has not put his mind on the battlefield at all. What he has to do now is to pull the entire Douluo continent into his inner world with all his heart and soul. Integrating the entire world can bring him great enhancement, and his strength can definitely exceed that of the 4 current God Kings. The only question now is whether he can do it. As the inner world helps him recover his strength, Guyi can finally use some means and abilities. Once upon a time, he also thought that one day he could integrate the entire Douluo continent into his own inner world. The Jotian Liuhe Sutra has reached its limit at this moment. With the continuous development and upgrading over the years, the original intention has gradually been realized. Now he can really master all the power in the world. Even the 5 great God Kings and Guyuina can't do this. The power of space emitted a different light at this moment, and it actually directly pulled the entire Douluo continent, and the figure also flew towards the Douluo continent. The power was released wholeheartedly at this moment. Unlike condensing at one point, this time it was completely dispersed. The entire Douluo continent began to vibrate under the guidance of the power of space. Kalong! What on earth happened? Ning Fengzi looked at the cracked back mountain of the sect, frowned, and had no idea what was going on. Earthquake. Gurong came to Ning Fengzi with a stable figure and put forward his own opinion, which was also the only possibility he could think of. There was no soul power fluctuation, and no soul beast appeared in this area. Since it was not a man-made disaster, it could only be a natural disaster. No, it's definitely not an earthquake. Chen Xin came on a sword and raised objections. 5 years have not changed his appearance much, but the aura on his body has become deeper and deeper. Gurong has long been unable to see his strength. Except for Guyi and others, Chen Xin is definitely the best in the world. If it's not an earthquake, then what is it? Gurong didn't understand. Is there any other explanation besides an earthquake? Uncle Jian, what do you know? Ning Fengzi was eager to know the truth of the matter. This feeling of being kept in the dark was really disturbing, and his strength was not good to begin with. The only thing that worked was his head. But even if he was extremely smart, he couldn't speculate things out of thin air. The entire Douluo continent is shaking. This is a unique huge shock. There has never been an earthquake like this since ancient times, and Chen Xin looked up at the sky and seemed to feel that the sky was also shaking. And what? And the sky is also shaking. The whole world is shaking irregularly. The two were surprised. What on earth is going on? Douluo continent is getting closer and closer to him, and Guyi's face is getting more and more cautious. Douluo continent is not actually that big in terms of the size of the world, but the weight of a world cannot be dragged so easily. The difficulty makes him a little shocked. But things have come to this point, and we can only move forward, not backward. The battle was getting more and more brutal. Guyuina was also beginning to be wounded. As the strongest, she naturally received more care, and she had to distract herself to protect Guyi who was not far behind her. The situation was very serious. The light of the soul also shone on the Douluo continent, constantly expanding in all directions, and everything fell asleep wherever it passed. The whole world fell into a dead silence, and the souls got a good sleep. At the same time, the world of the heart wrapped up the Douluo continent, protecting the souls of these people. Compress it for me. As the Douluo continent approached, a huge illusory figure spanned the entire outer sky and appeared in front of everyone. In front of this figure, the Douluo continent was considered small. The gods were stunned at first, and immediately found that this figure was just a golden and jade exterior, but rotten inside. There was no power at all, just energy manifestation, and the power had just reached the god level. It was useless. The huge palm closed with force, and the huge Douluo continent began to shrink, and all the power seemed pale at this moment. Is there anything more shocking than the scene of a planet shrinking in front of them? Attack Guyi with all your strength. The Azura God King roared, absolutely not letting Guyi succeed, even if he didn't know what the point was. Guyi's condition at the moment was not good, bleeding from all 7 orifices, cracks on his face and body. He went too far, the power of space was somewhat out of control, and began to damage his body. Perhaps he would crush himself alive before he absorbed the Douluo continent into his body. Chapter 411 On the Verge of Death. What on earth does he want to do? No one present knew what Guyi was doing now, and this method was indeed a bit incredible. Can it really be done to compress a planet with space power, compressing it countless times from its original size? They had never imagined this method before. But they didn't need to know Guyi now. What on earth did Guyi want to do? The enemies in front of them couldn't resist. Even Guyuina couldn't do it. Guyi couldn't care about so much at the moment. He didn't have any thoughts to pay attention to the situation behind him. He said that the huge pressure brought by the entire Douluo continent made him unbearable. If it weren't for the golden ancient tree in the middle of the inner world that always passed on its vitality, it wouldn't even be able to hold on until now. But he had to persist. He couldn't lose this battle. In this land outside the sky, there was a bit of bloody smell. His body was about to fall apart. Like a porcelain doll, cracks appeared on his body. Bang! After a huge roar, Ning Rongrong was the first to fly backwards, with a bright blood flower spurting out of his mouth. His breath was extremely weak. But even so, he didn't put down the sea god trident in his hand, and still held it tightly. A warrior can't throw away his weapon. It showed a toughness far beyond ordinary people. Not long after, Ditian's body was directly cut in half by the sword of the Shura God King, and blood spurted. The true form appeared, and a huge black dragon appeared in front of everyone, but the dragon's body was cut in half. It had lost its vitality. Ditian became the first victim of this battle. In 5 years, his strength had been greatly improved, but in front of a God King level strongman, and a God King who was strengthened by the formation. It was completely not enough, especially since his strength was almost consumed before. Failure was inevitable. Guyi absorbed the Douluo continent in an overloaded manner, and the entire planet entered his body, like a bullet, rushing into the hole. At this moment, Guyi's body was completely like a void black hole, not a physical entity at all. Guyi's body continued to break, and his state became more and more unbearable, but his strength continued to increase, and the aura on his body made everyone present feel scared. It seemed that the power was growing endlessly. Guyuina and others also saw opportunities and hope. Maybe Guyi could really reverse the current situation. You can't say for sure. Now all they have to do is to persist. Ning Rongrong also flew back. Since she couldn't get the biggest improvement in combat, she would do what an auxiliary soul master should do. She went all out to help these people get the biggest enhancement. Even if Ning Rongrong knew that it was difficult to resist the increase brought by the formation formed by other gods on the other side with her own strength, she would try her best. But even so, everyone was still retreating step by step. Even the strongest Guyuina had blood flowing out of her mouth, and Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu's condition would only be worse. Together, attack and blow these people away directly. The evil God King suggested. Time is running out, there is no time for them to break through the defense of Guyuina and others so slowly, so they can only gather the strength of the 4 people to break through by force. Guyi must be interrupted. Come on. The other 3 God Kings did not refuse, and each was brewing their most powerful tricks. The power of the 2 God Kings, the evil God King and the good God King, served as the center to coordinate the power of destruction and Shura. It is possible to fully exert the power of the 4 great gods. The 4 women looked at each other. It was obvious that the opponent wanted to launch the final attack, which they might not be able to resist. Looking back at Guyi who was absorbing the Douluo continent, her eyes were particularly firm. Guyuina knew very well that this attack must be blocked, otherwise it would inevitably affect Guyi's absorption, which would have a very significant impact on the final battle situation. No divine power was left. All the power of the 4 people was released at the same time at this moment, but it was still much weaker than the 4 great gods. But they could only do their best and leave it to fate, which was all they could do. Shueking Guyu and Bing Zinking in the Sea of a Spirit were also about to fly out, knowing very well that this attack must be resisted. Even if they needed to stabilize Guyi's spirit from being shattered by the huge impact. But now they couldn't care so much, at least the Sea of a Spirit would not be broken in such a short time, but if Guyuina and others could not stop the attack of the 4 great gods, everyone would only face death in the end. There was no holding back at all, and they all used up their last bit of strength. 6 attacks emitting light were launched first, rushing towards the gods at almost the speed of a comet. An ant trying to shake a tree, all of you go to hell. The Azura God King roared, and all his strength burst out at this moment, and the attack power of the God King finally arrived. Containing the 2 poles of Yin and Yang, the power of destruction and Azura occupied the 2 poles of Yin and Yang respectively, making the entire energy very stable. The 2 attacks soon collided with each other. Bang! Leaving a very gorgeous light in the void, containing various colors. An invisible shock wave gushed in all directions. The huge shock wave quickly shook the other gods behind the 4 gods, and the formation failed at this moment, and they had reached their limit. But Guyi was also affected by the shock wave. The already overwhelmed body was hit by such a strong aftermath, which was worse than the snow. A mouthful of reverse blood could not be suppressed at all and spurted out from his mouth. The aura began to weaken, and the fusion speed slowed down. On the other side, Bing Xingqing and Shueqing Guyu were the power has completely returned to Guyi's body and is sleeping in the sea of a spirituality. It can only wait until Guyi's power is restored. But even with the assistance of Bing Xingqing and Shueqing Guyu's power, it is still not enough in front of the four great gods with various blessings. After the roar, the huge black and white divine power attack wave was not offset and quickly rushed towards Guyuina and others. Even if there is still 100 meters between the two, the sense of crisis lingering in their hearts is getting heavier. There is no power that can resist. Being able to float in the air now is the last strength. Waiting to die calmly. Is it still not enough to burst out all the power? Ning Rongrong seemed a little depressed. She didn't want to die so early. She hadn't been with Guyi for a few more years. She didn't give birth to children for him. But she didn't regret it. At least at this moment, she was standing by his side and could fight side by side with him. Chapter 412 Guyi is so powerful that he is unknown. It seems that I have good luck. As the women were waiting for death, a figure suddenly appeared between the yin-yang tai chi energy and the women, and uttered a few words lightly. He stretched out one hand, and the power to break everything gathered in his palm at this moment, destroy it. With a slight pinch of his fingers, the extremely powerful moves condensed by the four gods turned into starlight, dissipated in the void, and showed a beautiful scenery. Guyi! Guyuina shouted worriedly, not because of the great power displayed by Guyi, but because his body was constantly dripping with blood at this moment. The original white robe had already been stained with blood, and even his face was constantly bleeding, and even his eyeballs had lost their luster. Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu and Ning Rongrong also looked at him worriedly. They had never seen such a state before. Could anyone really survive such a serious injury? Oh no, Guyi has succeeded. The Azura God King exclaimed, never imagining that someone could be so powerful that he could easily destroy the attack of all the top combat forces in the God realm. How strong is Guyi now? No, he didn't succeed. If you feel his breath carefully, you can feel that his body breath is fluctuating and unstable. I'm afraid the shock wave generated by the attack just now has affected him. And it is impossible to forcibly absorb a world even if you have the power of the God King. In order to rescue these women, the absorption is accelerated. It seems powerful but it is rootless and may not be able to launch an effective attack. Guyi is definitely at the end of his strength now. The evil God King can be said to be the one who knows Guyi best among these God Kings. If it weren't for these accidents in the middle, the evil God position would be his now. Immediately discovered Guyi's current situation. Yes, I can also feel that his aura is changing every moment, and this change is getting lower and lower with time. I am afraid that the sequelae are more serious than we imagined. Guyi ignored these people and said to Guyuina and others, you go into my inner world first to hide, and I will come to you after I deal with these guys. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and the corpse of Emperor Tian, a euro who had fallen somewhere, appeared in his hand and was completely under his control. Come back to life. The soul returned to the body, and the powerful vitality acted on Emperor Tian's huge dragon body. The two parts of the dragon body slowly merged together, and the dull dragon eyes regained their brilliance at this moment. A miraculous skill. The gods were stunned, wondering which side of them was the god. Reversing life and death is really terrifying. It's just too scary. I'm not dead. Tian looked at the current situation and transformed into a human form again, looking at all this in confusion. Just now he was wandering in the sky, waiting for his soul to dissipate. But now he appeared on the battlefield alive again. Go in. Don't die. Guyuina said coldly, hard on the outside but soft on the inside, but she also walked into the space tunnel created by Guyi. Ning Rongrong came up, hugged Guyi tightly, pecked him lightly on the corner of his mouth, held back tears, looked at him and said, we are all waiting for you inside. She also stepped into the space tunnel, but she couldn't hold back after all, a tear fell in the air, and fell into the boundless deep space. Qian Rongxiu glanced at Bibi Dong beside her, and seeing that she had no intention of moving, she also walked ahead. I haven't defeated you yet. If you dare to die, I will beat you up even if I go to hell. Qian Rongxiu still walked into the space tunnel. I know you won't let me stay. Defeat them and come back to see us. Then I can be with Tang Yuehua. Bibi Dong didn't do anything. Just one sentence made Guyi's originally dim eyes brighten, and his blood was instantly aroused. This is the best encouragement. I will. When Bibi Dong walked into the space tunnel, Guyi also closed it. Facing dozens of gods on the opposite side alone. It seems you are planning to wait until my power dissipates, so you haven't made a move yet. The eye of the soul blossomed between his eyebrows, and instantly saw through everyone's thoughts. You can't win. You can't fool us with your outward strength. The evil God King has seen that Guyi is now like a deflated balloon, and his strength is constantly declining. In just a few dozen breaths, he is already much weaker than before. That's true. My strength is decreasing every moment. Guyi smiled calmly, but suddenly changed the subject, but even now, I am not someone you can beat. The advantage is mine. You are still so confident, then let's see the truth with your hands. The evil God King didn't waste any more words. The gods behind him began to act. The control of control, the attack of attack, and the assistance of assistance. The four great God Kings were in the lead. Except for the dragon god of that year, only Guyi had the honor to be besieged by so many gods at the same time. Disperse. Looking at these attacks, Guyi just uttered a word, and all the attacks transformed by divine power turned into starlight at this moment and dissipated in the boundless starry sky. My attack. Mine too. The god of destruction looked at his dissipated attack in horror, totally unable to believe it. With just one word, all their power was turned into nothing. Could they really defeat such a Guyi? He was not sure at all. The evil god suddenly thought of something, but was it possible? At the beginning, he was also a person who observed Guyi, so he naturally knew that he had created a technique that could sense the power of heaven and earth and turn it into his own use. But he had also seen it at the beginning. This technique was very rough, and at most it could only be cultivated to the peak of Soul Master. It was almost impossible to complete his idea. Over the years, he really pushed this unfinished technique into something new and reached a whole new realm. Don't panic, this is the technique he practiced. At this moment, Guyi may have mastered any power in the world. As long as it is within his range and the power is not stronger than his attack, he can forcibly dissipate it and fight in close combat. This is the only way he can think of. With Guyi's current strength, no one present can surpass Guyi in this aspect, not even the four great gods. Choosing close combat is the only effective way now. You can't use it, but I can. The exposure of the skills was within his expectations, but the evil God King hadn't updated it for several years, and he didn't know how powerful he was now. Chapter 413 Paper Gods. In the starry sky, Guyi stood alone before the gods, quietly watching the gods flying towards him, and it was time to try new methods. Space confinement. He reached out again, but this time it was not for attack, but for control. Space ability is the most proficient ability. After Douluo continent entered the inner world, a huge force made him have a deeper understanding of space ability. Damn, space was confined by him. The first one to bear the brunt of the situation was the evil God King. After all, among their group of people, only he consumed the least energy. And his own strength was not weak. He immediately discovered the change in space. The movement became very slow at this moment, as if trapped in a swamp, and each movement required dozens of times the previous strength. Their God King was still like this, not to mention the other first-level gods, who were directly imprisoned in place and could not move. Guyi did not stop the action. What the evil God King said before was very right. Now his state is the end of his strength, and he can't control the uncontrollable world in his body at all. No matter how weak the Douluo continent is, it is much larger than the inner world. Absorbing it so forcefully is an unprecedented burden on the body. Moreover, just now, in order to save Guyuina and her group, he directly and forcibly took the Douluo continent into the inner world. Lu pressed into his body, causing even more severe backlash. A quick victory was his best choice. Space strangulation. Guyi mercilessly used the power of space again. This time, it was not just as simple as imprisoning them in place. The entire space was emitting the strangulation of space cracks, without any mercy. Except for the God King, the bodies of the rest of the gods were quickly wiped out at this moment, and the blood of the gods sprinkled all over the starry sky, dyeing it blood red. Shura and other God Kings, with their own divine power, barely escaped the strangulation of space, but even so, the divine clothes on their bodies were still wiped out a lot, and the skin was also cut. It has long lost the supreme temperament just now, and looks particularly miserable. You dare to slaughter gods wantonly, your sins are serious, today I will extract your soul and suffer endless torture. The evil God King did not expect Guyi to be so lawless. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, their god realm has been severely damaged, even more serious than the catastrophe of the dragon god. The dead are some powerful first-level gods. What's the difference between gods and humans? It's just a life. Guyi's body at this moment is also extremely broken, blood keeps dripping, and the cracks on his body are twice as many as before. The state is even worse. Obviously, such a large-scale mobilization of space power just now has also caused a certain load on his body, and his strength has weakened again. In the entire starry sky, there is only one person and 4 gods standing in confrontation. You want to kill me? Guyi once again condensed a move, using the escape as the basis, the Tai Chi theory as the guide, the power of the 5 elements, the power of time and space, and the will of martial arts as the basis, turning it into this shocking knife. The 4 gods standing opposite Guyi suddenly felt that they were locked in, and they all felt a great crisis. It was already clear in their hearts that Guyi intended to use this move as the final decisive battle. Next, it was victory. Failure, there was only one way to death. Defense, only defense. It was already clear that Guyi's current strength was above them, and there was no chance of winning in the bombardment. They could only block this knife, and they also understood that Guyi was already at the end of his strength. This knife was his last ability, and he could only have the power of this knife. All the power was placed on the 2 gods of evil and kindness. The 2 gods of destruction and Shura were both gods who mainly attacked and were good at killing. The 2 forces of yin and yang merged together to form an absolutely protective energy shield in front of the 4 gods. No one can break it. Even the dragon god couldn't break these shields with one strike, even though he lacks the power of the god of life. I believe that even if Guyi strikes with all his strength, it won't be able to break them. An ant trying to shake a tree. Guyi sneered. With his current strength, how could these corrupt gods understand? He swung his sword. The power of time and space attached to the sword light crossed countless distances in an instant, as if there was no distance between Guyi and the 4 gods, and Dun Yi slashed fiercely on the shield. Before they could react, the blade had penetrated the protective shield and slashed at the bodies of the 4 great gods. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the bodies of the 4 great gods without any hindrance, and the blade continued to fly deeper into the starry sky. The bodies of the 4 great gods were broken in the middle, but the power did not dissipate. The places where the blade cut began to change, and all the power drilled into their bodies until all vitality was destroyed, turning them into starry sky garbage. After Guyi swung the knife, his body could not bear such a terrifying force, and his body kept breaking. Escape 1 had been collected by him. You are still too arrogant. Guyi also understood how bad his physical condition was. He might disappear into the starry sky at any second. He immediately used the power of time to restore his body. A few minutes later, his face turned ugly. The power of time was useless at this moment. At most, it could only delay the time of death a little. The power acting on his body was too fierce, and the power of time he mastered could not control the power at all. The countdown to death began. Let's fight. The eyes were fierce. Now he could only fight. Guyi stretched out his hand and used the power of time to create a time vortex. On the other side of the time vortex was the long river of time. Since his own time power was not strong enough, he could only find a stronger time power. Only in this way could he recover his body. But the long river of time was also full of dangers. Can rely on gambling. Take a step forward and Guyi enters the long river of time. But he did not make any resistance, drifting along the long river of time, and he also took the opportunity to absorb the boundless time power in the long river of time to stabilize his own power. Time has lost its meaning here. Guyi is unconscious or accustomed to extracting the power of time, and he doesn't know how long he has been drifting in the long river of time, nor does he know where he has gone, but the injuries on his body have finally stopped worsening. It can be regarded as a great joy, but he still can't leave the long river of time. Once he leaves this place with rich time power, his injuries will worsen again. He can only wait for the inner world to slowly digest the Douluo continent and not squeeze his body again before he can go out. The long river of time is his life-saving medicine. Chapter 414 Electrolux. I don't know how long it has been. There is no concept of time in the long river of time. Guyi's consciousness has long been blurred. His body seems to have merged into the long river of time and drifted with the flow. The cracks on his body are also recovering little by little, making his breath clearer and clearer, and no longer as depressed as before. Finally, Gu Yi woke up. Where am I? The consciousness is extremely blurred. Time is the most ruthless force in the world, which can make any power disappear. The memory is also blurred at this moment. Between the eyebrows and eyes, the eyes of the soul bloom. The memory that was about to be erased by the long river of time gradually recovered. Feeling his own state, his brows could not help but frown. The power is only 1/100th of it, which is only the level when he just became a god. However, Douluo continent is temporarily harmoniously combined with the inner world, and the inner world is constantly absorbing the power of Douluo continent, allowing it to be completely integrated into the body. Gu Yi also understood the current state. I am afraid that only when the inner world completely absorbs Douluo continent, he will be able to restore his own strength. And now he can't even enter his inner world, which is also extremely ironic. It's time to go out. Gu Yi didn't know which world he was in now, but he didn't care. After all, it didn't matter where he went. Anyway, the Douluo continent is all in his body, and the familiar people are in it. As long as he recovers his strength, he can see them again. Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing have not woken up yet. Gu Yi looked at the two sleeping beauties in the sea of a euro spirit, and a smile appeared on his lips very naturally. With his recovery, it won't take long for Bing Xingqing and Xueqing Guyu to recover, which is the only good news now. He can't stay in the long river of time any longer. He is almost completely integrated into it and becomes a product of time. By then, I'm afraid he won't be himself anymore. Let's go. Let me see where I am now. With a thought, the long river of time opened a hole, enough for a person to get out easily. I didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise, making the body more intimate with the power of time, which is very good. Gu Yi looked at his body that had recovered as usual. If he was placed in other fantasy worlds, he would probably be a favored child of heaven with a holy body of time. In short, he was soaked in the long river of time, and he was full of the power of time inside and out, just like now. He stepped into a brand new world, but he did not encounter any obstacles, nor did he feel isolated, as if he belonged to this world and was in existence in this world. Where is this? Gu Yi released his mental power and scanned the forest. Star Forest? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm? This is actually the Star Forest, and it is also the time and place where Huo Yuhao, the son of destiny, obtained the first great opportunity 10,000 years later. I never thought that I would come to the world 10,000 years later after going around in circles. Not far away on the other side, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. The mental power exploration just now almost made him autistic on the spot, and he was shocked. Who is this person? His mental power is even stronger than mine, and this power is very condensed. Even my brother is far behind. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was also afraid that things would go wrong, so he went straight into the eyebrows of the little boy next to him, ending everything. Even if that existence came up, it would be impossible to reverse it all. Gu Yi appeared here quietly, and no one noticed. He looked at Huo Yuhao who was receiving the power of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and had no intention of stopping him. Instead, he looked out into the sky. If what interested him the most in this world was Alex from another world, it was from a magical world with magic and fighting spirit, and he didn't need to absorb soul beasts to become stronger like in Douluo continent. Magic and fighting spirit, these new things naturally aroused his interest. This was an unfamiliar field. There were ripples in the space, and a grey airflow appeared in front of Gu Yi. It's finally here. Gu Yi directly intercepted the grey airflow, preventing him from entering Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. At the same time, he injected him with a spiritual force so that he could temporarily restore his will. Holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Who am I, where do I come from? Soon Alex woke up, and the grey airflow transformed into a figure. You are very strong, and your soul is much stronger than mine, but what do you want from me? I want everything about the world, including magic, fighting spirit, and various cultivation methods. In exchange, I can give you another spiritual force to prevent your residual soul from dissipating, at least in the short term. Alex looked at Gu Yi and did not feel any breath from him. He just stood there, but it seemed that he did not exist. With your strength, I am afraid you don't need my magic and fighting spirit. Any path can be learned from. Don't easily deny your own cultivation path. There are thousands of paths in the world, but they all lead to the same destination. Magic and fighting spirit are also not weak. I have learned from you. Electrox bowed slightly and said again, I agree. A memory ball of light containing his lifelong cultivation path appeared between the two. The deal is done. Guyi collected this memory and ejected a spiritual force at the same time. With this spiritual force, Electrox's illusory figure became more solid. Although it was not yet a physical entity, it was no longer weak. Looking at Huo Yuhao below, Guyi suddenly suggested, if you want to find a place to recuperate, you can go to his spiritual sea to cultivate. This child can bring you a lot of surprises. The destined son of destiny can change the world. Ilux also looked at Huo Yuhao on the ground following Guyi's words. If Guyi hadn't stopped him, he would have been in the boy's spiritual sea at this moment. He was also attracted by a force. Since you said so, I also want to see his future development. What is your name? Guyi, like you, a world traveler. The figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only a voice. Ilux savored Guyi's words carefully, and didn't expect that this man was not from this world either. Boy, let me see if the future is as bright as he said. Ilex turned into a stream of light again and merged into Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, gathering his own power and not causing any harm, but he had no intention of communicating with the little bug outside, and as for Huo Yuhao, it was even worse. While recuperating, he also planned to observe the boy who made Guyi admire him. Chapter 415 The magic world slowly unfolds. After receiving the cultivation knowledge from the other world from Alex, Guyi also planned to master it well to see if he could apply it to other situations and enrich his own cultivation realm again. Besides, the inner world is constantly absorbing the power of Douluo continent. At this time, he should use less power as much as possible to restore his strength faster. When he appeared in this world, Guyi felt a sense of peeping from the sky, and he also understood where this peeping came from. That was the God realm, which was unknown how far away from Douluo continent. The peeping came from the God King Tang San in this world. With his current strength, unless he mobilized the power of the inner world, he was really not Tang San's opponent, and he still needed to keep a low profile. However, Guyi himself did not expect that he would drift all the way to Douluo continent 10,000 years later along the long river of time. This was something he probably could not do even in his heyday. But this time he did it unconsciously. He did not choose to hide in the mountains, but came to Shrek City, rented a small shop here, and lived there peacefully. He also began to immerse himself in the understanding of magic and fighting spirit. The other side of the world unfolded. Magic is like a lock that pries the power of heaven and earth. This is a powerful ability that the Douluo continent cannot reach. When the soul master is at a low level, he can only use his own soul power to perform soul skills, and he still needs to hunt soul beasts. The power depends on the age of the soul beast. The restriction is too great. And when the soul master cultivates to the title of Douluo, he can mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth for his own use. The gap is not big. But magic is indeed different. As long as you have talent and understanding, even the lowest level magician can master a lot of magic, and even form compound magic to greatly increase the power. The only advantage of the soul master is that he can awaken the martial soul, obtain various martial souls, and obtain different enhancements. At the same time, you don't Euro trademark need to practice to obtain soul skills. You can use them as soon as you get them. Very convenient. For 3 days, Guyi was studying magic. He completely abandoned his previous cultivation ideas. Now he didn't want his ideas to pollute his research on magic. He had to maintain a new understanding. But even so, his high-level consciousness could also allow him to master magic in the shortest time. Unreachable cultivation speed. Since he was planning to practice magic, the most important thing was to condense his mental power into magic power, and use magic power to attract the power of heaven and earth. Only then could he release powerful magic. Mental power was once Guyi's most powerful ability. In fact, it has now been surpassed by martial arts, but the power it possesses should not be underestimated, and now his physical body has actually been restricted to a certain extent, only his mental power is still the same as before. The most critical step to becoming a magician is to condense the magic spring, which is the source of energy for the magician and the most important place in his life. Compared to beginners, Guyi's progress is not enough to say that it is 1,000 miles a day. On the first day of arriving in Shrek City, Guyi had already successfully released his first magic, and this magic was not released through previous perceptions, and there was absolutely nothing added. The real thing was magic ability. Ilux, as a magician who could once become a god, practiced undead magic, but his memory was not only about undead magic. There were many other kinds of magic. Guyi naturally mastered the most convenient space magic first. In fact, what Guyi wanted to comprehend the most was time magic. After all, he didn't know how long he had been in the long river of time, as if his whole body had been transformed. Time was like itself, very kind. Entering the long river of time in Douluo continent was as easy and simple as eating and drinking, and he would not be rejected no matter which world he walked in. Time seemed to have no meaning to him. It was a pity that even in the memory of Alex, there was no time magic, which had to be said to be a very regrettable thing. Guyi was not obsessed with time magic. Even if Alex didn't master time magic, it didn't mean that he couldn't create it himself. Especially now he is very sensitive to time. As long as he deepens his mastery of magic, he can naturally create his own magic. A few days later, Guyi felt the emergence of spiritual power and understood that Huo Yuhao had come to Shrek again. Since he has come to the future after 10,000 years, it seems a bit sorry for himself if he does not do something. Then let this son of luck become a real son of luck, not a pet enslaved by the god King Tang San. Such a son of luck is really too cheap and inferior. After all, he once got the identity of the son of luck. If Huo Yuhao behaves too cheaply, it is really an insult to the title of the son of luck. In terms of talent, Huo Yuhao's talent is not bad, especially in the way of soul guides, which is the best in the entire Douluo continent. Although his strength is now restricted a lot, no one can find out his details, or even sense him. Even Tang San, the high and mighty god king in this world, could not sense him. It was as if he existed independently of this world, and time did not affect him. Guyi did not intend to do nothing here, and planned to open a soul guide shop to kill time, waiting quietly for the inner world to reopen. But what he could feel most clearly now was that Shueking Guyu and Bing Zinking in the sea of a Euro spirit were about to wake up, and he could already feel the activity of their souls. Being a stranger in a foreign land, you will still feel lonely after all. If someone could accompany you, you would naturally be particularly happy. A few days later, Guyi officially opened the shop. Now you can't open the inner world, and you can't take out the metal in it. You need to find and buy it yourself, but it's not a big deal. Golden soul coins are not too precious to him, especially with his current strength. There are no telling how many soul master legacies there are in the Star Do Great Forest, but they are just things that can be obtained easily. Guyi didn't make any advanced soul guides. He just opened this shop for fun to kill time. But this time he had a new idea. In the past, soul guides were mainly cold weapons and some soul guide cannons. This time he wanted to change. He planned to make a forged gun. Especially those automatic rifles. If it is released through soul power, can it be fired infinitely? This is a topic worth studying. Chapter 416 Ling Luokan came to the door. Shrek City. Ling Luokan wandered around aimlessly, looking at everything familiar around him boredly. Shopping is a woman's nature no matter in which world, even if they are all extremely powerful soul masters. Hey, why is there a shop selling soul guides here? She came to Shrek City countless times, but she never knew when there was a shop selling soul guides here, which made her particularly interested and walked in. So handsome. Ling Luokan saw the shop owner sitting behind the counter as soon as he entered the door. He was a young shop owner with a perfect appearance that did not seem to be a person in the world. She just sat there quietly, with a pair of white and slender hands on the table, holding an anonymous book in her hands, and her eyes were serious. Shop owner, what soul guides do you have for sale? Guyi raised his head and looked at the ice blue girl with an icy aura in front of him, pointing to the cabinet next to him, where various soul guides he designed were placed. One glance, just one glance, and then he put his eyes back on the book. Ling Luokan was suddenly a little shocked. Was he so unattractive? He didn't look bad. But he still walked towards the place Guyi pointed, intending to see what the soul guides here were like. Ling Luokan looked at the soul guides in the cabinet with strange appearance. She had never seen this style of soul guides before. The soul guides here were only level 4 at the highest, which was not very high. Shopkeeper, what are the effects of these soul guides? Ling Luokan held up one of the small pistols. This was the first time he had seen this thing. Guyi finally put down the book in his hand when he heard his shout, left the counter and walked to her. This is called a soul guide gun, a second level soul guide. If it hits a soul master directly, it has great lethality even for a soul master at the soul master level. If it hits the vital point, it can even kill with one shot. Ling Luoqin looked at the small weapon in his hand, but he didn't expect it to have such a terrifying lethality. And this is only a second-level soul guide. Is it possible? Gu Yi also saw the disbelief in her eyes. As the first customer, it is a privilege given to you. Shoot me. Ling Luoqin was stunned. Who would test the power of a soul guide like this? This seemingly perfect man turned out to be such a crazy person. Don't worry, I'm wearing a defensive soul guide. It's just a bullet. It can't hurt me. Gu Yi taught her how to unlock the safety and stood quietly in front of him. The energy shield appeared around his body. Seeing this, Ling Luoqin didn't hesitate anymore and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The sound of the gun was not loud, but Ling Luoqin could feel that his soul power disappeared at that moment. He could also feel that the bullet he fired contained a powerful force, just as he said, enough to threaten the soul sect. It was even lethal enough for some soul kings. So powerful! Even though Ling Luoqin was very confident, it was not the time to really face the gun. With his current cultivation, he might get hurt if he was not careful. A few minutes later, Ling Luoqin left the store with the pistol he had just used. A handsome shopkeeper. A powerful soul guide. I don't even know when this store existed. Gu Yi had never thought that he would meet someone from Shrek Academy so soon. It was really a special fate. This incident did not cause too many other waves. He continued to read the book. It was written by him. About the anti-demonsome insights of the law, and combined with the magic memory given to him by Alex, this book can be said to be the greatest treasure in the world. Even now, Gu Yi will take it out from time to time to read it again to increase his own insights. Gu Yi's mind moved, and he appeared in Shrek Academy. He didn't need to hide his own breath at all. Even the most powerful moon here couldn't feel his breath. At the same time, he used the mind's eye to make the people of Shrek Academy lose their ability to perceive him. Even if they stood in front of him, they didn't know that there was a person here. The student dormitory that Gu Yi came all the way to. At the same time, he exuded his own breath to the point where Alex could feel it. Appeared outside the door of a dormitory and knocked on the door. Soon someone came out to open the door, but it was not Huo Yuhao, but Wang Dong. Who are you looking for? Gu Yi did not hide his body in front of her, looking at the Poseidon mark hidden in the depths of his soul. I'm looking for Huo Yuhao. Wang Dong turned his head and shouted to the door, Huo Yuhao, someone is looking for you. Wang Dong walked in, and Huo Yuhao ran out quickly. Who are you? Huo Yuhao didn't know the man in front of him. Follow me. Gu Yi just left a word and walked out. Huo Yuhao was confused. Who is this person? He doesn't know him. Brother Tianmeng, what is the background of this man? The Tianmeng ice silkworm in the sea of a spirit said, I can't feel it, he looks like an ordinary person. Huo Yuhao thought it was a prank by someone and planned to go back to the room, but he didn't have the hobby of following strangers casually. Follow him. Huo Yuhao's movements suddenly paused, and Tianmeng ice silkworm in the sea of a spirit spoke directly, who is he? Yuhao is the one I like. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Little bug, this world is much bigger than you think. I can't explain so much now. Hurry up and follow him. Maybe he will bring Yuhao unprecedented opportunities. What's wrong with Huo Yuhao? Who was that person just now? Wang Dong asked. I'll tell you when I come back. Huo Yuhao chose to believe what the grey gas in his mind said. Those who can appear in Shrek Academy are not ordinary people. Brother Tianmeng is also a legendary million-year soul beast. No one in the world can't see through it, but now he can't understand it in front of this man. It can only be said that this man is definitely not simple. He followed Gu Yi all the way to the Sea God Lake. What do you want to do? Huo Yuhao looked at the man facing the Sea God Lake, stood beside him, and asked sideways. You are very lucky. The first million-year soul beast on the continent has come to you on its own initiative. A powerful soul from another world has entered your body. Although the past was not good, the future is bright. Huo Yuhao became alert instantly, but still said incomprehensibly, I don't understand what you are saying. Gu Yi smiled faintly, and the eyes of the mind blossomed, all of them are out. Before Huo Yuhao knew what happened, there were two more figures around him. Brother Tianmeng, can you still come out? Who is he? Chapter 417 Initial Conversation with Huo Yuhao. Shrek Academy. Sea God Lake. Tianmeng Binkan looked at the man in white in front of him warily. He had never seen such a terrifying existence. Even the old man lying at the door of the dormitory was not far inferior to the man in front of him. The background of the million-year soul beast, even if it did not have too strong combat ability, but its mental power was definitely the best in the world. Otherwise, he would not be able to hide his situation. But now he was forcibly pulled out of the sea of a euro spirit, without any ability to resist, just like an adult beating a child, so easy. Long time no see, you are here at Shrek Academy. Ilux said to Guyi. I am bored and want to see this world. Besides, there is such a good seedling. If I don't come and see it, it would be a pity. If Huo Yuhao and God King Tang San can turn against each other and completely oppose each other, it would be a good scene. If I am idle, I will find something to do. You are in the same group. You deliberately tricked us here. What do you want to do? Tianmeng Binkan looked at Electrolux and Guyi in shock. Alex smiled and said, it's just a one-time encounter, we are not a group. Moreover, if he wanted to harm Huo Yuhao, you would have been two corpses in the Stardo Great Forest. Even now, although the old man outside the dormitory is very powerful, he is still not as good as him. I'm afraid he will be no match for him. Electrolux has seen Guyi's methods, so he naturally understands that his power is not as simple as that of an ordinary person. Even if he is at his peak, he is probably not his opponent. Then what do you want to do? What is your plan? Plan? When have you ever seen people plan against ants? You are nothing but ants in my eyes. Guyi flicked his sleeves. He had captured the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm for a while. Even if it had not yet possessed God-level strength, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was just a toy in his hands. Not to mention its current soul form, which was even more vulnerable. May I ask what you, senior, have found? What on earth can a junior do? Huo Yuhao, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Since he was at the mercy of others, he might as well be open and aboveboard. Even if he died, he would die with dignity. Guyi said, I'll teach you how to practice. Ah! Huo Yuhao was stunned. If it was really as the man who lived in his spiritual sea said, the young man in front of him might be a god-level strongman, a strength that only the first generation of the Shrek 7 Devils had. He actually came to him. Huo Yuhao didn't think he had anything special. He had a very poor talent and his martial spirit was not that strong. If it weren't for the coincidence that he got the integration of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, he might not have had the chance to become a real strongman in this life. I didn't understand why the senior master would like him. But my talent is very poor. I'm afraid that anyone picked by Shrek Academy would have better talent than me. Huo Yuhao had to admit that his current strength was not outstanding, and his soul power level had even lowered the average level of the entire class. He was able to become the monitor by relying on his own perseverance and unremitting persistence, and also to inspire the motivation of his classmates to practice. Let's not talk about this anymore. If you want to become stronger as soon as possible, you can come to Shrek City to find me. I'm in a soul guide shop on the easternmost side. Guyi disappeared. He disappeared without a ripple on the spot. Neither Alex nor Tianmeng Ice Silkworm found his trace, and they didn't even catch the fluctuation when he disappeared. Silently. After Guyi left, Huo Yuhao and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm focused their attention on Alex who was standing aside. Can you tell me about your origins now? Tianmeng Binkan asked vigilantly. He could feel the huge pressure from this man, but as the first million-year soul beast born in Douluo continent, he could not lose his dignity. Are you sure you want me to say here that the reason why no one noticed Guyi in our existence just now was that Guyi disturbed everyone's perception through his mental power? Therefore, we disappeared from everyone's sight. Now we can be regarded as swaggering at the edge of the sea god lake, and we are not afraid of being discovered. Then listen to my explanation slowly. Ilux looked at the insect and the man. He had changed his mind about Huo Yuhao during this period. He was indeed a child with potential. Perhaps he was not as talented as those gifted people, but he had a tenacious and strong will that ordinary people could hardly have. This was more than 90% of soul masters. And he was only a 12-year-old child now. It was enough to prove that he had unlimited potential. Huo Yuhao panicked immediately. If he was really discovered, it would be really bad. Brother Tianmeng was a legendary million-year soul beast. If he was really discovered, he would inevitably be coveted. He had to be on guard. Tianmeng I's silkworm also used his mental power to sense the surroundings. There was also a bit of cruelty in his eyes. If he was really seen by others, he could only blame himself for his misfortune. Don't worry, my pole has been paying attention to the surrounding situation. No one has come here yet. Ilux watched their actions, especially this million-year soul beast. Why did it look so immature? If he was given 1,000,000 years, it might not be impossible to surpass the gods. He could also do it as a mortal being on par with gods. Guyi was the first person he had seen who had god-level combat power but had not become a god. It undoubtedly pointed out the way forward for him. The Tianmeng Ice silkworm also drilled into Huo Yuhao Sea of a spirit. It was safer here. Especially in this Shrek Academy, there was a world-class strongman like Moon hidden. As a form, you must be careful and can't be more careful. Ilux also returned to the sea of a spirit. I am not a person in this world, but a remnant soul. I drifted all the way here along the gap in space. I was attracted by the powerful mental power that erupted when you merged with Huo Yuhao Sea of a spirit. I should have lost myself. It was at this time that I met Guyi. I regained consciousness with my own strength, and you know what happened next. Ilux's explanation opened the eyes of Tianmeng I's silkworm and Huo Yuhao. There is another world outside this world. And the people in the other world really exist in front of them. Ilux continued, you should think carefully about what Guyi said just now. It is a blessing for you that a strong man like him is willing to take the initiative to teach you. It is definitely much more reliable than this little bug. During the time he was in Huo Yuhao's body, he also knew the thoughts of Tianmeng I's silkworm. Creating a god. How could a god be so easy to create, not to mention that this little bug had no experience in cultivation. Chapter 418 Pain and Torture. A few days later. Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao watched Wang Dong defeat the student who wanted to snatch his position as class monitor again. He suddenly made up his mind. Ever since Alex told him about Guyi, especially if he wanted to return to the White Tiger Duke's mansion to take revenge as soon as possible, he needed strong strength. Even though he was carrying the Tianmeng Ice silkworm now, it didn't have much impact on his cultivation's help, only by practicing slowly can the effect of Tianmeng Ice silkworm be reflected. If he can get Guyi's teaching, the speed of growth must be as fast as it can be. Huo Yuhao has not yet solved the shadow brought to him by the White Tiger Duke's mansion, especially the death of his mother has spread a layer of dark thoughts in his heart. He wants to kill everyone in the White Tiger Duke's mansion to vent his mother's anger. In the 12 years of staying in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, he has not received any preferential treatment, not even a little bit. And the man that his mother has always missed has never appeared. Everyone is praising him as a great general who resists foreign enemies, how wise and brave he is, and how he is the pillar of the whole country. But in his eyes, he is just a cold-blooded scum who abandons his wife and children. He has never regarded him as a real father, and it is precisely because of this that he changed his name. Dai Yuhao will never appear again. There is only Huo Yuhao with a heart full of hatred. Senior, I'm going to find Senior Gu. A wise move. Although Tianmeng Binkan felt that something was wrong, after all, this man who suddenly appeared was indeed mysterious and powerful, and even his details were not yet known. It was really a bit rash. But he did not refute it. With his current strength, both Guyi and Alex could ravage him at will. Especially Alex's control of mental power was far superior to his, and he was left behind in the spiritual path. Tianmeng Binkan's self-confidence was also hit to pieces, which was the only thing he could be proud of. Huo Yuhao left Shrek Academy and headed towards the place that Guyi mentioned that day. Soon he came to the easternmost part of Shrek City and found the Soul Guide shop, which was not very eye-catching and had only a small door to enter. Senior Gu, please teach me how to practice. Huo Yuhao bowed and said very seriously and piously. He needed a powerful force. Really make up your mind. If you can't stick to it, it's not up to you. Guyi reminded him. Huo Yuhao has the treasure left by Tianmeng Ice silkworm in his body. Although his own strength is not very good, it is still very good to use it to assist in cultivation. The accumulation of millions of years is enough for Huo Yuhao to undergo a qualitative transformation. No matter what the request is, Huo Yuhao will definitely not give up halfway. Guyi smiled. Then let's get started. Guyi threw out 4 flags, which were the gravity flags he used for cultivation. Although he can freely control gravity with his current cultivation, he is a nostalgic person after all. And Huo Yuhao is not always by his side, so this is just right. This thing is called the gravity flag. The range it covers can change with the strength of the input soul power. This time I will only double your gravity. Complete this set of boxing techniques 10 times. This is your task today. Gu Yi threw out a book at the same time. Huo Yuhao caught it easily and saw the 4 words on it, Basic Boxing Technique. He did not dare to be negligent and started to look through it. These moves were very simple and there was nothing difficult. Ilex flew out, naturally wanting to exchange ideas with Gu Yi. You have recovered well during this period. Gu Yi looked at Ilex. With his own spiritual power as a bonus, he can now walk freely between heaven and earth without restrictions. It's all thanks to your strength. After a few pleasantries, the two began to talk about their experience in cultivation, but most of the time it was Gu Yi who explained. Although Gu Yi now only has the power of a god, his cultivation level once surpassed the realm of the God King. Although it was only a short period of time, he also had a deep understanding. Especially the power that Alex possessed was in the aspect of soul and mental power. Gu Yi had won many victories with this power. He had a say. Teacher, I'm ready. Huo Yuhao suddenly stood up, having memorized this set of basic boxing techniques. The movements were not difficult or complicated. It was not difficult for him. Gu Yi was not surprised by this, and he ejected a beam of energy to activate the gravity flag. Snap! Huo Yuhao was directly pressed heavily to the ground, his face was directly pressed against the floor, and his body was constantly struggling. Is 1 times gravity so terrifying? Huo Yuhao also stood up slowly, but his body was constantly shaking, and his face was flushed by gravity. Tianmeng Binkan did not expect that 1 times gravity could actually make Huo Yuhao unable to stand up. Gu Yi said, you don't think this is the same as running around the playground in iron armor? What's the difference between the two? After all, Huo Yuhao didn't know much about this aspect of cultivation. It was already very difficult for him to live in the White Tiger Duke's mansion for 12 years and not die. Of course there was no book for him to read. Of course there is an essential difference. Weight and gravity are 2 different concepts. Weight is just adding weight to some parts of the body. But gravity is completely different. In this gravity field, every cell in your body will be squeezed by gravity, and the exercise is more comprehensive. It is also more difficult. Don't think that it is easy to practice 10 basic boxing techniques in a gravity environment. If you don't have a strong will and enough endurance, you can't do it. After Gu Yi's explanation, Huo Yuhao also started to practice boxing. It was very difficult to move in this gravity field, let alone boxing. And the movements must be standard, which is even more difficult. Huo Yuhao is also a master who refuses to admit defeat. He slowly practiced boxing in the gravity field. Even though his arms, legs, and every part of his body were shaking, he still had no intention of stopping. He felt a sharp pain in his body. The muscles all over his body seemed to be torn apart alive, and the pain kept stimulating his brain. The powerful mental power far beyond that of ordinary people made him feel the pain very clearly. This kid has good endurance and willpower. You have found a good apprentice. Ilux could naturally see that Huo Yuhao's current situation was extremely bad. But if he continues to train like this, he will probably have to stay in bed for a few days. Chapter 419 Reborn. Gu Yi smiled mysteriously. This kind of training is to reach the maximum limit, until the final transcendence of the limit, to complete the reshaping of the body. Basic boxing, although it is called basic, it is also the strongest foundation building boxing that he has been tempered through thousands of times, which is the best help for beginners. Each movement contains the truth of the human body, which can well exercise every corner of the body, and there will be no strong arms and weak body. All-round strengthening. It will be fine. His body contains the pure heaven and earth vitality of Tianmeng Ice silkworm that has been cultivated for many years. This injury will not harm him. Besides, if you want to become a real strong man, if you have not gone through this level of training, how can you forge a steel-like will? You are proficient in the way of the soul, and you should have seen that this kid carries a monstrous hatred. If this hatred is not handled well, it will easily devour him. If his will is not strong enough, how can we guarantee that he will not fall into evil ways? Ilux nodded, this is true. Huo Yuhao was indeed filled with hatred. Besides, he is my disciple. How could I leave hidden injuries on his body? Isn't this slapping myself in the face? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm persuaded Huo Yuhao in the Sea of a Spirit that this level of training was not training at all, but killing. Especially since Huo Yuhao's body was much worse than that of his peers, how could he withstand such high-intensity training? If he continued like this, he would only ruin himself. Huo Yuhao said, "Brother Tianmeng, I can hold on. If I can't even bear this little pain, how can I become a strong man step by step, and when can I avenge my mother?" In the gravity field, Huo Yuhao had already performed boxing 3 times, his sweat soaked the floor under his feet, and his body was shaking constantly. His eyes were full of pain, but his determined gaze could be seen through his pupils. He is a stubborn child. Ilux had seen countless geniuses, and he himself was once a genius. But as a boy who was only 12 years old, Huo Yuhao was able to persist to this point with his own will, which was really a miracle. Now he is persisting with one breath, let's see how far this breath can support him. Gu Yi saw further than Alex. Huo Yuhao was now completely focused on revenge for his mother. Hatred drove him forward. Love can make a person burst out with endless power. Hate can also make people who are on the verge of breaking their own limits. Love and hate are the most extreme emotions, there is no difference. Limit, unprecedented limit. After 5 times, Huo Yuhao's movements almost stopped. The body bent its legs under the heavy pressure. Ah! Huo Yuhao roared for the last time and threw the last punch. The limit of his body was completely broken at this moment. His body could no longer hold on and fell straight falling to the ground. Gu Yi removed the gravity flag in time and let Huo Yuhao lie steadily on the ground. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's body was undergoing very wonderful changes. The pure energy in the cells was unsealed at this moment, nourishing the exhausted body and strengthening it at the same time. However, these are just a drop in the bucket. If you want to be completely cured, as Alex said, it will take at least a few days. Electros also wanted to see Gu Yi's methods. Gu Yi flicked his finger, and a wisp of flame flew out and merged into Huo Yuhao's scarred body. What a wonderful flame, the combination of the 2 forces of destruction and rebirth, it's really wonderful. Although Alex was a little surprised, he didn't feel horrified. After all, he understood the true meaning of undead magic. He was not unfamiliar with this move. The fire of Nirvana plus the heaven and earth vitality of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm are enough to give his body an all-round improvement. Let him catch up with the physical fitness of his peers. In the sea of a Spirit, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm went crazy. Is it fair that fire can be used like this? The power that should be used for destruction is used for healing. It is absolutely terrifying to think about it. If this continues, it won a Euro trademark take as long as I thought for Huo Yuhao to fully absorb my power. And the age of the first soul ring can also increase its power. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm originally planned to let Huo Yuhao practice safely in Shrek Academy until level 20, and then he could take him to the far north to use the second martial soul position he gave him to obtain the second martial soul. Only then would Huo Yuhao truly take off. At that time, he would not only get a 400,000 year soul ring, but also a 400,000 year soul bone. At that time, his physical fitness would naturally be able to leap forward. It would only take a few minutes to catch up with his peers. Gu Yi also moved Huo Yuhao to the bed in the room. Even after his treatment, he would not be able to wake up so quickly. This exercise consumed not only his body, but also his spirit. He needed a good rest. A few hours later, Huo Yuhao woke up. Sitting up, looking at the quilt on his body and the bed under him, his body did not feel uncomfortable at all, but was particularly refreshed, as light as if he could fly. Where was he as weak as before? He was moved. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever cared about him so much, even a quilt was enough to move him. 12 years old is an age when 3 views have not yet been established. Teacher. Huo Yuhao walked out of the room and happened to see Gu Yi holding a carving knife and carving a magic circle on metal. The teacher was actually a soul guide. Awake, how do you feel? Gu Yi put down the carving knife in his hand, but he admired Huo Yuhao very much. Just his perseverance was enough to make people look at him differently. Huo Yuhao moved his hands and feet, and his abundant physical strength and powerful strength made him particularly happy. Great, it feels like a new life. Gu Yi looked at Huo Yuhao's happy look and poured a basin of cold water on him. Don't be too excited. The greater the progress, the worse your foundation is. The previous training only allowed him to barely catch up with his peers. If he wants to become the best among his peers, or even become an existence that his peers can hardly match, he still needs more training. Yes, students must remember the teacher's teachings. Guyi then raised the soul guide array in his hand that had not been carved yet and said, "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." Huo Yuhao replied decisively. "Then I will teach you." Guyi took out a pile of books. These are the most basic books about soul guides. If you want to be an excellent soul guide, it is difficult to become a powerful soul guide without a sufficient knowledge reserve. Huo Yuhao nodded and put the pile of books into the soul guide. Student understands. Chapter 420 New topic. Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao walked on the road, listening to the sound of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in the sea of a spirit. Huo Yuhao, this Guyi is indeed a senior master beyond our imagination. You are really lucky to be able to worship him as a teacher. Perhaps without my God-making plan, you can also become the most powerful person in the entire continent. Tianmeng Binkan really admired Guyi. This unprecedented ability and various controls on the human body were totally beyond his reach. Only such a talent would be qualified to teach him. Teacher is really amazing. Now I feel that my own strength is not much worse than Wang Dong's. This is simply the limit that I could not imagine before. Huo Yuhao is now somewhat blind to his own strength. Although the improvement this time is huge, the small part of the essence of heaven and earth left in his body by the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has been integrated, and the various reshaping of the body by the Nirvana fire has eliminated the hidden injuries in his body. His body is intact like a newborn baby, and even his meridians have been widened. It can also improve his cultivation speed. If described according to the innate soul power, Huo Yuhao is no longer the original level 1, at least level 5. Besides, Huo Yuhao's talent is not bad, but because of malnutrition in childhood, his meridians have atrophied, so his talent is so low. After all, he has a body spirit, and it is an extremely rare spirit like the eyes. Even if the body spirit has not undergone a second awakening, it should not have only the first level of innate spirit power. It can only be said that Huo Yuhao's first 12 years were delayed, otherwise he is still a genius now. Guyi didn't think so much at this moment. His consciousness had sunk into the sea of a spirit. Looking at Bing Xingqing and Xueqing Guyu who were like sleeping beauties, he could clearly feel that their soul power was about to recover, but he still couldn't feel any new signs of awakening. If he couldn't still feel the vitality of their souls, Guyi would go crazy. Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing can be said to have been with him the longest. Since the two women entered his sea of a spirit, they have been with him, especially during the time when he abandoned his skills and rebuilt. They established a very solid relationship. No matter what he did, it was useless. Guyi had planned to wait until the day when their soul power was completely restored. If there was no sign of awakening, then only some extreme measures can be taken. The progress of Douluo continent's integration into the inner world is also constantly improving. It will take at most 10 years to completely integrate into the inner world, and then he can successfully regain the power that surpasses the God King before. That power has even surpassed the Dragon God at his peak. Before that, Guyi still plans to continue to improve his martial arts. Especially the knowledge of Do Qi, which has given him a lot of inspiration. Do Qi is very violent, even more explosive than the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. You must have a very strong body to carry the powerful Do Qi. Guyi is also thinking about this. Only in terms of the explosiveness of Do Qi, even the martial arts he created is not as good as it. It is precisely because of this that there is a new direction for development. It can be said that during this period of time, he was completely attracted by the new knowledge brought by Alex. All kinds of new knowledge made Guyi a little dazzled. Especially some of the forging methods of weapons, which made him call it wonderful. Guyi can be sure that the world where Alex is located is definitely higher than Douluo continent. Especially, a remnant soul like Alex who has not yet become a god can have such powerful strength and such complete memory. Ordinary gods can't do it at all. After a while, I want to go to that world along the way Alex came. It will definitely be much more exciting than Douluo continent. The opponents I encounter will definitely be stronger. Shrek Academy. Where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao, who was full of energy and spirit, and always felt that something was wrong with him, but with her current eyesight, she couldn't see how much change there was in Huo Yuhao. Some things happened, so I went to Shrek City. Huo Yuhao saw that he didn't start practicing as soon as he came back. Today's training has reached the current limit. Although he rested for a few hours in the teacher's shop, his spirit has not been fully restored. Especially now when he thinks back to the previous experience, he still shudders all over. Hey, what's wrong with you? Wang Dong saw that Huo Yuhao didn't answer him and suddenly shuddered, so he asked with concern. Nothing, I just feel that today is too full and I'm a little tired. Although he didn't have to practice, Huo Yuhao didn't forget his teacher's instructions. Since he didn't have enough energy to practice, then he would read books. Moreover, Huo Yuhao also knew that there was a huge gap between him and other students in his academy in terms of knowledge and strength. Now that he had the opportunity to study well, he would naturally seize this opportunity with all his strength. He would never let go. Moreover, he also liked soul guides, so he naturally had no resistance to learning, and his progress was also very fast. Wang Dong also came over to take a look, but soon walked away with disgust. Soul guides, she didn't like them very much and rejected them very much. How can you still have time to read this kind of book? Now your cultivation is the last in the class, even the last in the whole academy. You still don't practice well, do you really want to be expelled from the academy? Wang Dong taught Huo Yuhao with some regret. Huo Yuhao put down the book in his hand and said to Wang Dong seriously, this is not a book, please don't say that in the future. In just one day, Huo Yuhao had some good feelings for Gu Yuxin, and naturally didn't want anyone to hear others talking about his teacher. The next day, once again, he wore iron clothes and ran with weights in the playground to exercise his body. But this time was different. Huo Yuhao's steps were more steady than ever before, and there was no longer the shaky and overwhelmed feeling before. It was even easier than most people. What kind of magic medicine did you take? Your physical fitness has improved so much. Although it is still a little worse than this young master. Wang Dong also felt a little bit of crisis. According to Huo Yuhao's current growth rate, wouldn't he be surpassed by him soon? I can't go on so slowly. Wang Dong thought to himself and quickened his pace. He was also proud. It's a pity that if she keeps using such an old-fashioned training method, she will soon be surpassed by Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Dong and clenched his fists. I've become stronger. I've really become stronger. Chapter 421 Conflict. The training is over. Huo Yuhao also fell to the ground. Even though his own physique had been greatly improved, he was exhausted after running with weights for so long. Wang Dong was lying next to Huo Yuhao, also panting from exhaustion. The situation looked no different from Huo Yuhao's, and even more serious. There is a problem, there must be a problem. Wang Dong couldn't believe that Huo Yuhao's physique could improve so quickly. He was almost catching up with him, and his use of strength was even better than his own. This was definitely not the level that Huo Yuhao could achieve before. Even if he took natural treasures, it would be impossible to get such a big improvement. Born in Haoshan sect, he had eaten countless natural treasures to improve his talent and physique since he was a child. He ate the 1000-year-old whale glue, which was very precious in the outside world, casually. It was just to improve his physique to this level. Even if Huo Yuhao took the 1000-year whale glue, he could not get such a big increase. Under the treatment of the 7-ring healing soul master, everyone's body has recovered a lot. Huo Yuhao also stood up from the ground and jumped lightly, but he could still feel that his body had not recovered to the best state. And this kind of training method made Huo Yuhao feel very uncomfortable now. It was too simple and could not be compared with the gravity flag prepared by the teacher. This weighted running training method was too backward. Huo Yuhao now just wanted to go to the teacher and use the gravity flag to practice. Only in this way can his training speed be improved faster and stronger. The White Tiger Duke's mansion is his biggest goal. Huo Yuhao rushed to the dormitory. Even if he wanted to go to the teacher, he had to change into clean clothes and take a shower before going, so as not to leave a bad impression on the teacher. Wang Dong followed behind Huo Yuhao, wanting to see what tricks he wanted to play. Back in the dormitory, Wang Dong was a little disappointed. He ran so fast just to take a shower and change clothes. I thought he was going to do something. When Huo Yuhao came out of the room, he saw him rushing out of the dormitory. Is there still a chance? Wang Dong looked at his dirty clothes, which were also covered with sweat. Forget it, even if he has a secret, it's his own business. I can't stand it anymore. I'll take a shower first. Girls love cleanliness, so how can they stand being covered in dirt? Huo Yuhao didn't go to Guyi immediately. Life still has to be lived. Even though he entered Shrek Academy through the special recruitment quota of Tang sect, he still needs to spend money on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. These things cost a lot of money. He is almost an orphan, so how can he have any money? The only way to make a living is grilled fish. With his own spiritual eye, martial soul, and so many years of experience in grilling fish, his skills can be called unique. But there was a problem today. A charming senior sister, who was admired wherever she went, was very stingy with money, and even bargained for a 5-cent grilled fish. It surprised him a little. "Boy, you dare not sell it." A golden light came with the voice, and Huo Yuhao could clearly see that the golden light was a gold soul coin, which was surprisingly fast. The gold soul coin was instantly embedded in the grilled fish stall with great force. "Is there anyone?" Huo Yuhao's figure was very fast, and he stepped back a few steps and cleverly avoided the attack of the person who came. The grilled fish in his hand was not damaged at all. Not only that, he grabbed a handful of iron skewers with his other hand and threw them out. Although there was no trick, the power was not small. The reaction and physical speed were improved a lot, and even the mental strength was sublimated. These are the benefits brought by breaking the limit. Huo Yuhao finally felt the difference in his body, and his reaction was too fast just now. "How dare you? Senior, I will teach you a lesson today." Su Sanqi snorted coldly. These iron sticks also made him release his martial soul. "A turtle! What do you want to do?" Huo Yuhao shouted angrily. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack students in public in Shrek Academy. "Is there any law? What are you doing? Who told you not to sell things to Nanan?" 3 soul rings appeared around his body. Su Sanqi was also unambiguous. With his powerful cultivation, he was not comparable to this junior brother. Huo Yuhao didn't dare to delay and summoned his martial soul and soul rings. "Humph, the first soul ring is actually a 10-year soul ring. How did you sneak in?" Su Sanqi didn't expect that this junior brother was just a soul master, and it was a 10-year soul ring, but he could block his previous move and counterattack in an instant. "Su Sanqi, what are you doing?" Su Sanqi stopped and listened to the angry voice behind him. He immediately changed his appearance. "Nanan, I am letting you out. This guy dared not to sell it to you. I will teach him a lesson for you." "Enough, I am not familiar with you. Please call me Zhang Nanan from now on. Besides, it is normal for him not to sell it to me. What does it have to do with you? You are still the same as before. Nothing has changed. Now you want to bully the junior brother." Zhang Nanan glanced at Su Sanqi coldly, and then shouted at Huo Yuhao, "Junior brother, this matter has something to do with me. I apologize to you." "No, it's okay." Huo Yuhao nodded blankly. How did things turn out like this? They were on edge just now, but now they are apologizing. "Junior brother, here you go, give me the grilled fish." Su Sanqi also came over again, threw a gold soul coin to Huo Yuhao, and asked for the grilled fish. No matter what, he wanted Nanan to eat grilled fish. "Sorry, these 2 strings are not for sale." Huo Yuhao was not in a good mood. He was very unhappy with the look of wanting to hit him just now. How could he sell the things to him? Huo Yuhao still had ambition. "What? This gold soul coin can buy your shop. Here I am, I want 2 skewers of grilled fish from you now, don't be shameless." Su Sanqi also has a temper. He has been so humble, what else does he want? A cold light flashed in his eyes. He tried to grab it. Swish! A golden light flashed across, and Huo Yuhao also saw it clearly this time. It was a needle, a long golden needle, and the speed was even faster than before. It was terrifying. This is a needle, not an object like a gold soul coin. "Ah!" Su Sanqi, who was originally very proud and confident, screamed and immediately clenched his right hand with a painful expression. "Humph, dare to bully Xiao Yuhao, do you really think that there is no one in my Tang sect?" A delicate shout came from behind, and Huo Yuhao turned around and said with some surprise, "Teacher Xiaoa, senior brother Baibei." Chapter 422 The Frustration of Failure. "Tang Yue, don't think that I dare not touch you because I have Baibei." Su Sanqi was also angered by the pain. The dragon beard needle is specially used to break the external qi. Once it enters the human body, it will immediately roll up from a needle into a ball. If there is no special method to take out the dragon beard needle, the only way is to remove all the blood and flesh nearby, so that it can be saved. "Su Sanqi, you are right to bully my junior brother. Yu Bei also came over with a faint smile on her face, as if nothing in the world could move him. Su Sanqi was stunned for a moment, pointed at Huo Yuhao and said, "He is your junior brother." Yu Bei nodded faintly. Huo Yuhao didn't want to continue to entangle with Su Sanqi. He had already wasted some time because of the grilled fish, and now it was too late. It would be bad if the teacher was unhappy. "Teacher Xiaoa, senior brother Bei, let's forget about this matter. Anyway, I didn't get hurt. I just want to get rid of this matter as soon as possible." Hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Yu Bei nodded, "Okay, after all, Yuhao, you are the person involved. Since you don't plan to pursue it, forget it. Otherwise, I will definitely compete with Su Sanqi on the fighting spirit stage today." Huo Yuhao did not waste time, handed the grilled fish in his hand to teacher Xiaoa, and then ran out of the academy. For him, today's training has just begun. "Here, try this thing to see if it works." Guyi threw the carved bracelet in his hand to Huo Yuhao. This time, Huo Yuhao didn't even see what the bracelet looked like, and there were 2 black bracelets on his wrist. Huo Yuhao asked in confusion, "Teacher, what is this? After all, you are studying in Shrek Academy now, and you don't spend too much time here. The effect of this thing is not much different from that of the gravity flag, and both can exert gravity on yourself. You only need to input soul power to use it, so that even if you don't practice with me, you can achieve better results." Huo Yuhao stroked the bracelet on his wrist. He didn't expect the teacher to consider this step. He also felt that it would be a waste of time to train in the academy and then train again here. The weighted running in Shrek Academy is a waste of time for him now. With a better training method, he can use it naturally. "Thank you, teacher," Huo Yuhao said excitedly. "You don't need to train when you come to me in the future. In addition to mastering the soul guide, you need to learn more knowledge. The difference between humans and soul beasts does not lie in the strength or size of their bodies. It is one with wisdom and the other without wisdom. You must remember one thing, no matter how much cultivation you have in the future, don't be controlled by power, but be the one who controls power." Huo Yuhao nodded heavily, although he didn't quite understand some of the words. After all, in his eyes, power is power, how can it control people? These need to be tested step by step in his future life. "Okay, read the book you gave you yesterday. I have read half of the first book. I didn't expect there is so much knowledge about soul guides." Guyi threw a carving knife and a piece of metal to Huo Yuhao. "Then give it a try. With the spirit eye martial soul, it is not good for you to follow the routine operation. Practice and theory start at the same time." Huo Yuhao looked at the carving knife and metal in his hand blankly. How could this be possible? He just read a book? No, it should be said that he had not finished reading a book. How could he draw a soul guide array? It's not that he didn't dare, but he was worried about destroying the teacher's metal. It is easy to explode if the soul guide array fails to be carved. Even the lowest level soul guide array will leave a mark if it fails to be carved on the metal, and it can no longer be drawn. However, seeing Guyi's firm eyes, Huo Yuhao also started to move. Trying hard to recall the soul guide array he wrote down yesterday. Strong mental power. Is this? The advantage is that Huo Yuhao's memory is far superior to that of ordinary people. It's a pity that Huo Yuhao is now like a person whose head can do something but his hands can't. After a while, he put down the carving knife in his hand, and the pattern on it was messed up. The first attempt to carve the soul guide array failed. Guyi didn't care. If Huo Yuhao could succeed in one try, there would be something wrong. Before he could speak, the traces on the piece of metal that he failed to carve slowly disappeared until they disappeared completely. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes wide and looked carefully at the metal he had placed on the table, with an incredible look in his eyes. How is it possible? Just now he had clearly carved a deep mark on it, it was impossible that there was no mark. At the same time, Tianmeng's silkworm and Electrolux, who were in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, also saw this magical scene. Huo Yuhao was just as confused as Tianmeng's silkworm. Even if it had lived for 1,000,000 years, the strongest person he had ever seen did not have this ability. Even at that moment just now, he did not find any power fluctuations. Electrolux was different, but he also showed a horrified expression. Time. This metal was actually attached with time, and once there was a problem, it would automatically return to its original state. And he could be sure that Guyi had never made a move just now. That is to say, the power of time was attached to this stone alone. This magical method completely exceeded his imagination. Don't be nervous. This piece of metal can return to its original state even if it is destroyed many times. So experiment boldly and don't worry about wasting my metal. Huo Yuhao scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He didn't expect that the teacher could see his thoughts. However, this magical technology also made Huo Yuhao put down his worries. Since the teacher said that this piece of metal would not be damaged, what else is there to worry about? Just be reckless. Failure, continuous failure. Huo Yuhao has never succeeded once. He also consumed more than half of his energy. Teacher, I failed. Huo Yuhao raised his head in frustration and put down the carving knife in his hand, feeling that he had failed the teacher's trust. Guyi smiled, I knew it a long time ago. If you really succeed, it will be incredible. However, your talent in soul guides is indeed unique. Even without anyone teaching you, you can outline half of the soul guide array. The spirit eye martial soul certainly accounts for part of the reason, but his own talent is the most important. Huo Yuhao was born to do this. Ah, that's it. Guyi stretched out his index finger and tapped Huo Yuhao's forehead. I've taught you a set of sword techniques. Use this sword technique when you draw the soul guide array until you can completely draw the third level soul guide array. Chapter 423 The Pistol Incident. Huo Yuhao, the soul guide array is not a fixed pattern that never changes. It is just a form of power expression. Excessive pursuit of absolute perfection will only make you fall into the mortal world. Only after thousands of trials and tribulations can one achieve great things. Even if you are gifted, you still need to work hard, otherwise you will only be forgotten by the crowd. Huo Yuhao listened carefully. This knowledge was something he had never been able to access before. Now that the teacher was willing to teach him unconditionally, how could he not be serious and hard-working? The student has taken note. Huo Yuhao nodded heavily. With a lot of knowledge, Huo Yuhao left here and returned to Shrek Academy. At the same time, he also took away the magical metal that could automatically recover. This was an important prop for him to practice soul guides and he absolutely could not afford to lose it. Huo Yuhao did not return to the dormitory immediately, but came to the Sea God Lake. Today's training in class did not reach his limit at all. It was just scratching the surface and he was still not satisfied. Since he had to come to the Sea God Lake to train well, he could also get familiar with the gravity ring given by the teacher. This was the top priority of his next training, and there could be no omissions. Input soul power. Instantly, Huo Yuhao felt a gravity pressing on him, and he could not get rid of it at all. However, the gravity was not as strong as before, obviously the input soul power was too little. Come again. Huo Yuhao strengthened the soul power delivery step by step, and stopped when the gravity was not much different from that day. Okay, let's start practicing boxing now. Huo Yuhao no longer felt the heaviness before, and his body became much lighter than before, so there was no problem with boxing. If someone were here, they would be able to see that a young man was standing by the Sea God Lake, his body was constantly moving, his boxing was powerful, and his footsteps were very methodical. However, this level of exercise made the young man sweat profusely, and his clothes were already very wet. Huo Yuhao was panting heavily. The suppression of gravity made it very difficult for him after all. Even if his physique had been improved a lot, it was still not enough. Guyi is really a genius. Ilux was not comparable to the ignorant Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Their strength was not at the same level at all. It was natural to see that the preciousness of this set of boxing was that it could mobilize every muscle in the body. The body cultivated according to this method was comparable to that of a monster. It was a pity that there was no energy method attached, which puzzled Electrolux. After all, even if one continued to practice according to this method, one could certainly create a very powerful body, but without energy, it would still be rootless and lack something. Maybe there was something else. Half an hour later, Huo Yuhao threw his last punch. He stopped the gravity ring and fell straight onto the grass. His muscles ached extremely, and his clothes were already wet as if they had been washed. His entire head was wet. All of them became wet, and the hair had long been stuck to his forehead. Even though he was so embarrassed, Huo Yuhao still laughed. Ha ha ha. Finally, he completed the teacher's request and completed 10 basic boxing exercises under 1 gravity without any discount. Finally, he did not disappoint the teacher. Dragging his body that had reached the limit, Huo Yuhao walked towards the dormitory. A mysterious force in his body began to take effect, nourishing his body that was on the verge of limit, and waves of power merged into his body at this moment. These powers belonged to the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Perhaps it was because of the last breakthrough of the limit that even the seal of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm could not stop it. As long as he could cultivate to the limit, these pure heaven and earth energy would come out to nourish his body. This was a unique opportunity for Huo Yuhao, and only the power of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm could be absorbed so easily by him. After all, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was not a million-year-old soul beast cultivated by itself, but digested energy by devouring natural materials and earth treasures and sleeping. Being able to become a million-year soul beast is just a coincidence, and he does not have the ability to master such a powerful force. Otherwise, let alone a 100,000-year soul beast, even De Tian may not be able to gain any benefit in front of him. It is precisely because of this that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's body contains too much easily digestible energy, and it is understandable that it is targeted. After all, who would let go of a walking treasure of huge energy? As long as he slowly absorbs the energy in his body, he can continue to become stronger. Now all of these are cheap to Huo Yuhao. Especially after being reshaped by Gu Yi, the 7 more in these worlds only need one factor to be triggered. This time Huo Yuhao's growth rate is much faster than before. It will shock everyone. €. Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. This thing is really small, but the power is so great, and the lethality is extraordinary. Xian Liner looked at the pistol in her hand and couldn't help but sigh. She didn't expect that there is such a clever design in the world. Compared to their bulky soul guides, this one can be regarded as something that everyone can possess and use. There is no need to deliberately practice soul guides, and even no experience in using soul guides is needed to perfectly hit the enemy. This pistol is a natural killing weapon. Ling Luokan, did you buy this gun in Shrek City? Well, there are more strange soul guides in that store. Xian Liner fell into deep thought, not understanding when Shrek City had such a soul guide with strange ideas. It's really strange. This soul guide will be of great use to the academy. You can make any requests. Ling Luokan was a little flattered. You have to know that the woman in front of him is the dean of the soul guide department of Shrek Academy. Not only that, her own cultivation has reached the level of Super Douluo, and her soul power is as high as level 97. She is the mainstay of Shrek Academy. The student voluntarily gave this soul guide to the academy. Ling Luokan said sincerely. After all, even if she had this soul guide, it would be useless. She just bought it for fun because it had a strange shape and good power. I didn't expect the academy to attach so much importance to it. It was given, and it didn't cost much gold soul coins. Xian Liner nodded, but she was not the kind of person who took advantage of students. I'll take care of your 6th soul ring. You can come to me when the time comes. Thank you, Dean. Xian Liner waved her hand. Ling Luokan understood and left the room with excitement on his face. This can be regarded as the biggest gain. The promise of Super Douluo is very precious. After Ling Luokan left, Xian Liner began to study the soul guide in her hand. Such a strange soul guide naturally wanted to study it. Chapter 424 Xian Liner arrives. Bang! Xian Liner removed the soul power blocking her body and looked at the pistol that had become a pile of scrap metal with interest. She didn't expect that the person who made this soul guide had such a high skill. She was already careful enough, but still couldn't avoid the defense mechanism set up by the other party. As soon as her soul power explored in, the other party's backhand left behind directly detonated the soul guide. He is really a soul guide with extraordinary strength. Gu Yi has already felt the movement of Shrek Academy. The pistol that was sold was invaded and now it is destroyed. If you dare to touch anything, you will suffer. Although Gu Yi lived in a different era, there was no way to forge soul guides in the Douluo continent 10,000 years ago. But he had already taken a high-level view and left the scope of soul guides. Especially when he created Escape 1, his mastery of soul guides reached a superb level. Not to mention Shrek Academy, which did not attach importance to soul guides at all, even in the Sun and Moon Empire, no one could crack the backhand he left behind. Gu Yi was so confident. It was like no one could crack the power of the super artifact, and no one could break through his defense. It seems that such a leisurely life will never come back. The soul guide is destroyed, and it won't be long before someone found this place. But Gu Yi didn't care. It would be easy to destroy the Shrek Academy now. If you don't become a god, you will end up being an ant. Especially if you are still a soul master, it is impossible for a mortal to be on par with a god. It was very difficult for him to do it at the beginning. What are you doing? Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao curiously as he carved patterns on a piece of metal bit by bit. He had never touched a soul guide before, and even rejected it very much. After all, it was its appearance that led to the gradual demise of Tang sect's hidden weapons. It also caused the once powerful Tang sect to step down from the peak and gradually disappear from the world, leaving no trace. Even the Tang sect's main house was occupied by others, and the new generation of Tang sect's master was even weaker and did not master a more terrible power. I'm making a soul guide. Just talking to Wang Dong, Huo Yuhao's carving knife deviated slightly and failed to hook directly. Soul guidance device? You can do this. Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao in disbelief, but he still looked a little disgusted with the metal in his hand. I just started learning, and I can't even be considered a soul guide. The traces on the metal disappeared, and Huo Yuhao threw himself into it again. Huo Yuhao definitely has a secret. Wang Dong has figured it out now. From the time he entered school to now, Huo Yuhao has never shown such ability. And his technique just now was indeed very unfamiliar, and it was obvious that he had just started training. Who is teaching him behind him? Could it be the person who helped Huo Yuhao improve his strength so much? Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao absent-mindedly, but soon lost interest. She believed that she could defeat the soul master holding the soul guide device with her own strength. No matter how far the soul guide device develops, it will eventually return to its origin. Soul masters are the source of all power. Until late at night, Huo Yuhao stopped the carving knife in his hand. He had a hunch that it would not be long before he could draw the first soul guide array. The swordsmanship that the teacher taught is really useful. Guyi is constantly studying fighting spirit and magic, and at the same time, some of these alien forging concepts have been integrated into the soul guide. After that battle with the gods, Dun Yi's scabbard was once again overwhelmed and disappeared in the starry sky. A self-sacrificing sword must have a scabbard to accumulate power in advance, otherwise the power will be greatly reduced. And if a sword has no scabbard, it can only hurt others and itself. When the edge is exposed, it will gradually dim and lose its former brilliance. The role of the scabbard is not only to hide the edge, but more importantly, it nourishes the blade, making it stronger and more terrifying. At the same time, he is also improving the basic boxing. He once thought that he had covered all his muscles with this set of basic boxing, and he thought it was perfect, but after all, it still lacked a little guidance on the general trend of heaven and earth. This time, with the inheritance of fighting spirit and magic, he can completely take the basic boxing a step further. Not only can he improve his own body through exercise, but he can also absorb the power of heaven and earth to temper his body. Only in this way can it be regarded as a perfect basic boxing method, which is enough to serve as the face of martial arts. However, even with such a high-level view, Guyi still had a hard time on this road. After all, it is obviously difficult to mobilize the power of heaven and earth with some boxing movements. But if it is not difficult, then what is the need to develop it? Adhering to the rigor of practicing the method, Guyi began to train his fighting spirit. The method of martial arts is inclusive and will not be restricted to one move or one style. Moreover, with his current realm, even if he practices thousands of ways, it will not have any impact on his foundation. In just one day, Guyi has entered a realm that ordinary people may only be able to achieve in a few years. Feeling the violent power in his body, Guyi did have to admit that this power has gone through the martial arts he created in terms of attack power. But the damage to the body is also unimaginable. If you don't trademark T have a strong enough body, it is hard to withstand such a terrifying force. Hurting others first hurts yourself, which is the way of practice. Before he could practice Do Chi carefully, an uninvited guest came to his shop. Xian Liner stepped into the shop and immediately noticed Guyi standing behind the counter. No cultivation. Xian Liner was shocked and looked carefully for a few more times. She did not feel any energy fluctuations on Guyi's body. He was just an ordinary person. How could this be possible? How could an ordinary person forge such a powerful soul guide? How could he open a shop in Shrek City? This was totally unreasonable. However, Xian Liner was a skilled and daring person after all. Even if she really encountered some old monster today, she could still fight for a while with her own 97-level soul power. This was within the affiliated area of a Euro Shrek Academy. Even if the opponent was a 99-level peak Douluo, it was impossible for him to get out alive. Especially since the teacher was still in Shrek Academy, the real number one in the world, no one could surpass him. This was the confidence of their Shrek Academy and her confidence. Are you the boss of this shop? Xian Liner walked up and asked. Gu Yi smiled and said, I'm standing here, could it be fake? After observing again and again, there was still no breath. Can you show me the souls you sell here, guidance device? Chapter 425 Moon's Terror. The famous Dean of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, a level 97 Super Douluo, actually came back to my small shop to buy a soul guidance device. I am really flattered. Gu Yi directly pointed out Xian Liner's identity, without hiding anything at all. She lived here just for convenience, not really in seclusion. If someone fell into his hands, he would naturally not be polite. The reason why Xian Liner could not see through his aura and thought he was just an ordinary person was mainly because her level was too low. How can an ant know how tall a person is? How can a frog in a well see the vastness of the sky? The vision is too low. Who are you and what are your plans for coming to Shrek City? Xian Liner immediately became alert. Although she was famous, she was definitely not someone that an ordinary person could recognize. She couldn't see his aura at all, which only meant that he was definitely not an ordinary person, and his strength was even higher than hers. As long as Gu Yi had any of these, she would immediately burst out with soul power, attracting the entire Shrek Academy. As you can see, it's natural to buy soul guides here. No matter who comes, I welcome them. Xian Liner looked at Gu Yi and Xi's smiles, but she didn't feel relaxed at all, and even felt a little chilly. Such a person is definitely not simple. Boss, can you sell the design of the pistol? I can take out the design of the same soul guide in exchange. Xian Liner no longer planned to continue to entangle with him. After buying the soul guide, she planned to leave, and leave the rest to the teacher. No matter what Gu Yi's identity was, he could never be more powerful than the teacher. The teacher was the well-deserved first person. No, our store only sells soul guides. Gu Yi refused directly. What's more, Xian Liner actually wanted to exchange his soul guide blueprint with the soul guide blueprint of the same level. Are the two of them of the same level? A handgun, a lethal weapon, has already exceeded the level limit. And it is light and simple to use, and anyone with soul power can use it. A completely epic-making work. Xian Liner listened to Gu Yi's firm tone and understood that he would not sell the design blueprint of the handgun, so she stopped forcing him. She bought every type of soul guide and left the store after paying, but she looked back deeply after leaving the store. She will come here again. Back at Shrek Academy, Xian Liner couldn't wait to test the soul guides she had just bought. The power of each soul guide was different, and the strongest soul guide could even hurt a soul saint. All it took was a bullet. It was so terrifying. Xian Liner immediately went to her teacher. Teacher, take a look at these soul guides. Xian Liner handed these soul guides to Moon respectfully, waiting for the teacher to return. Moon was a little surprised. He didn't expect his apprentice to come to him with a bunch of soul guides. After all, he was good at the cultivation of martial souls, and he didn't have as deep research on soul guides as his apprentice. But after he tested the power, Moon was shocked. This power is too terrifying, and it is also very light. Even he, who has little experience with soul guides, can easily control it. Although it does not have the ability to kill a group, once the number increases, the speed of release is fast, and it can be a weapon that can defeat 10 on the battlefield. Liner, is this your latest research? Although I also want these things to be researched by me, it's a pity that they are not. This is the reason why I came to see the teacher this time. Moon listened carefully to Xian Liner's explanation and asked seriously, even you can't see through the opponent's strength? Yes, he is standing in front of me but I can't feel his spirit master's aura, but he gives me the feeling that he is not an ordinary person. And he is definitely not a simple person to be able to research such a terrifying spirit guide. Moon already knew what Xian Liner meant. You want me to go and see? Xian Liner nodded. This is exactly why she came to find the teacher. If such a person of unknown origin possesses such a terrifying spirit guide, if he surrenders to the Sun Moon Empire, it will be a great help to them and a huge threat to the entire continent. I have studied these spirit guides once, and they are very difficult to break through. There is no way to crack them. For the safety of the entire continent, please go out and take a look. Xian Liner bowed her head. Moon smiled, then I will stretch my old bones and get less sun exposure. Gu Yi also felt that the old man with great power was coming towards him. He would ask for help. Moon, unless there is no god position in the world for him to inherit, he can become a member of the God realm with his talent. He doesn't have to be as old as he is now, with countless hidden injuries on his body. After all, he will not live long. Moon stepped into the shop. When he saw Gu Yi just now, his steps suddenly stopped and he bowed slightly. Just a glance at each other, Moon had no intention of going inside. Step by step, he retreated until he could no longer see Gu Yi, then he turned and left. The fear in his eyes could not dissipate for a long time. There is no doubt that it was a being with endless power, which was definitely not comparable to him. Such a person could not be offended by Shrek Academy, and this time the etiquette was not complete. How could he approach the high and mighty god? Gu Yi did not expect that Moon could actually peek into his aura. He was really a person with outstanding talent. But it was good this way, it could save some trouble. When Moon returned to Shrek Academy, he immediately found Xian Liner. Stop researching this batch of soul guides, don't touch the backhand left by the other party, you can use it but you can never study it. Xian Liner looked at the teacher with a bit of fear in his eyes. She had never seen such a teacher before. Even at an old age, the teacher is still that majestic dragon. But now he is both worried and happy. Teacher, is it because of that person? The only thing Xian Liner could think of was the mysterious man in the shop. The teacher became like this because he went to that place. Moon did not answer directly, but said, don't provoke him. You can have normal exchanges and transactions, but you must never offend him. After saying this, Moon also walked back to the wooden chair where he was lying before with heavy steps, thinking carefully about what to do next. God, who doesn't want to be a god? But he still lacked the last half step, but this half step trapped him for a whole life. Chapter 426 Gift. 7 days later. Huo Yuhao looked at the perfect first-level soul guide array in his hand, and finally showed a long-lost smile on his face. It took so long to finally carve out the first-level soul guide array completely for the first time. Although he is not yet a first-level soul guide, completing this step has already overcome the biggest difficulty of becoming a first-level soul guide. The next step is some finishing work, which is not difficult. However, Huo Yuhao did not continue, but waited for the soul guide array on the metal to disappear, and then replaced it with a new first-level soul guide array. This time he was able to succeed by chance, and he needed more practice to stabilize this realm. Moreover, soul guide arrays are different. Mastering one soul guide array does not mean that you can draw other soul guide arrays. In the 7 days, his cultivation level did not fall behind, and the growth rate was even faster than before. Now he has reached level 17. You should know that he has not taken any pills yet, relying entirely on exercise and hard practice. Now he has a soul-raising pill in his hand, which can be upgraded to level 18 once he takes it. This soul-raising pill was the hush money given by a crazy inner courtyard student covered in flames when he met him by the sea god lake. However, it was precisely because of this incident that he had a slight grudge against Shrek Academy. If it weren't for Brother Tianmeng in the sea of a Euro spirit, who used the ultimate ice to contain it, he would have really died. The Academy only gave him a soul-raising pill today, treating human life as worthless. Teacher, I can now completely depict a first-level soul guide array. Huo Yuhao is only 12 years old, and he still has a bit of a child's mentality. He wants to be praised by his parents for his achievements. Gu Yi didn't do any frustration education. What Huo Yuhao needs now is encouragement. He has suffered enough discrimination since he was a child. Now, if he wants to resolve the hatred in his heart, he needs light. Instead of blindly suppressing him. Gu Yi naturally didn't want to affect Huo Yuhao's thoughts, but didn't want him to be blinded by hatred. He should take revenge, but he couldn't be affected by hatred. Well done. Your martial soul is the spirit eye, which naturally possesses spiritual attributes. I will teach you a method of forging spiritual power, which can speed up your spiritual power improvement. Gu Yi touched Huo Yuhao's brow and taught him the soul tempering technique that he had taught Wang Yanran. Both of them have eye martial souls, but they are on completely different paths. Huo Yuhao also closed his eyes to absorb the sudden information in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of shock. This method of training spiritual power is too outrageous. The Tang sect training method he had obtained before, the Purple Demon Eye, is completely incomparable to this training method. It can be said that they are not at the same level at all. Thank you, teacher. Huo Yuhao was very moved. This unconditional teaching made him feel that a ray of dawn shone into his dark life and nourished his soul. Gu Yi nodded indifferently, practicing well is the greatest reward for me. Huo Yuhao did not think so. He had already made a decision in his heart. He gave the first soul guide he had forged to his teacher to express his gratitude. This was one of the few gifts he could think of. After Huo Yuhao left, Gu Yi continued to study fighting spirit and magic. When these two abilities reached their peak, they would definitely have strength far beyond that of a soul master. There was no limit to this path. It seemed that he could continue to practice until he entered another realm. It's like a soul master stepping into the 100th level to become a god. But fighting spirit and magic can have the power of a soul master to become a god even if they haven't become gods. Gu Yi's current fighting spirit cultivation is enough to rival a soul saint, and he can still defeat a soul saint, but he is weaker than a soul Douluo. If he is allowed to practice for a few more days, he can even make his own strength comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Magic is even more incredible. With his super strong mental power and soul, plus his original understanding of various laws, a titled Douluo below level 95 will definitely not be his opponent. This is just his magic cultivation. And he has only practiced for a few days, and he doesn't need to practice hard to quickly reach a very high level. If Huo Yuhao knew that the strength of the titled Douluo level of his dream was possessed by Gu Yi in just a few days, I guess he wouldn't believe it. Huo Yuhao left Gu Yi and was thinking about what kind of soul guide he should forge to give to his teacher. The first gift must not be sloppy. But he really didn't know what the teacher was missing, which made him rack his brains. It was really difficult. Young people just want to give their best to their teachers. Wang Dong, what do you think is the best gift for others? Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao in surprise. He wanted to give someone something. It depends on who you are giving it to, an elder or a peer. Huo Yuhao said hurriedly, Elder, you also know that I am practicing soul guides. I have made some achievements recently. I want to forge a real first-level soul guide, but I don't know what kind of soul guide I should forge. Wang Dong thought to himself, as expected. Huo Yuhao must have a teacher outside to teach him, otherwise he wouldn't run outside all the time and not be seen all day long. Is this elder important? Huo Yuhao said without hesitation, very important. That's easy. Since he is your elder, he will naturally have everything. He will know everything you know, and he will be even better than you. Even if the soul guide you forge is special, it is just a matter of hand. You might as well try your best to forge the best soul guide you can forge now. The most important thing is the intention, not the thing. Wang Dong's words were like drinking a glass of ice water in the dog days of summer. He felt comfortable and understood it instantly. That's right, no matter what he did, it didn't matter in the eyes of the teacher. All he could do was to give his all and forge the best soul guide with the knowledge and swordsmanship he taught. Thank you, Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao ran outside excitedly. Although he didn't have much money now, this soul guide was a gift he planned to give to his teacher, so he had to use all his own things. Grilling fish still made him a lot of money. It was still okay to buy some metal, and the things he was going to make didn't cost much metal. Gu Yi didn't know that Huo Yuhao was busy preparing a gift for him at this time. Now was an important moment in the research. Chapter 427 Master and Disciple. Huo Yuhao basically spent all the silver money on him, but he did not regret this choice. The teacher helped him with so many things, taught him so much knowledge and made his strength unprecedentedly improved. In addition to hard work, he could report back to the teacher to repay the teacher's painstaking teaching. He could only do these little things. Huo Yuhao, are you not living? Wang Dong watched Huo Yuanhao take out a large amount of metal from the soul guide, and naturally knew what he wanted to do, but just buying these metals was enough to consume all the money Huo Yuhao earned during this period. He could only live frugally for a period of time. It seemed that this teacher was really good to him. This is the first gift I gave to the teacher, so I naturally have to do my best. Huo Yuhao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If he could even give more, but he only had these things now. Huo Yuhao bought 3 sets of materials just to prevent any unexpected situation from causing the forging to fail. Although he did not use the piece of metal with magical power that Gu Yi gave him this time, Huo Yuhao was very confident that he would succeed this time. The carving knife kept swinging in his hand, and he quickly improved his knife skills with the knife skills taught by Gu Yi. A few days later, inside Gu Yi's shop, Huo Yuhao looked at the long knife in his hand. This soul guide device took all his efforts to complete. There was no surprising effect. The user could make the knife extra sharp after injecting soul power. There was only such a small effect. Huo Yuhao was very happy. This was the first soul guide device he forged after becoming a soul guide. I hope the teacher likes it. Huo Yuhao walked out of the house and looked at Guyi, who was still sitting behind the counter. He walked over shyly and held the long knife in his hand horizontally in front of Guyi. Teacher, this is the first soul guide I have ever forged. Please accept it. Guyi looked at the long sword in front of him. The array was well carved, and the materials were cleverly matched. For a rookie like him who had just become a soul guide to be able to achieve this step was extremely amazing. Guyi looked into Huo Yuhao's eyes. Expectation, determination, and trust. He chose to accept the knife. The feeling of being a teacher made him feel warm. This feeling can only be experienced by a teacher. Okay, the teacher will take it. Guyi hung the knife in the empty space behind him in front of Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's eyes were filled with joy. The old teacher accepted it. Although he could only give the teacher a lowest level soul guide now, he could see joy in the teacher's eyes. It has been decided that after this, no matter what level he grows to in the future, he will give the first soul guide refined at each level to the teacher. When you break through level 20, come to me. I will help you solve the problem of the second martial soul, so you don't have to go to the far north anymore. Guyi naturally knew what Tianmeng Binkan was thinking, but Bingdi was already with him. Even if it was not the Ice Emperor of this world, he didn't want the Ice Emperor of this world to become someone else's spirit ring. After all, except for the slight difference in the soul, the two can basically be regarded as the same person. Yes, teacher. Tianmeng Binkan also heard Guyi's words in the sea of a euro spirit, and immediately couldn't help it. Senior, I have already thought about Huo Yuhao's second martial soul, so I don't need your help. Guyi knew exactly what Tianmeng Binkan was thinking. I know that Meng Qi wants to make Bingdi, one of the three kings of the far north, Yuhao's second martial soul. Tianmeng Binkan was shocked. Even though he was only a soul body now, with extreme coldness, he still felt cold all over his body and his body trembled involuntarily. Even Huo Yuhao still doesn't know about this matter. It can be said that he is the only one in the world who knows about this matter. But now Guyi knows it, and he knows it so clearly. He was very shocked. Could it be that Guyi could also spy on other people's thoughts? I can do what you want. Yuhao's matter doesn't need to be so troublesome. I have a better way to teach him so that he can get more powerful power. Tianwen Binkan was completely stunned. Really, Guyi can really hear other people's thoughts. This is too terrifying. Is he still a human? Teacher, what are you talking about now? Why can't I understand a word? What are the three kings of the far north, and who is the Ice Emperor? Huo Yuhao had a lot of questions in his mind. Even though he had been desperately supplementing the knowledge of various soul masters during this period, his understanding of this world was still too shallow. Go back and read the books. The books I gave you all have records of these things. Also, the most taboo thing for cultivators is to let their emotions get out of control. Don't be controlled by power, and don't become a slave to emotions. Guyi said and threw another ring to Huo Yuhao. You have been my disciple for so long, and I haven't given you any decent gifts. Take this. Go back and read it. Originally, he wanted to refuse, but seeing the teacher's irresistible look, he accepted it. After Huo Yuhao left, Guyi turned around and looked at the long knife on the wall. He couldn't help but smile. I don't know if he was alone for too long, and the slightest emotional fluctuation made him feel sad. But this at least proves that Huo Yuhao is a person who respects teachers. There is no problem with this. Huo Yuhao was excited. This moment was the happiest day since he left the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Playing with the ring in his hand, Huo Yuhao was really looking forward to what was inside it. However, he still listened to the teacher's words and opened it after returning to the dormitory. It's so big. Huo Yuhao felt the space of this ring, which was much larger than the soul guide he was wearing now. This space soul guide alone was worth a fortune. Then he saw a bag of gold soul coins, which was enough for him to have no worries about food and clothing in the past few years in Shrek Academy, and he could practice without any worries about life. Teacher. Huo Yuhao's eyes were red, and he continued to look at other things. A pile of books, a pile of bottles and jars. Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao with red eyes and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is it that your teacher doesn't like the soul guide you sent?" "I'm fine," the teacher accepted it. Chapter 428 Promise. The days are still going on, and Guyi and his master and apprentice are still constantly developing towards a better self. With Guyi's joining this time, Huo Yuhao made more progress. His parking space has been upgraded to level 20, and there are still 3 days before the freshman assessment. During this period, his physical fitness has completely caught up, and even surpassed Wang Dong, the combat soul master. This made Wang Dong exclaim that it was impossible. This growth rate was completely contrary to the cultivation rules of soul masters. If he had not lived with Huo Yuhao during this period, he could feel that the aura in his body had not weakened at all, and he had not developed towards the path of an evil soul master. Otherwise, he would really think that he had already stepped into the evil path. The only thing that made Wang Dong feel fortunately, Huo Yuhao is not a combat soul master. Even if his body is stronger than his own, he is still inferior in combat without the bonus of soul skills. Huo Yuhao, do you really want to listen to your teacher and let him help you solve the problem of the second martial soul? Even if he prepares other ice-attributed soul beasts for you, it is absolutely impossible to surpass the Ice Emperor, one of the 3 kings of the far north. Unless he can help you find the Snow Emperor, the only second martial soul in the world that is most suitable for you is the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Huo Yuhao shook his head gently. I believe what the teacher said, and he will never harm me. Huo Yuhao believes in Guyi very much. Since the teacher said that he would solve the problem of the second martial soul, he would definitely help him get the best. Although he now knows what kind of existence the Ice Emperor, one of the 3 kings of the far north, that the teacher and brother Tianmeng once talked about, has not changed at all. In his heart, the teacher ranks first, followed by brother Tianmeng. Big Bug, don't be so smart. Although I haven't seen what kind of existence the Ice Emperor you mentioned is, how strong it can be, and how suitable it is for you how. But since Guyi said so, it can only be better and not worse. How can the power beyond mortals be imagined by those who have not touched this limit? Perhaps this Ice Emperor has a very strong cultivation and outstanding strength in your world. But in the eyes of God, it is just so-so. Just like a million-year soul beast like you, even if I only have a wisp of residual soul left now, I can destroy you when I look up. Compared with him, it is just a frog in the well. Ilux described the current situation very objectively. It's not that he looks down on Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, but the facts are here. The gap in power level is too big and there is no comparison. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm wanted to refute, but didn't know how to refute Electrolux's words. The whole body drooped down. The gap between himself and Guyi can be described as a bright moon and a ray of light. They are not on the same level at all. The reason why he insisted was that he wanted to complete some of his own private affairs. Okay Yuhao, let's see what your teacher will do and what kind of martial soul he will arrange for you. When Huo Yuhao came to Guyi, he said that he was already level 20. I remember that there are only 3 days left before the freshman assessment, right? Well, the college assessment will be in 3 days. Guyi shook his head and said, 3 days is not enough for you to get the second martial soul. Come to me after the freshman assessment. I promise to give you a surprise. Huo Yuhao nodded. However, Guyi gave Huo Yuhao another thing. I know that the technique you are practicing now is the Xian Gong of the Tang sect. This technique is too simple and not thorough enough for the development of the body. This is for you. Guyi took out a book and handed it to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao took it and saw a few big words on it, Zhou Zisui Jing. Although the original martial soul did not have a very strong effect before the second awakening, the eyes are a very important organ of the human body, and the innate soul power should not be so low. Malnutrition and intake of too many impurities in childhood have caused your talent to degenerate. Although after various changes and improvements during this period of time, your talent is no worse than that of ordinary geniuses, the problems you had when you were a child are not so easy to cure. This technique can cleanse your meridians and enhance your talent, which can lay the foundation for your future practice. If you want to continue to practice Xian Gong, it is also possible, which is only equivalent to auxiliary Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao will not refute the teacher's words, but there is a very puzzled thing. Can Wuhan still awaken in the second time? At that time, it was the time when the body was martial arts. He couldn't do the privacy of his apprentice. Guyi smiled and said, okay, when you enter the finals, the teacher will definitely be there. That was enough. Being able to watch this last game made Huo Yuhao very excited and happy. With his current strength and Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, it was not a big problem to enter the finals. In order to let the teacher come to watch, Huo Yuhao decided to make greater efforts. When Huo Yuhao returned to Shrek Academy, he was like a chicken blood, pulling Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. He began to explore the tacit understanding between the 3 of them. The most important thing was to let Xiao Xiao experience his spirit detection sharing soul skill, which was also the key to their victory. Too clear was sometimes a defect. But as long as you are familiar with it, you can hit whatever you point at. Aren't you tired? Wang Dong panted. Huo Yuhao, this beast, had better physical strength than him. If it weren't for his soul power leading him, he might really be exhausted. Xiaoxiu's situation was not very good either. After all, they were all girls, and naturally they could not compare with Huo Yuhao, a big man, in terms of endurance. I'm sorry, I was a little excited. I just wanted to establish a tacit understanding between us as soon as possible, and ignored your physical condition. Huo Yuhao apologized sincerely. But in return, they were two pairs of white eyes. This high-level Versailles really made them very unhappy. The soul power cultivation between the two of them was higher than Huo Yuhao, but they were exhausted by him. Chapter 429 Final Battle. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the freshman assessment also arrived. Zhou Qi was also very optimistic about the team of Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, and had high hopes for them. They all had a hard time understanding the speed of Huo Yuhao's progress, but as long as he didn't become an evil soul master, it would be fine. It's up to you two to perform next. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao carefully and said. They had already discussed this tactic, and now it was just a reminder again. Don't worry, it's up to us. Wang Dong was very confident. In the past 3 days, Huo Yuhao had been thinking about how to become a team that entered the finals, and he really hoped that the teacher could come to watch his game. To be honest, their level did not have much advantage, and it could even be considered a disadvantage. After all, in this game, there were strong soul masters who had broken through to level 30 among the freshmen. If some tactics were not set, it would be impossible to advance to the finals. This tactic was actually not complicated, and the most important thing was to hide the strength. Huo Yuhao is only a one-ring soul master now. Even though his soul power has reached level 20, he still lacks a soul ring and energy to temper his body. Plus, his first soul ring is only at the 10th level. Such a person will naturally be considered a weakling when he goes on the field. Huo Yuhao's first soul skill is not an offensive soul skill. As long as no one leaks information, no one knows what the soul skill Huo Yuhao uses is. In this case, he will only be considered a drag. All they did was to be able to surprise the enemy at the moment of the final decisive battle. Squad leader, don't worry. With the assistance of your first soul skill, plus Wang Dong and I both have good combat power, it is not a big deal. This time, with Huo Yuhao's rapid progress, Wang Dong also reduced his playtime a lot and practiced with him. Soul power, physical fitness, and other aspects are much better than before. The battle is much simpler than they imagined. Time passed day by day, and finally the day of the finals came. Standing on the competition field, Huo Yuhao looked around, looking for the white figure. After searching for a while, he didn't see it. Is the teacher not here? Huo Yuhao was a little sad and upset. He only needed this last step to win the first place in the freshmen of Shrek Academy. I really want the teacher to witness this moment. No, the teacher was just delayed by something, and he will definitely come. Huo Yuhao firmly believed that Gu Yi would come. But his expression was very low, and his desire to fight was also reduced a lot, even though the person standing opposite was Dai Huabin, his former enemy. He couldn't eliminate this depressed mood. After 3 months of getting along, the relationship between the two was like a teacher and a father. Huo Yuhao, what are you thinking about? Cheer up! Wang Dong shouted seriously. Huo Yuhao's leadership during this period was very good, and such a situation had never happened before. However, the battle was about to begin, so how could he be distracted at this moment? I'm fine, get ready for the fight. Following Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, they released their martial spirits together, still with a ray of white light. Although the audience and teachers in the audience were already used to it, they were still puzzled by it. A student with only one 10-year spirit ring could actually make it to the finals. But seeing the man and woman next to him, it makes sense. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao both have great potential and can be regarded as extremely outstanding talents, especially Xiao Xiao who has twin martial spirits. Even in the past history, the owners of twin martial spirits were rare. Tang San, one of the first generation of Shrek 7 Devils, had twin martial spirits and eventually became the god of the sea. But if these people knew that among the three, Xiao Xiao had the least number of martial spirits. Huo Yuhao even had 3 martial spirits, but he was still hiding and had not obtained them. Yu Hao, use your ability to look at the sky. Ilux in the spiritual sea couldn't stand it anymore. Now was the time for the competition. How can he participate in the next battle in such a mental state? He reminded him. Huo Yuhao subconsciously followed Electrolux's thoughts, and the position covered by the first soul ring flew from the ground to the sky. The change of the picture made Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao look at Huo Yuhao immediately, but they saw that he had changed his previous depression and lack of fighting spirit, and he was happy and excited from the inside out. He couldn't help but smile. Here he comes, the teacher is here. Watching his game in the sky. In his spiritual detection sharing, the familiar white figure stood in the air, lowered his head and smiled at him. Looking at the confident smile on Huo Yuhao's face, both of them had a question in their hearts. The spiritual detection sharing just now suddenly changed direction, but there was nothing but clouds in the sky, nothing but endless blue sky. How come he regained his fighting spirit after looking at the sky? But now is not the time to ask these questions. Both sides reported their names, and the battle was about to start. Huo Yuhao also set his sights on Dai Huabin, who was one of his biggest enemies. Everyone in the White Tiger Duke's mansion has a grudge against him. Back then, he was incapable and a weak child who could not protect his mother. Although he does not have the power to overthrow the White Tiger Duke's mansion now, at least he must defeat him today and let his mother see that he is now capable of making them pay for what they did in the past. It is precisely because of this that today's battle is for his mother, his teacher, and himself. Dai Huabin also saw Huo Yuhao's sharp eyes and smiled disdainfully. It was just a waste brought up, but he dared to look at him with such eyes, which really made him very unhappy. The battle also began, and Huo Yuhao did not rush to attack, and still used the same tactics as before. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were the output in the front row, and he assisted behind them. Just because they had this idea, Dai Huabin and his team would not have any mistakes. Although Huo Yuhao did not show much power in the previous games, there is no doubt that he has leadership ability in the team. No matter what philosophy one learns from the family or what knowledge one learns in the academy, no matter which team one fights with, the first thing to deal with is the auxiliary spirit master among them. Huo Yuhao is the auxiliary spirit master. Zhu Lu found Huo Yuhao at the beginning. At the same time, Kui Yaja also used her own martial spirit to control Huo Yuhao. It's a pity that Huo Yuhao's current spirit is not comparable to hers, especially after practicing the spirit tempering method taught by Guyi. His spirit power is increasing day by day. Chapter 430 Dai Huabin was fooled. Ah! Kui Yaja was directly attacked by the spirit, holding her head and screaming. The spirit power is mysterious and unpredictable. Harming others will eventually harm oneself. Although the skill of charm has a lot to do with one's own charm, it is more about the amount of one's own spirit power. Even though Kui Yaja's spiritual power is stronger than that of ordinary soul masters, it is still limited. However, Huo Yuhao's current spirit eye martial soul is completely spiritual, plus the Tianmeng eye silkworm merged into his spiritual sea, and the practice of the soul tempering technique. He has created a huge spiritual power now. I am afraid that even the spiritual power of the soul master cannot match his. Moreover, there are two powerful people who are proficient in spiritual power, Guyi and Alex, who teach him how to use spiritual power. In terms of spiritual power control, Kui Yaja can't even flatter him. In addition, the 4 soul skills given to him by the Tianmeng Eye Silkworm include Soul Impact, which is a real soul skill in spiritual attack. In recent days, his physical fitness and spiritual power have been rising steadily. The lifespan of the first soul ring has already reached 1,000 years, but it has not been shown. Almost at the moment of the spiritual power collision, Kui Yaja failed. After a successful attack, Huo Yuhao no longer hid his strength. His figure was like a swift cheetah, and he crossed the distance between himself and Zhu Yaja in a very short time. He wanted to take down one of the enemies at the moment of the battle. Not good. Dai Huabin roared, and his third soul skill was lit up to directly repel Wang Dong who was fighting with him. Now was the time to start the battle, so he couldn't lose people. And he also saw Huo Yuhao's speed. It was not slow. Although it was definitely not as good as Zhu Lu, a soul master with a speed-type martial soul like the Nether Spirit Cat, it was better than the average Great Soul Master. More importantly, he had not yet used his soul skills. He was able to achieve such a level just by relying on soul power to bless his body. Everyone was deceived by him. Huo Yuhao was the trump card among the 3. His strength was by no means as simple as he had shown before. Everyone was shocked. How could Huo Yuhao's speed be so fast? Why didn't I notice it before? Du Weilun looked at the situation on the field in disbelief. It was simply a great shock to him. Good boy, you actually have this trick up your sleeve. Zhou Qi hadn't expected Huo Yuhao to be so fast. Originally, he was worried that Huo Yuhao and his team wouldn't be able to win this battle, but now they might have a chance. It doesn't matter how the situation off-stage changes. The most important thing now is what's happening on the field. The strength of Dai Huabin, who has used his third soul skill, can be imagined. The White Tiger martial soul is already a top-level martial soul, and now he has used the Millennium Soul skill, which can't be said to be a big improvement in strength. Come on, good. Huo Yuhao smiled and did not choose to escape, but went straight to meet him. What a courage! Dai Huabin was furious. A mere level 20 dared to challenge him. He should just leave. After using the Millennium Soul skill, he had few rivals even among Soul Masters, not to mention Huo Yuhao, who was only a quasi-great Soul Master, and whose martial soul was not a strong attack type. It was undoubtedly a case of an egg hitting a rock. Even if he had outstanding physical fitness, how could he resist the double bonus of soul power and soul skills? What's more, the White Tiger martial soul also greatly improved physical strength. Huo Yuhao had no chance of winning. The distance between the two quickly narrowed, and there was a bit of murderous intent in their eyes. Everyone was surprised to find that Huo Yuhao was not at a disadvantage in this momentum duel, and was not affected by Dai Huabin's soul power at all. Looking for death. Dai Huabin's tiger palm slapped Huo Yuhao heavily, completely crushing him with power. No one thought Huo Yuhao could take this attack. Huo Yuhao chuckled. He was indeed not as strong as Dai Huabin, but he thought it was too simple to eliminate him so easily. In the face of spiritual detection, no attack could hide his eyes. He had already reacted at the moment of Dai Huabin's attack. Like a phantom, he disappeared in front of Dai Huabin without stopping. Soul power had already condensed in his right fist. Dai Huabin, starting from this punch, I will slowly ask you to pay back for everything you have done to me and my mother. The murderous intent in Huo Yuhao's eyes was not concealed at all. He condensed his soul power and hit Dai Huabin's back with a punch. Bang! This punch was very powerful. Even though Dai Huabin had the third soul skill, he suffered a lot of damage. His body was beaten and he took several steps forward uncontrollably, and blood spurted out of his mouth. You deserve, die. Dai Huabin turned around and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth fiercely, with anger and murderous intent in his voice that could not be concealed. No one of his peers could bring him such a great humiliation. His talent was even stronger than that of his ancestor 10,000 years ago. He reached the level of a 3-ring soul master at the age of 12. But he was beaten by a waste with only one soul ring and bled, and was slightly injured. Really? Let's see your teammates first. Huo Yuhao sneered. 3 months allowed him to complete a transformation, and the most important thing was that he had some tempering in his character, otherwise he would not be able to restrain his murderous intent and hatred the moment he saw Dai Huabin. Dai Huabin was shocked and hurriedly looked towards Zhu Lu. At this moment, she was under siege by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. No wonder Wang Dong didn't catch up just now. It turned out that the two of them worked together to deal with Zhu Lu alone. Zhu Lu's situation was very critical at the moment. She was originally a speed-type soul master and was not very good at attacking. And Xiao Xiao, a soul master who could slow down her speed, made it impossible for her to use her speed. It was already shaky and could be defeated at any time. Kui Yaja, what are you doing? Go to support. Dai Huabin knew that he was too far away and couldn't catch up with Zhu Lu at all. He could only shout at Kui Yaja, who was hit by Huo Yuhao's mental shock at the beginning. It was a pity that it was too late. Bang! Zhu Lu fell out of the ring. 3-2, the situation was very good, and Dai Huabin's team had no chance of winning. Damn trash! Even if he was going to lose, he had to hold the hatred of being fooled. Dai Huabin watched Huo Yuhao's attacks become more and more fierce, and he knew that this battle was hopeless. If Kui Yaja was eliminated, there would still be a chance of fighting. He could only use the martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Lu. Huo Yuhao did not choose to fight Dai Huabin head-on, but simply delayed. When Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao arrived, it was time to counterattack. Chapter 431. The fate was decided lightly. Good tactics, Dai Huabin's loss was not unfair. Du Weilun couldn't help but admire it. It was obvious that Huo Yuhao and others had set their goals long ago to be able to wait until this moment to attack. The finals might be for the championship. What a pity. Du Weilun still felt a little sorry for Huo Yuhao. With such leadership and forbearance, his character is among the best among the freshmen of this year, but his martial soul and strength are still too unbearable, especially the first soul ring is only the lowest 10-year soul ring, which can basically be regarded as useless. If there is no great opportunity, there is no need to go on. Especially his martial soul is a spiritual system, which is even more difficult. This type of martial soul is the most difficult to find soul rings, and there are still too few spiritual system soul beasts. For a while, he was a little undecided. Huo Yuhao was not hiding blindly. He had been a disciple of Gu Yi for 3 months, and his actual combat ability must not be weak, if it were not for the huge gap between the two. If he could get the second soul ring, Huo Yuhao would even dare to face Dai Huabin's attack. No, however, he still seemed very comfortable, and his steps really confused Dai Huabin. Now he can walk freely under the pressure of double gravity, and it is naturally better to be free from the constraints of gravity. More comfortable and relaxed, like a fish jumping into the sea. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao soon arrived. Give up, you are doomed. Huo Yuhao and the other two have surrounded Dai Huabin tightly, leaving him no chance of escape. Don't even think about it. Dai Huabin continued to choose Huo Yuhao as the breakthrough point, but now he was powerless to save the situation. No matter how hard he struggled, it would be useless. In less than 2 minutes, Dai Huabin could no longer hold on, especially since his third soul skill could no longer be maintained. How could he withstand the continuous attacks of the 3 people? He was directly knocked off the ring by Huo Yuhao's punch. So far, only Kui Yaja had not fallen on the field. But she also understood that it was impossible for her to fight Huo Yuhao and others in her current situation, so she wisely chose to surrender. The mental power contest was so simple that a glance could determine the winner. Champion! Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao stood together, raised their right fists excitedly, and shouted. Champion! The 3 of them were the strongest team among the freshmen of Shrek Academy this year. The undisputed number 1. Gu Yi landed not far from the stage and smiled and nodded at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao naturally saw the teacher, and the joy and excitement in his eyes were even greater than before. Gu Yi disappeared, and no one except Huo Yuhao knew of his arrival. Huo Yuhao's performance was indeed very good, especially his physical progress was faster than he thought. Obviously, he had worked hard in private. However, Huo Yuhao's persistence and seriousness did not surprise Gu Yi. With hatred in his heart, no matter who it was, he would try his best to grasp that ray of hope. Never let go. Wang Yanran and Lin Qing were such people before, including Zhu Zuqing. Huo Yuhao's efforts were even better than theirs. After all, he had the bug of Tianmeng Eye Silkworm, which allowed him to recover quickly after extreme training without worrying about any hidden injuries. But this time he still wanted to see what Shrek Academy would choose. No matter from which point of view, Huo Yuhao's strength was enough to deserve the title of a core disciple. At Shrek Academy, Du Weilun also went to consult Master Xian. I went to see Huo Yuhao. His body is indeed well trained, but his talent is too weak. The most important thing is that his first soul ring is only 10 years old. Even if he can replenish it later, he will still lag behind his peers. Physical strength is not difficult to obtain, and his martial soul is of spiritual attribute. It is even more difficult to find a suitable soul beast to absorb it. It is really not easy to grow up. Don't give him the title of core disciple. Let him be a substitute and enjoy the treatment of core disciples temporarily. Let's wait and see how he grows. If he can still be so outstanding in the future training, it won't be too late to give him the title of core disciple then. Elder Xian said while gnawing on the chicken leg. Yes, Elder Xian. Elder Xian swallowed the last bit of meat into his stomach, patted Du Weilun's shoulder with his greasy hand that had just gnawed the chicken leg, and then disappeared in front of him. A casual sentence completely wiped out all the efforts of Huo Yuhao in the past 3 months. The outer courtyard is only a place for selecting talents for the inner courtyard. Only the students of the inner courtyard are the real foundation of the academy. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Huo Yuhao played an extraordinary role in the last battle. Especially, he was able to fight Dai Huabin, who had already become a soul master, for a while with his cultivation as a quasi-great soul master, which was enough to show that his combat awareness and strength were not weak. Du Weilun felt a little sympathy for Huo Yuhao in his heart. Since Elder Xian had already spoken, there was no way to change it. Besides, in his heart, Huo Yuhao had already entered the eyes of these academy leaders. A title was nothing. As long as he could continue to make such rapid progress, everything would be there. Teacher, I succeeded. Just now, Huo Yuhao couldn't talk to the teacher at all on the competition field, so he hurried to this store. He didn't participate in the subsequent celebration. I saw it. You did a good job. But you shouldn't come to me now. Your classmates are still waiting for you. Go and accompany them. Gu Yi smiled slightly. Perhaps if they wanted to see each other again after this time, it would be unknown how long in the future. After Huo Yuhao left, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Shrek Academy. All the students who passed the freshman assessment gathered together, waiting for the announcement of the final results. What they were most looking forward to was naturally who would be the core disciple. In the first 3 months, everyone was treated equally, without any resource bias. Now they have tilted the original resources for the first time. No one does not want to get the status of a core disciple. The road of cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you want to go faster than others, you need more resources. Everyone understands the truth that one step faster, every step faster. Everyone is looking forward to Du Weilun. The final list is in his hands. When he announced the results of this freshman assessment, the most exciting moment came after the top 3 teams. After the final review, the following people have obtained the status of core disciples. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao. At the end, Huo Yuhao's name did not appear. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, who were standing next to Huo Yuhao, were stunned. How could Huo Yuhao's name not be there? There is no doubt that Huo Yuhao played an absolute role in the last battle, and the strength he showed was not weak. Among the 3 of them, he might be only slightly weaker than Wang Dong. But with such strength, he did not get the status of a core disciple. Chapter 432. Domineering Appearance. Huo Yuhao's mood became depressed. He could even feel that some students around him cast a sarcastic look at him. It seemed that they were saying that the championship team could not even get the quota of core disciples, and they were indeed a waste. Even if they were lucky enough to follow Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao to the end, they still could not escape the eyes of the academy. He was a joke. Dona Euro trademark T. Think Huo Yuhao is usually very kind and easygoing to others, and he has no temper. But there is also a dark side in his heart, especially this time, which made his face cold. Du Weilun continued, in view of the fact that some students' talents and strength may not have reached the standard of core status, the academy decided to grant the following students the treatment of alternate core disciples. If they can continue to grow, they will be granted core disciples. The following students: Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao ranked first. This method of hitting a stick and giving a sweet date did not move Huo Yuhao at all, but his face became even colder. Yuhao, this group of people is really bullying. It can be seen that your strength is definitely among the best. Even those who are weaker than you have obtained the status of core disciples. It doesn't matter if you don't stay in this ghost academy. Anyway, there is a willingness to teach you, especially for these people. Shrek Academy is of no help to you. Tianmeng Binkan was also very angry, and did not expect Huo Yuhao to be eliminated. Alex watched coldly, wanting to see what choice Huo Yuhao would make. After hearing what Tianmeng Binkan said, Huo Yuhao was a little moved. When he joined Tangmen, he got a special admission quota for Shrek Academy. Since he was a child, he knew that Shrek Academy was the best academy in the world, with geniuses everywhere and the most powerful faculty in the world. But now, in the 3 months of getting along, he felt that Shrek Academy was just so-so. Especially the incident at Sea God Lake made him feel resentful. Even if he was just an outer school student, it was a life. He gave a soul-raising pill lightly, without even an apology, even though the other party was a high-ranking inner-school student. Now he was treated like this again. It really made him feel particularly chilled. Yuhao, what are you going to do? Huo Yuhao was suddenly stunned, and Gu Yi's voice came from his mind. Teacher, you are here. Huo Yuhao excitedly used his mental power to convey the message. I've been here for a long time. This is your choice. Leave or stay, it's your choice. In the eyes of ordinary people, Huo Yuhao was disappointed because he didn't get the status of a core disciple. But no one knew that he was now going through the most important decision of his life. Was it to choose to leave the academy or stay? The answer was simple. Leave. Since he was not happy with Shrek Academy, what benefit would it have other than disturbing his mind? It would be better not to stay in the academy. Teacher, I choose to leave. Gu Yi stood in the clouds, listening to Huo Yuhao's choice, and he was not disappointed. Okay. Gu Yi looked at Shrek Academy below with cold eyes. If he wanted to leave, he couldn't leave like a stray dog. If he wanted to leave, he had to do it openly and honorably. Besides, Huo Yuhao was his disciple. If he despised him so much, wouldn't he, as a teacher, lose face? Gu Yi directly let go of the control of his body and fell freely in the air towards Shrek Academy. Bang! It fell to the ground at lightning speed, making a huge roar. Instantly, everyone present became alert. Who are you, and why did you trespass into my Shrek Academy? Du Weilun did not forget to burst out his own strength. Although he did not know who this person was, he was obviously very powerful since he could fall from the sky. Who am I? The world's #1 academy. Your temple is too big to stay here. Today, I am just here to take my useless disciple with me. Gu Yi sneered, and the aura on his body instantly suppressed the entire Shrek Academy. Titled Douluo below level 95 could not even move. Please show mercy, sir. Moon appeared in front of Gu Yi and bowed to beg for mercy. This is a god walking in the world. Not to mention him, even if all the titled Douluo in the world came together, they would not be able to beat him with one hand. What gives you the courage to stand in front of me? Gu Yi snorted coldly, not as friendly and approachable as Huo Yuhao had seen him before. At this moment, he was like an emotionless god looking down at all living beings, with no emotion in his black and white eyes. Like dust, he gently waved his sleeves. Moon's whole body felt as if he had been hit hard, and his body flew backwards for hundreds of meters completely uncontrollably. He did not stop until he crashed several courtyard walls. I don't Euro trademark T no life or death. Powerful, unabashedly powerful. Die to me. Sunzi, who summoned the true form of the martial spirit, turned into a gluttonous sacred cow, containing endless power, and rushed towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi didn't even want to make a move. His eyes were focused, and the huge martial soul avatar disintegrated in an instant. Sunzi lay weakly on the ground, rolling his eyes, and his spirit had already left the sky. A wave, a glance. The two most powerful people in Shrek Academy were disintegrated in this way. Let's go. He left Shrek Academy in a swaggering manner in front of everyone. From then on, everyone knew why Huo Yuhao's strength could improve so quickly. It turned out that there was an unprecedentedly powerful master standing behind him. After this day, the number of students in Shrek Academy dropped sharply, and it was impossible to hide such a big thing. Everyone knows that Shrek Academy has offended an extremely powerful being. This being can even easily defeat the most powerful Mun in Shrek Academy. No one knows where he came from, but the bustling world is all about profit, and the world is bustling because of benefit. Although Shrek Academy has good teaching resources, they also have no shortage of resources themselves. It's totally not worth it to offend a terrifying existence who doesn't know how powerful it is for a little resource. Even if it's just possible, I won't think of staying in Shrek Academy. Strength is always the main theme in Douluo continent, and no one can cross this line. Any reason must be applied to the fist. If you don't have strength, no one will listen to you even if you talk nonsense. This is the truth. In the disputes between various countries over the years, Shrek Academy has acted as a middleman to mediate between all parties. Isn't it because they have extraordinary strength and have far more titled Douluo than any other country? This terrifying strength is confidence. But precisely because of this, the myth of Shrek Academy was shattered. No one knows where the future will go. Chapter 433 Capturing the Dragon King with his eyes. Teacher, where are we going now? Huo Yuhao followed Gu Yi heavily, each step requiring a lot of strength. At this moment, he is wearing the gravity ring that Gu Yi gave him before, and it has twice the gravity. Get your second martial soul. Gu Yi walked leisurely, feeling quite good about training his disciples. The second martial spirit. Huo Yuhao was somewhat looking forward to knowing what kind of second spirit the teacher would find for him, and what kind of spirit beast could surpass the Ice Emperor, one of the three kings of the far north. Tianmeng Bingxi also wanted to know. After walking for a few days, they discovered that the place they were heading towards was the Star Forest. Tianmeng Iceworm was even more puzzled. After being trapped in the Star Dough Forest for so many years, he had never heard of any ice-type soul beasts here. But since you have followed me, you will stay with me until the end. If it really doesn't a Euro trademark T work out in the end, eat a Euro trademark S still perfectly late to go to the far north. Guyi walked step by step, and soon saw the place where he had experienced many times of hard training. However, there are a large number of green phosphorus flowers surrounding it. This kind of flower contains highly toxic substances, and it also contains life itself. Any creature that dares to break into this place will die without a burial place. But only the power of extreme attributes can restrain these poisons. Yu Hao, don't move forward. Once you are contaminated with these highly toxic poisons, your life will be ruined. Tianmeng Bingxi said nervously. Guyi smiled and walked inside without stopping at all. Although Huo Yuhao heard Tianmeng Bingken's words, he trusted his teacher very much and followed him in the next moment. With the strength shown by the teacher before, absolutely nothing could hurt him. So what can a little poisonous mist do? Now he has a blind trust in the teacher, especially since that day when Guyi stood up for him in front of everyone at Shrek. The image of him standing up for him and supporting him will always be remembered in his heart. Except for his mother, no one in his life has been so kind to him. These poisonous creatures seemed to be naturally afraid of Guyi, and did not dare to approach him at all. The two of them walked in very easily. What's in here? Huo Yuhao looked at the strange flowers and plants inside in shock. These were things he had never seen before. But Huo Yuhao was surprised by the abundant vitality of heaven and earth inside. The Eye of Ice and Fire, one of the greatest treasures in the world. The reason why Guyi said this is because there is an ancient golden tree in Shrek Academy, which contains the most abundant vitality. Your second martial soul is in it. Stop, who are you? A voice suddenly came from inside. Guyi looked at him coldly. Now that you have spiritual wisdom, practice it well and don't worry about unnecessary things. The breath is contracted and released in an instant. Ice and Fire eyes instantly. They stayed quiet, and the exotic flowers and plants in it were trembling, not daring to speak again. Teacher, what was the voice just now? 100,000-year-old plant soul beast, speaking human language. Huo Yuhao took a few steps back in horror. 100,000-year-old soul beast? That is a powerful soul beast that can rival the titled Douluo, and the whole world knows that among soul beasts, plant soul beasts are the most difficult to cultivate and speak human language. This place is special. Staying here to cultivate plants can improve your cultivation by hundreds or thousands of times, so it is easy to improve to 100,000 years of cultivation. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was also shocked. He had never heard of this place. It is really a treasure land. It has already felt that there are indeed soul beasts with ice attributes, but no matter from the perspective of cultivation or level, they are not as noble as the Ice Emperor. The all-round crushing of cultivation and grade. Senior, the soul beasts here are not as good as the Ice Emperor. Why don't we go to the far north? With your strength, it may not be difficult to make the Snow Emperor Yuhao's second martial soul. Who told you that these soul beasts are the second martial soul I found for Yuhao? Guyi looked at the clear blue and white yin-yang eyes of Ice and Fire. When he first condensed his soul core, he was almost ambushed by the Ice and Fire Dragon King. If he hadn't been careful in advance, all his efforts would have been wasted. Today is a tit for tat, and it's time to pay back the debt. Isn't it? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm did admit that his strength was far inferior to Guyi's, but everything here was within his spiritual perception range, without any omissions, so how could there be other soul beasts here? Watch carefully. Guyi took a step forward and came to the side of the yin-yang eyes of Ice and Fire, and the third eye between his eyebrows blossomed. A golden light shot out from the eye of the soul and flew straight into the depths of the yin-yang eyes of Ice and Fire. The second martial soul he prepared for Huo Yuhao was the Ice Dragon King. Although the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion was indeed the ultimate attribute among the Ice attribute martial souls, and it was indeed unique in the lower realm, it was far inferior to the Ice Dragon King, who possessed the ultimate ice power of the dragon bloodline. There was a huge gap in strength alone. This was even more true in the essence of the soul. There was no doubt that the Ice Dragon King was the best beast in the world to be Huo Yuhao's second martial soul. Teacher's martial soul is also an eye. Only then did Huo Yuhao realize that Guyi's martial soul was very similar to his. And he could feel the unparalleled mental power from that eye, as if just a glance was enough to make its soul fall into the boundless abyss and never be able to extricate itself. Roar! 2 dragon roars came from the yin-yang eyes of Ice and Fire, and 2 dragon souls, one red and one blue, appeared in Huo Yuhao's horrified eyes. It was extraordinary and possessed an unparalleled strong pressure. It was even more terrifying than when he had just picked up the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. This was the suppression from the source deep in his soul. The power of the two was not at the same level. Human, who are you? How could you have such a terrifying power? The Fire Dragon King roared and spoke directly in human language, staring at Guyi with a pair of huge dragon eyes. They had no resistance in front of this powerful force and were caught. This power was so terrifying that they felt they had never seen it before. It was even more terrifying than some god kings. How could such a person exist in this world? It's been a long time since we last met. Guyi looked at the two familiar figures and said something that people couldn't understand. Yu Hao, this set of Blue Dragon King is the second martial soul I prepared for you. Just think of it as your reward for winning the championship. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was willing to admit defeat. With such a powerful dragon soul, what else do you need, Ice Emperor or Snow Emperor? Everything is out of the question. Huo Yuhao had been shocked beyond measure, and today he spent the whole day in shock. Chapter 434 The Awakening of the Two Emperors of Ice and Snow. Wishful thinking, even if I self-destruct my soul, it is impossible for you humans to occupy our power. The Ice Dragon King roared, and the pride of the dragon race made him never obey humans, even at the cost of death. Guyi sneered, this is not up to you. The power of the mind perfectly controlled the residual soul of the Dragon King. With this little power, he wanted to self-destruct in front of him. Isn't that too much of a contempt for him? The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings looked at each other and found that they could not use any power at all. Except for being able to speak, the body could not use any power at all. Yu Hao, sit cross-legged. Huo Yuhao sat on the ground obediently waiting for Guyi's next arrangement. He did not expect that he could now accept the martial spirit of the dragon race. In this world, the dragon is the most powerful symbol. As long as you are stained with the blood of the dragon race, you will definitely not be weak. Now he will inherit the power of a dragon king. Guyi easily controlled the residual soul of the Ice Dragon King to enter Huo Yuhao's body, and at the same time controlled the pure power of faith and integrated it into Huo Yuhao's body. The Ice Dragon King is both Huo Yuhao's second martial soul and his first soul ring. The power of the Ice Dragon King was indeed very strong when he was alive, but his body had long been destroyed, so naturally he had no power to transmit to Huo Yuhao. So he needed his power of faith as a support. Since the Ice Dragon King did not have much power, Huo Yuhao finished absorbing very quickly this time, and didn't waste too much time at all. Huo Yuhao stood up, his body was covered with ice blue dragon scales, and wisps of cold air emanated from his body. A purple soul ring was also around him. Teacher, I succeeded. Guyi nodded and said, the power of the Ice Dragon King is not limited to this. With your cultivation in the future, the age of the first soul ring will continue to increase until it reaches the upper limit of the Ice Dragon King's soul. But you won't need the power of the soul ring by then. As one of the 9 ancient dragon kings, the Ice Dragon King's strength belongs to the first level god. If Huo Yuhao reaches this level, his strength will naturally exceed that of the first level god. Now that the cultivation has reached level 20, the first martial soul spirit eye should also be attached with a soul ring. Attach the second soul ring yourself, and come back when you succeed. Although Huo Yuhao had his help, he couldn't rely on him for everything. The second martial soul was indeed something Huo Yuhao couldn't do now, so he could do it. Yes, teacher. Huo Yuhao also understood the teacher's intention and turned to leave. Guyi suddenly smiled, teacher, let me take you a ride. Huo Yuhao suddenly felt dizzy and found himself in a strange place. Guyi, who had a smile on his face, suddenly smiled and sank into his mind. Finally, I'm going to wake up. Guyi's eyes were full of love as he looked at Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing lying quietly in his spiritual sea. He had waited too long for this moment. In this world, everything is so familiar, but no acquaintance exists in this world. He was not used to the loneliness of being separated from the world. Xueqing Guyu's fingers suddenly moved, her long eyelashes began to tremble slightly, and her white eyelids opened, revealing her beautiful eyes. Guyi. Xueqing Guyu looked at Guyi who was waiting by her side, and the ice and snow melted in an instant, and the two were wrapped in deep love. I can clearly see the longing in Guyi's pupils, and I can't hold it back any longer. The snow-white figure rushed over directly. Guyi also held her tightly in his arms, not wanting to separate for a moment. After an unknown amount of time, the two bodies gradually let go. How is Bing-er? Xueqing Guyu asked worriedly. Guyi looked at Bing Xingqing who had not yet woken up, and roughly judged, her soul has not awakened yet, but it won't be long. After all, Shueking Guo's strength was originally above Bing Xingqing, so her soul power was naturally more abundant and she didn't have that much time to recover. Shueking Guo listened to Guyi's words and then relaxed. It seems that you won. Guyi held her in his arms again and said softly, no, we won. In reality, Shueking Guo turned into a figure and appeared beside Guyi. Looking at the surrounding environment, she suddenly felt a little strange. Is this the yin-yang eye of ice and fire? Guyi put his arm around Shueking Guo's waist and explained, this is the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, but it is only the yin-yang eye of ice and fire after 10,000 years, and it is not in the same time and space. Guyi then told Shueking Guo about the current situation. I didn't expect so many things to happen after we fell asleep. Shueking Guo comforted Guyi's face with heartache. He must have been very lonely during this period. Looking up, there was no familiar person, as if he didn't belong to this world. Even if he disappeared, no one would know or care. We will always be with you in the future. In the next few days, the two of them lived a fairy-like life. No one disturbed them. They just stayed quietly. It seemed that the whole world had become beautiful. It was not until 7 days later that Bing Xingqing in the sea of a spirit woke up. After hearing what happened during this period, he was also very sad. He also felt very sorry for Guyi. With the awakening of Shueking Guo and Bing Xingqing, Guyi's life became colorful and rich, and he lived the life of an ordinary person. He waited quietly for Douluo continent to be completely integrated into the inner world. And now the speed is still accelerating. After all, he is also practicing now, which will naturally make the inner world stronger. This day will not be too long. Half a month later, Huo Yuhao came back. There was a little more maturity on his face, and the aura on his body was more fierce. Before Huo Yuhao could speak, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm came out. Ice. Emperor, Snow, Emperor, why are you here? Tianmen Ice City looked at the two stunning women accompanying Guyi in disbelief, and the shock in his heart was far greater than any other time. Tianmeng? This is the little disciple you accepted. Bing Xingqing looked at the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm that emerged from Huo Yuhao's body and said to Guyi. Guyi nodded, not bad, although he started a little slow, but his talent and patience are still good. Not bad, full of potential. Bing Xingqing called Huo Yuhao enthusiastically, Xiao Yuhao, come here quickly. Huo Yuhao didn't know the origins of these two stunning women, and looked at the teacher. What are you standing there for? These two are your master's wives. Guyi reminded him. Huo Yuhao quickly walked over and bowed, saying, greetings to the two master's wives. So good. Compared to Shueking Guo's coldness and elegance, Bing Xingqing is very cheerful and lively. Chapter 435 Methods of Restoring the Physical Body. Teacher, you actually came from 10,000 years ago, this is simply too incredible. Huo Yuhao couldn't believe that such a thing could happen in the world. It was too outrageous. It was totally unexpected that someone could use the power of time to come to the future world. Not only Huo Yuhao was shocked, but also Electrolux and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in his spiritual sea. Anyone who heard about this was shocked by this situation. Especially Electrolux, whose power level structure was far beyond that of active and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, would understand how impossible it was to cross 10,000 years. Time is not so easy to cross. I am not from your past, but from another time and space, a world that is similar to yours but not the same. Huo Yuhao no longer bothered about this matter. No matter who the teacher was or where he came from, he didn't care. You only need to know one thing, he is your teacher. As for other things, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's stop talking about my business here. Next, it's time to talk about your problem. Guyi looked at Huo Yuhao seriously. Me? You are now at the most critical stage of your life. Although you have my guidance plus Alex and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in your mind, you can become a world-class strongman without joining any academy. But this is not the best choice, especially in your current situation. Humans are group animals after all. If there is no company and companionship with peers, life will eventually be imperfect. So you should return to the academy and live, fight and get along with real peers. Ilux agreed with Guyi's words. Although Huo Yuhao can truly become a strong man under their training, it would be too cruel for him without the watering of other emotions. Forcing things to grow will eventually lead to bad results. He understood this principle, and Guyi also understood it. Academy? Huo Yuhao was somewhat repulsive. After all, he had just experienced the unfair treatment of Shrek Academy, and he really had no intention of joining the academy. He just wanted to follow Guyi to learn and become stronger. He did not feel any regrets. Then where should I go? Sun Moon Royal Academy. Guyi uttered a few words lightly. Only there can Huo Yuhao's talent be best exerted. After all, Huo Yuhao's talent has a unique advantage in the manufacture of soul guides. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The Sun Moon Royal Academy is the most powerful soul guide research in the entire Douluo continent, which is very suitable for his growth. Sun Moon Royal Academy. Huo Yuhao listened to Guyi's words very much. Since the teacher said so, he also planned to go and see. In addition, he himself had a certain interest in the manufacture of soul guides, and he also understood that the Sun Moon Royal Academy was the cradle of soul guides and the future of soul guides. But you can only go on this journey by yourself, which is also a task for you. I will wait for you at the Sun Moon Royal Academy in 2 months. Guyi left with Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing and disappeared in front of Huo Yuhao. Maybe I have found a way to let you regain your physical body. Guyi looked at them seriously. This matter has always been lingering in his mind. He has never forgotten it, but he has never had any clue. Until he came here and got the magic and fighting spirit knowledge that Alex had. He has a deeper understanding of the nature of the soul. The body and the soul are inseparable. You are twins. As long as the soul is still there, the body can be revived. Really? Bing Xingqing shouted in surprise, with an extremely excited look on her face, and her green eyes were filled with unprecedented excitement. Xueqing Guyu was also a little restless, with some difficult emotions in her snow-white eyes, and she was also very concerned about this matter. Although it is a very good thing for them to be able to follow Guyi in the state of soul like they are now, it is still much worse than other people. Especially now that they only have souls, they can't really rely on Guyi completely. How to do it? Guyi said to them, to do this, we need some help. Now I can't control my inner world freely, and I can't take out the things inside. I can only rely on the resources of this world. Next, I will go to find the gold of life in this world. Only such a huge vitality can restore your body, which is also the most critical step. Since there is a solution, they are no longer so anxious. The next period of time will be the last time they will be with Guyi as souls. Of course, they should cherish it. The three of them traveled along the way and slowly headed towards the sun and moon. The empire walked away without any urgency. 10,000 years have really changed the situation outside. Xueqing Guyu looked at the completely different scene and couldn't help but sigh. She couldn't find any familiar place. Guyi smiled, 10,000 years, everything has changed. Maybe the mountains in the past have become vast oceans. But none of this matters. No matter how time changes, we are always here. Xueqing Guyu's eyes lit up. No matter how the world changes, they can't be eliminated. Even if the entire Douluo continent is destroyed, they can still be independent and walk in the starry sky. Sunrise and sunset, time has no meaning to them. Sun Moon Empire. Sun Moon Royal Academy. Guyi and Huo Yuhao stood at the entrance of the academy. Go in. With your talent, you can easily join this academy. Huo Yuhao turned to Guyi and said, what about you, teacher? Of course, I will reopen my store. I can't forget my old business. Arrange everything properly. Electrolux will bring you to find me. After the voice fell, Guyi walked to other places. The most important thing next was to help Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing recover their bodies. This is the biggest thing at the moment. Nothing can override this matter. Guyi also spent money to buy a store and put some soul guides that he had made on it. It was also officially opened. There were no flower baskets to celebrate, and no fireworks to send off. It was just so plain. Next, we can plan your affairs carefully. Guyi looked at the two women and told them his plan. Electrolux's grasp of the soul is indeed unique. Combined with some of his previous insights, it seems that he can succeed. Chapter 436 The Ice and Snow Emperors restored their flesh. It's actually not difficult to recast flesh and blood. The biggest difficulty is how to connect the restored flesh and blood with your soul. Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing nodded. They knew this, of course. People are born with a body and a soul. These two are born naturally and do not carry any other power. When the body dies, the soul will also disappear. When the soul dies, the body will also lose its vitality. Through further analysis of the knowledge of another world, the mystery of the soul is more deeply rooted in the mind. As long as there is an infusion of vitality and the assistance of some magic arrays, it should be possible to restore flesh and blood through the soul. Douluo was not polite at all. On the first day of coming to the Sun and Moon Empire, he took this contaminated piece of gold of life. He spent only a few gold soul coins that he despised. He could have as much of this thing as he wanted. The pollution on the gold of life was just a wave of his hand for him. Guyi did not start immediately. Anything he did was risky. Now he only had this piece of life gold in his hand, which could not be wasted. Otherwise, he could only go to other timelines to seize life gold. However, fortunately, these things were not very complicated for him, and after studying for so long, any way of cultivation was just the same, and he was very familiar with the way of the soul. All the hidden dangers were eliminated in one day. It can definitely be foolproof. €. On the other side, Huo Yuhao naturally had no problem entering the Royal Academy, especially during this period. He also did not give up the research on soul guides on the way, and now he has carved these simplest second-level soul guide arrays. It can barely be regarded as a second-level soul guide. Now Huo Yuhao is not even 13 years old, but he has become a second-level soul guide. Which academy would not like such a genius, and which academy would refuse it? After arriving at the Sun Moon Royal Academy, Huo Yuhao discovered the huge difference between here and Shrek Academy. Unlike the Shrek Academy, which values a martial spirits above all else, this place is dominated by soul guides. Although they also need to cultivate martial spirits, it is only to assist in the research of soul guides. They believe that with the power of soul guides, low-level soul masters can have the combat capabilities of high-level soul masters. After Huo Yuhao settled down, he asked Alex to take him to find the teacher. "I am here." Guyi looked at the book in his hand and suddenly said to Alex, "Can you help me see if there are any mistakes or omissions in this method?" Alex took the book to another place. Knowing that Huo Yuhao and Guyi still had something to say, he did not disturb them. "How do you feel?" "Everything is fine, teacher, don't worry." Guyi suddenly said to Huo Yuhao seriously, "Although there is still a long way to go before the apprenticeship, I will tell you in advance. The mission of the apprenticeship." When Huo Yuhao heard this, he wanted to kneel down to Guyi. Guyi did not accept Huo Yuhao's kneeling, and an invisible force covered Huo Yuhao's body. "No need to kneel, just listen to my request." "Yes, teacher." Huo Yuhao stood up straight, his eyes serious and solemn. "I want you to build a full body armor. This armor can greatly increase your own strength, which is equivalent to the second body of a soul master. Of course, I am not asking you to complete this task within a certain period of time. Now your first task is to forge spiritual metal." Huo Yuhao was a little confused. How could spiritual metal be possible? The reason why Guyi made such a request was to see whether Huo Yuhao's talent could reach such a level. Telling him the method of Jianduan in advance might allow Huo Yuhao to grow unprecedentedly. Guyi actually did not start to study it. After all, he was now able to forge a divine weapon, so naturally he did not need to spend time on Jianduan. This kind of thing was still too low level for him. And now he also planned to forge a set of armor for himself, specifically for fighting and increasing his own strength. While Huo Yuhao was puzzled, Alex had already finished reading the book that Guyi gave him. "It's perfect. At least I can't find any problem with it. It's a genius to come up with such a solution." Ilux also realized something, as if he had a deeper understanding and comprehension of the way of the soul. Perhaps the ultimate study of the soul is the pursuit of the physical body. He had never thought of this before. But it's not too late now. Just like now he only has a remnant soul left, he can also confidently walk a completely different path from before. Guyi sent Huo Yuhao and Electrolux away, and was ready to help the two women recover their physical bodies. Using the gold of living beings as the center of the formation, and the yin and yang and 5 elements as the basis. Believe me. Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing stood in the middle of the magic circle, with great trust on their faces. Just like trusting himself. Guyi began to activate the formation. There is indeed one thing he didn't say. To maintain this magic circle, it needs to consume blood and qi, not other energy. But with his current blood and qi, it is still no problem to maintain such a small magic circle. The political and legal committee will emit 7 extremely dazzling rays of light, which will directly penetrate into the brows of Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing. This is also the most critical step. It is necessary to search for their physical information from the soul power, so that the flesh and blood can be restored. This process is not slow. Soon, a little red flesh and blood appeared in front of them, and these flesh and blood are like sporadic fires igniting dry wood, and they continue to grow and develop. Guyi was also very happy to see this scene. They once gave up their bodies because of him, and now they choose to have bodies because of him. Guyi's face suddenly turned pale. The speed of blood consumption in his body was faster than he thought. Now there is no inner world to help him recover, and he even needs to divide a part of his power to let the inner world absorb Douluo continent. But it can still be maintained. Soon, two bright and clean ones even appeared in front of him, but they were facing away from him. The snow-white long hair reached the buttocks, completely covering the graceful figure under the hair. The same was true for Bing Xingqing. Guyi did not appreciate any spring scenery. Close your eyes. Bing Xingqing and Xueqing Guo shouted at the same time. When they were souls, they didn't care about these things, but now they have a body, so they naturally feel ashamed. Guyi also listened to them and closed his eyes obediently. Anyway, it would be his in the end. Xueqing Guo and Bing Xingqing looked at each other and could feel the attraction of this body to their souls. There is no doubt that this is their body. Chapter 437 The Destined Encounter. Sun and Moon Empire. The development here is much better than it was 10,000 years ago. It is hard to imagine that such a big change has taken place in 10,000 years. Humans are really amazing. No wonder the soul beasts are getting weaker and weaker. Xueqing Guo looked at the scene around her and couldn't help but sigh at all. Even if they were given another 100,000 years, it would probably still be the same. They always pursue their own strength and don't have much wisdom at all. Although humans do not have too strong blood and no natural power, their position surpasses any race. Even the most powerful dragon race among soul beasts is the same, and there has been no change at all. It has always been like this. This is nothing. It is too slow to develop such power in 10,000 years. Guyi shook his head and said. This is not nonsense. After all, in his original world, technology exploded. It took only a few dozen or hundreds of years to complete and surpass thousands of years of development. My weapons can easily destroy the place where people live. How can the current soul guides be comparable? I am afraid that even if the high-ranking ones are hit by such a nuclear bomb, they will probably die in it. Only developing such power in 10,000 years is enough to show how narrow-minded and closed the human souls in this world are. The way of cultivation has never changed. The power still needs to rely on the power of soul beasts to become stronger. Guyi can never accept this at any time. Well, why are we talking about this? It's time to go shopping now. I finally got my body back, so I have to go shopping here and buy some clothes. Bing Xingqing doesn't care about these things. With their current strength, no one in this world can be their opponent except the God King in the God realm. These soul guides of humans look varied, but in fact they are just like this. They can be frozen with a thought. Binger is right, but this is the first time for the three of us to go shopping, why should we think about so many other things? The two girls walked beside Guyi, one on the left and one on the right. Xueqing Guo looked at Guyi's jaw, feeling the warmth from his palm. It's great to have a body again. Sun Moon Royal Academy. Huo Yuhao also saw that there is another academy and another teaching method in this world. The research on soul guides is unexpectedly terrifying, but he has been thinking about the essence taught by his teacher. If he can really do it, that would be truly terrifying. I'm afraid these soul guides are nothing more than that. Walking in the school, Huo Yuhao's footsteps suddenly stopped and looked at a woman in front of him. Somewhat stunned. Walking towards him was a woman with black hair shawl, bright and energetic. There was a bit of daze in her eyes. She was only 15 or 16 years old, but she had a very proud figure. Although she had not yet opened her martial spirit, I could still clearly see that there seemed to be no pores on the girl's face, and her skin was so tender that it seemed that water could be squeezed out. However, fortunately, he had also cultivated basic concentration during this period, and he had only glanced at her for a few times before retracting his gaze. The two passed by each other. Huo Yuhao only felt a hint of fragrance passing through his nose and reaching his mind. Who is she? For the first time, Huo Yuhao was so eager to know someone's identity that he lost his composure in an instant and turned to run towards the senior sister just now. Hello, my name is Huo Yuhao, and I am a new student. Can I meet you? The girl looked at the freshman who suddenly ran over, but she didn't have any malice. Hello, my name is Jizi, and I am your senior sister. The two's meeting seemed destined. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Huo Yuhao still felt that he already had someone he liked. Perhaps this was the legendary love at first sight. Joza seemed to have something to do. After getting to know Huo Yuhao for a while, she left. The days passed one by one, until one night a month later, a snow-white voice walked into Guyi's room. Shue'er, is there something wrong? Guyi got up from the bed and looked at Shueking Guyu in a snow-white dress. He couldn't help but sigh that she was worthy of being the head of the three kings of the far north, a natural elf. No matter from which angle you look at her, she is so perfect. But now this perfect elf has a bit of resentment on her face. It's been a month, don't you have anything you want to do? Shueking Guyu was still a little embarrassed. After all, having a physical body was completely different from having only a soul body. The experience and feeling between the two were completely different. Guyi looked at Shueking Guyu's pretty face with a few blushes, and suddenly realized something. There was an indescribable surprise on his face. He couldn't help but walk up to her. Feeling the deliberate approach, Shueking Guyu also became bolder, and her cold eyes collided with his eyes. A very warm flame seemed to rise in the endless ice and snow, and the flame burned fiercely, truly surrounding her. Guyi walked in front of Shueking Guyu, and the distance between them was so small that they couldn't get close. No words, only intimate movements. Guyi lowered his head and captured the pair of pink lips. Shueking Guyu also responded enthusiastically. Feeling the other's breath and temperature. This feeling is completely different from the fusion of souls. It's not just the gathering of love, but every move is arousing. At some point, a petal of blood-red plum blossom appeared on the bed, which was particularly bright and eye-catching. I have to take the initiative in this matter. I really don't know why so many sisters are willing to follow you. Shueking Guyu's face was slightly flushed, and she was a little dissatisfied. Guyi admitted his mistake and said, I was wrong. I didn't consider this. But Shue'er, this is not your style. Even if someone is coming tonight, it should be Bing'er. Shueking Guyu suddenly sat up. She came here today on her own initiative, and she couldn't be deliberately manipulated all the time. She knew you had been holding it in for too long, so she kept urging me to come over, saying that I was the elder sister, and she couldn't let her younger sister take the lead in this matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't come. Huan Ji thought again. The next day, Guyi and Shueking Guyu walked out of the room, but saw Bing Xingqing, who looked a little tired. It's my turn tonight. Bing Xingqing looked at them seriously and said. You know, this room is not so soundproof, and it can be said that she has endured a whole night of torture. No matter what, she must take revenge. I know. Shueking Guyu was also full, and it was indeed her turn. It's impossible for her to occupy it alone. Can I make a small suggestion? Chapter 438 Great Strength Increase. In the following days, Guyi began to live a happy life. Shueking Guyu and Bing Xingqing had completely different personalities, which was particularly nourishing. Even cultivation was put aside, greedily absorbing everything. But people can't always indulge in desires, especially now he needs to practice well, strive to control the inner world in his body again as soon as possible, then he will surpass everything on Douluo continent. Even the former dragon god is no more than this. Your disciple is really good, especially in terms of soul guides, his talent is comparable to yours. Shueking Guyu has also met Huo Yuhao several times, and is a very smart child. Guyi said ashamedly, Yuhao's talent in soul guides is higher than mine. I just have a high-level thinking, and in terms of talent, he is higher than me. Guyi knew this a long time ago. If he were to practice soul guides from scratch, his speed of practice would definitely not be as fast as Huo Yuhao's now, especially his hard work, which made him nod his head when he saw it. Bing Xingqing asked, do you think highly of him? Well, if the opportunity is enough, his future achievements can reach the position of God King. Shueking Guyu and Bing Xingqing were both surprised at Huo Yuhao's future achievements. They originally thought that he could become a god because of his good talent, but they didn't expect Guyi to be so optimistic about him. God King, even in the god realm, there are only 5 of them. Huo Yuhao is the son of luck in this era. The whole world is helping him to practice. It is not impossible to cultivate a god king by gathering the strongest foundation of the entire Douluo continent. Son of luck, Huo Yuhao is not a son of luck like Guyi, who is not very lucky, but a true son of heaven and earth. All eras are converging towards him. Unique treasures will gather around him. This is the real son of luck, but it is much stronger than Guyi who can only get some herbs and soul bones. This is the real son of luck. What are you going to do now? Shueking Guyu asked with concern. They naturally knew that Guyi could not use the inner world now, and could only feel that the people inside were still safe. The power of the inner world and my power are interdependent. The inner world becomes stronger, which means that I become stronger. The same reason. I become stronger, and the inner world will also become stronger. As long as I continue to practice and improve my own strength, I can speed up the absorption of the Douluo continent by the inner world, and the time to control the inner world will be shortened. Guyi is not playing here. He has studied magic and fighting spirit, and his blood is also constantly evolving. Guyi has never forgotten this step of martial arts. No matter what path he practices now, he can only serve martial arts. This is the greatest insistence in his heart. Do you need us to do anything? Shueking Guyu and Bing Xingqing looked at Guyi seriously. Even if their power is not of much help to Guyi now, they still intend to contribute their own strength. Guyi hugged their slender waists, one on each side. Don't worry, I have a plan. Continue to go to other worlds, seize more resources and vitality to enhance their own strength, and evolve blood. It is estimated that blood evolution 3 times at most can allow Douluo continent to be completely integrated into the inner world. At that time, he did not choose to leave this world because Shueking Guyu and Bing Xingqing were in an unknown situation, and he also needed to sort out his fighting spirit and magic. But now Shueking Guyu and Bing Xingqing have revived and regained their bodies, and they should become time and space searchers again to strengthen themselves. Guyi has experienced this step many times and is very experienced. But now he can only go to the future of this world. Since he came to this world, the world has recognized Guyi's identity as an aboriginal. Don't worry, I'm just going to get the gold of living beings. This kind of thing can make my blood evolve quickly, and there will be no danger. Guyi kissed the corners of their mouths, and opened the time vortex with a wave of his hand. It was very easy and free, even easier than when he had the power of the God King. Time is his friend and family, and he can be very close to them. 5 seconds later, Guyi came back again. The goal is very clear, which is to seize the gold of life. The huge vitality is the basis for his physical transformation. Guyi finally understood the phrase poor in literature and rich in martial arts. The resources consumed in the martial arts are really huge. Now there is no help from the inner world. If you want to become stronger, you can only search for various things that contain a lot of vitality. In just half a month, Guyi's aura became thicker and his blood became thicker, moving towards a higher level. Although he has not yet recovered his previous strength, he has reached the level of a second-level god. Especially, the speed of progress is unprecedented. If the soul masters of this world know about it, I am afraid they will scramble for it crazily. In fact, Guyi can choose another method of cultivation. Devour human blood and extract the vitality in it. And there is no need to be so troublesome. The biggest difference between humans and soul beasts is not in their physical form, but in their wisdom and number. Several generations can appear in just 100 years. No soul beast can compare with this kind of life. The number of production. The situation in the inner world is getting better day by day, and the integration of Douluo continent into the world is getting faster and faster. However, it lasted for 3 months, and Guyi stopped. After all, without the assistance of the inner world, refining too much vitality at one time is not very beneficial for cultivation. It needs to settle down. Teacher, please take a look. Huo Yuhao took another long sword and placed it in front of Guyi. This is a second-level soul guide, which is also used to the extreme, and has a deeper understanding of the power he has mastered. Not bad, you can create such a perfect second-level soul guide so quickly. It seems that you have not wasted your cultivation during this period. Guyi praised. The progress of cultivation is also good. It has reached the level of 25, and the cultivation is very solid. The improvement of mental power is even greater. Now that Huo Yuhao has changed to a new environment, he has not slacked off at all, but worked harder. Teacher, I still don't quite understand the forging technique you told me about last time. Huo Yuhao was a little embarrassed. It had been more than 3 months, but he still had no clue. He had tried several times but couldn't find any breakthrough. Guyi said, "Come with me." He planned to demonstrate it to Huo Yuhao. Although he had never used the 1000 forging technique before, it was because there was no need, and the forging technique of Dunyi school was more advanced than the 1000 forging technique. Chapter 439 Huo Yuhao's request. Guyi took Huo Yuhao to a forging room and took out a piece of Shinayan from the soul guide. The 1000 forging techniques become the essence. Each piece of the 1000 forging metal has life. It is impossible to succeed with ordinary forging techniques. Only by understanding the metal and understanding all the characteristics of the metal clearly, and forging it according to its characteristics, can all impurities be removed and the metal can reach a more perfect state. Guyi didn't need a forging hammer. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a hammer condensed from the yuan qi of heaven and earth appeared in Huo Yuhao's eyes. This control ability is really terrifying. Tianmeng I's silkworm shrank in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. He never thought that Guyi's control over the heaven and earth energy was so strong. It was as if these heaven and earth energy were the power he possessed, and there was no barrier at all. Even if he was asked to control his own power like this, it would be impossible. Otherwise, with his millions of years of cultivation, he would not be able to be bullied by others without any resistance. Watch it! Guyi hammered down, and the heavy silver on the forging table suddenly made a crisp sound. The power was not fully released yet, and Guyi hammered down again, and the power of this hammer was a little stronger. The power was constantly superimposed. Even if the power Guyi exerted was only at the soul master level at the beginning, when he swung the last hammer, the power had been raised to the level of soul emperor, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. This is the current power. If Guyi did not improve his own power during the forging process, he would still be at the soul master level. Guyi completely transformed the recoil force into his own power, which led to the current result. This is the same principle as the chaos cloak hammer technique of the Haoshan sect, both of which are a repeated use of one's own strength. Do you understand? Huo Yuhao shook his head. He couldn't help but marvel at the teacher's amazing forging technique, which was truly the best in the world. Even though he hadn't seen much of the world, Huo Yuhao didn't think there was anyone else in the world who could possess such an exquisite forging technique. It's okay, I'll give you this piece of metal, take it back and study it carefully. Although forging relies on strength, it doesn't mean you should be a reckless man. The most important thing is to control your own strength and master the properties of metal. Only after completing these two, you can barely enter the door of forging. Take your time. Guyi patted Huo Yuhao on the shoulder. Seeing Huo Yuhao so hardworking and striving for progress, it also reminded him of his past self. Looking back on the previous journey, it was also particularly difficult. Especially in the beginning, in order to improve his own spiritual power, he also created a kind of evil magic skill. Although it helped him a lot, it also affected many things. However, Guyi did not regret everything he had experienced. These experiences made him what he is today. If he had not experienced those things in the past, he would not have grown to such a level. The path of cultivation is to experience the ups and downs. Blindly smooth cultivation is extremely detrimental to future growth. Huo Yuhao thanked his teacher and carefully put the piece of silver that had been forged thousands of times into the soul guide. This is the foundation of his future learning, and there can be no loss. Huo Yuhao did not leave, but looked at his teacher with hope. At that moment, Huo Yuhao suddenly thought of a very important thing. If his teacher could cross time and space, could he return to the world he went back to and save his mother? The matter of his mother will always be a heartache that he can never forget. If he can get his mother back, even if he has to give up his current cultivation, he will not hesitate. Teacher, with your cultivation, can you go back to the past? Huo Yuhao asked cautiously, with a look of expectation and some worry in his eyes. Guyi looked at Huo Yuhao like this and suddenly smiled. Said, I thought you would have asked this question a long time ago, but I can indeed go back to the past world now. You want to save your mother, right? Yes, teacher. Huo Yuhao did not finish. The teacher had told him about the dangers of time travel last time, and it had been so many years since his mother's death. Reversing such a long time would probably be extremely difficult for the current teacher. The teacher helped him so much when he was in the most difficult time, and also fought for him in Shrek Academy. All of this was a favor that he needed to repay with his life. I really don't have the face to talk about these things. Yes, I can take you to the past time and space, but are you sure you want to do this? Once I change your mother's past ending, I'm afraid something uncontrollable will happen. Maybe you won't leave the White Tiger Duke's mansion, and you won't meet the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Everything you have now will probably disappear. You will lose everything you have now. Guyi looked at Huo Yuhao and said seriously, are you willing? Please help me, teacher. She is my mother. Even if it costs my life, I have to save my mother. Huo Yuhao suddenly knelt down, looking very serious. Just take him to have a look. You should always ask the opinions of the parties involved in this matter. Shui Qingguo walked over and looked at Huo Yuhao kneeling on the ground. She had a lot of good impressions of this kind of sentimental child. Gu Yi nodded and said, this method is feasible. Thank you, master. Huo Yuhao said gratefully. Gu Yi took Huo Yuhao, Shui Qingguo, and Bing Xingqing to the past time and space. There is nothing that can stop him in the long river of time and space on Douluo continent. Now his body contains the characteristics of the long river of time and space, as if he is the same thing as the long river of time and space. It is very simple and easy to go to any time and space, even easier than when he had the strength of the God King. Although I don't trademark know why I drifted to the future for 10,000 years, it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise to get such a powerful physical characteristic. The time now should be when you are 9 years old, and your mother is not dead yet. Huo Yuhao looked at this familiar world and couldn't tell that he was in the past. But everything he had just experienced was still fresh in his memory. Time is really useless in front of him. This kind of person is really terrifying. Ilex silently felt this strange time and space in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, and could clearly feel that this world was very wrong. Tianmeng I's silkworm also had some feelings, but it was not very strong. Let me find where the White Tiger Duke's mansion is. Gu Yi closed his eyes, detected his own spiritual power, and soon found the target. Chapter 440 Xiao Yuhao's miserable life. Gu Yi quickly searched for the location of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, and directly brought Huo Yuhao and others to the outside of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Is this Huo Yuhao when he was a child? Bing Xingqing looked at the child catching fish by the river. His face was pale and his body was as thin as a skeleton. There was no sense of flesh at all. There was nothing outstanding, but the pair of eyes shining with golden light were particularly eye-catching. Yes, this is Huo Yuhao when he was a child. Gu Yi looked at the child catching fish calmly. No wonder Huo Yuhao's grilled fish tasted really good. He practiced this way when he was a child. Otherwise, the mother and son who were completely suppressed in the White Tiger Duke's mansion could live to this age. If there was no external food, it would be impossible for them to survive. Huo Yuhao is just an illegitimate child. In order to protect her sons from any threats in the future, the wife of the Duke of White Tiger Mansion did not give up suppressing them even though Huo Yuhao's awakened martial soul was only a spiritual eye and his innate soul power was only level 1. They always withheld their food and did not prepare cotton clothes for them in winter. Huo Yuner, who was supposed to be the wife of the mansion, was also doing the work of a servant in exchange for a few supplies. This is how Huo Yuhao was brought up little by little. Huo Yuhao never spoke again after seeing this little boy, but his eyes were red. Memories are just memories after all, witnessing his life like this. Only Huo Yuhao can understand this feeling. Where in the world do so many people feel the same? People who have not experienced all this have no right to be forgiven. But now it is winter after all. Although it is not too cold, there are fewer fish in the river. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Even if Huo Yuhao's fishing skills are outstanding, there must be fish to catch. It was not until half an hour later that Xiao Yuhao managed to catch 2 fish of medium size. At this moment, his face was red from the cold, his hands and feet were soaked in the river water, and he couldn't stop shaking. But he had a happy smile on his face. But this made him overjoyed. With these 2 fish, he could make fish soup. You can also add some meat. He ran towards home happily with 2 fish. But he suddenly remembered something, stuffed one of the fish into his arms and hid it in the deepest part. Then he walked towards home. What is this for? Bing Xingqing and Shui Qingguo were a little puzzled. Why hide one of the fish in his arms? Gu Yi looked at Xiao Yuhao thoughtfully, looking up at the magnificent White Tiger Duke's mansion, which covers a very vast area. This is not a government office at all, but more like a small city. But such a large area cannot accommodate a pair of weak mother and son. What a irony! Let's follow them. Gu Yi and others walked up, hiding their figures and not letting Huo Yuhao in this time and space find them. What will happen next? Xiao Yuhao ran towards the corner of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. They could only live in the servant's place, but he was satisfied to be with his mother. Today, he had such a big harvest that he could make fish soup for his mother. Huo Yuhao was a very sensible child. He knew from a young age that he was different from others. He only had a mother. He only wanted a mother. Over the years, he had already stopped thinking about his father. Hey, you caught fish again. Your awakened martial spirit is quite useful. Bring it here. Two men who looked like servants surrounded Huo Yuhao, with malicious eyes on their faces and dirty words. They actually chose to bully a 9-year-old child. Otherwise, I'll give it to you. This is for my mother to make fish soup. Her health is already very bad. Please. Huo Yuhao begged them to let him go. Now the weather is getting colder and colder. If he doesn't supplement his nutrition, he really won't survive this winter. What nonsense, hurry up and bring the fish here. It's freezing outside. One of the tall and thin men reached out and grabbed the fish in Huo Yuhao's hand. There was no thought of loving the young. These two bastards. Bing Xingqing was very angry when she saw this scene, and she was about to attack immediately. But Gu Yi shook his head to stop her. Keep watching. Huo Yuhao said nothing, his eyes full of hatred. If it weren't for these servants, his mother wouldn't have died at the age of 10. Even if he caught the fish, it would be taken away. The collected wood would also be deliberately wetted. In short, they were not going to have an easy time. Huo Yuhao understood that these were all arranged by the wife of the duke's mansion. Bang! Xiao Yuhao naturally refused. With the powerful observation ability of the Spirit Eye's martial spirit, his body was too weak, and his current soul power was only level 7. Facing these two adult men with sufficient blood and qi, he could not be a match at all. He was knocked to the ground after dodging a few times, and the fish in his hand was also taken away. Little bastard, if you have this kind of thing again, remember to honor us brothers first. Before leaving, the two brothers kicked Xiao Yuhao. But they didn't notice that Xiao Yuhao had been curled up in his arms. Xiao Yuhao struggled to get up from the ground. The pain in his body was far less than the hatred in his heart. He stared at the two people's figures going away, and could hear their talking and laughing. He didn't care about what happened just now. However, Xiao Yuhao didn't watch for long, and soon began to pat the dust on his body, especially the blood on his face. He must not let his mother see it. He limped towards the yard with a very strange expression on his face, enduring the pain. With a bit of pain but also a bit of smile. This is why he hid the fish. Bing Xingqing was angry. If Gu Yi hadn't stopped him, he would have really frozen the two people just now, letting them feel the pain of their bodies being smashed piece by piece while they were conscious. Xueqing Guyu also had some emotional fluctuations. During the time she was with Gu Yi, she had experienced the best side of human nature. When had she ever felt such oppression? The badness of human nature was completely exposed in front of her. It's okay, Xiao Yuhao. If someone bullies you in the future, come to Master's wife. Master's wife will help you get revenge. Bing Xingqing rubbed Huo Yuhao's hair with heartache. She really didn't expect that this boy had experienced so much in his childhood. Let's go, things are not over yet. Xiao Yuhao returned home carefully. Compared with the splendor of other places, this place can only be described as simple and shabby. It's completely two worlds. Chapter 441 Mother and Son Who Depend on Each Other. Huo Yuhao's eyes were already red, watching what he had experienced before re-experienced in front of him. Although his strength is now enough to easily kill the two people just now, the helpless characters have long been blocked from his mind and he has no idea at all. They are just weaklings who bully others by taking advantage of their power, and can only live their lives in a muddle. Gu Yi and others looked at the dilapidated house that was completely different from the White Tiger Duke Tiger, and immediately understood how unhappy Huo Yuhao's childhood was. However, it was precisely because of so many unhappy things that the misery of his childhood forged his current tough character. It also made it difficult for him to completely open his heart to others. But once a mark is left in the heart, it is something that can never be forgotten for a lifetime. Gu Yi suddenly remembered a sentence. Some people use their childhood to heal their whole life, while others use their whole life to heal their childhood. Huo Yuhao has both at the same time. When he was young, he had the company of his mother. Although there were shadows in his heart from time to time, there was always a warmth wrapped around him so that he would not feel the cold in the cold winter. It was precisely because of this only ray of light that he did not completely turn black. In the dilapidated house. Mom, look, Yuhao caught a fish. In front of his mother, little Yuhao made himself look more like a child, a young child of only 9 years old. Huo Yuhao, standing outside the window, looked at the familiar and very thin figure, and the tears that had always been swirling in his eyes finally burst like a dam that had been opened. Drops fell on the ground along his cheeks, no matter how strong and tenacious he appeared outside. After enduring the pain that ordinary people cannot bear, they will also show the slightest cowardice. But with his mother, he can release his emotions completely without any disguise. Cry if you want to cry, laugh if you want to laugh. Always the warmest harbor. My Xiao Yuhao is the most capable cough cough cough. Huo Yuner looked at Xiao Yuhao, who seemed to be asking for credit, and smiled on her pale face, and said with love in her voice, but before she finished a sentence, the continuous coughing interrupted what she was going to say next. The pale face was also distorted because of pain at this moment, but thinking that Xiao Yuhao was still here, the painful expression that only lasted for a moment was restrained under the strong will. But even so, Xiao Yuhao was still very worried. Mom, your illness is serious again, I will go find a doctor for you. Xiao Yuhao shouted anxiously, but he simply ignored a fact. No money. Their family had no money a long time ago. Where is the money to hire a doctor? The doctors near the White Tiger Duke's mansion are very cold. Few people would choose to see a doctor in this cold season, let alone for free. Cough cough cough. Huo Yuner closed her bloodless lips tightly and coughed a few times. Her face could no longer be called pale, but pale. Looking at Xiao Yuhao, who turned around and ran outside, she seemed to know that she would not live long, and tried to shout in a calm tone, Yuhao, Mom is fine. I was just happy and careless, and I took a breath. It's okay now, aren't you going to make fish soup? Although Xiao Yuhao was smart, he was still a child after all. He naively believed what his mother said, but he still looked back and looked seriously. After confirming that everything was fine, he ran to the kitchen. Hurry up and cook the fish soup, so that Mom's body can get better. Xiao Yuhao encouraged himself while running. It was the pain in his body that still bothered him. Huo Yuhao outside the house couldn't hold back any longer. His tears had already wet the steps outside the house, but he still couldn't stop. Go in. Gu Yi pushed Huo Yuhao and made him appear in the room. Huo Yuner was lying on the bed weakly at this time, knowing that she probably wouldn't survive this winter. She didn't want to die. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that after her death, little Yuhao would be alone. He was still a child. How could he live in the White Tiger Duke's mansion full of jackals, tigers, and leopards? Yuhao, Mom really wants to grow up with you, but I just can't do it. My little Yuhao, you must live well and live peacefully. Huo Yuhao looked at his mother, who was on the verge of death, and his heart was extremely sad. He had experienced it once before, but now he still felt pain in his internal organs, as if someone was holding a blunt knife and constantly stabbing him in the body, stirring inside. The pain made him unable to breathe, and he shouted out 2 words with his body's instinct. Mom. Huo Yuner turned her head and saw a figure appear in her eyes after hearing the strange but familiar voice. A feeling of blood connection made them both throb. This is the Isher Xiao Yuhao? Although his appearance had changed a lot, and his voice was different from before, the red but bright eyes could never disappear from her mind. This was his Xiao Yuhao. Yuhao. Everything told her this fact, but she couldn't imagine how Xiao Yuhao had grown so big in an instant. Huo Yuhao couldn't hold back anymore when he saw that his mother recognized him at a glance. He ran to the bed and knelt down, holding his mother's pale but weak hand. Slender and slender. The whole palm seemed to be covered with only a layer of skin. Mom, it's me, your Xiao Yuhao. Huo Yuhao took his mother's hand and put it on his face, just like everything he had done before. But these hands were cold and boneless without any warmth. Yuhao, what are you doing? Cough cough cough. Another burst of rapid coughing, as if to cough out the lungs. Huo Yuner suddenly took out a handkerchief, covering lips. Huo Yuhao's 5 senses have already surpassed the level of ordinary people. At that moment, the bloody smell in the air could not be hidden from his sense of smell. Blood, Mom coughed up blood. He didn't know this at all before. Huo Yuner didn't want Huo Yuhao to see it. After coughing, she wiped the corner of her mouth secretly, and finally hid in the quilt as if nothing had happened. Teacher, teacher. Huo Yuhao suddenly remembered something and shouted out the window. Now only the teacher can save Mom. Shueking Guyu and Bing Xingqing also looked at the woman on the bed with worry. She was very beautiful. She was seriously ill and had a sense of weakness and tenderness. She was particularly distressing. If they were not good at treatment, they would have helped long ago. Now the only one who can save Huo Yuner is Gu Yi. Chapter 442 Unchangeable Facts. Gu Yi appeared in the room with the 2 women, and the small room became crowded in an instant. The air seemed to become a little warmer. Teacher, please save my mother. Huo Yuhao knelt on the ground and begged. Experiencing such grief again would be like tearing open the wound that has not yet healed, adding salt to the wound and making it even more painful. Do you really want to do this? Once I change her fate now, all your efforts over the years will be in vain. Yes, I'm sure. Please help me, teacher. Huo Yuhao looked at the teacher seriously. Even if he didn't have this cultivation, it would be enough to spend his life with his mother peacefully. Okay then. Guyi flicked his fingers, and a stream of vitality was injected into Huo Yun'er's body. The originally pale face instantly became rosy, and the bloodless lips were stained with a touch of pink. The original sickly and delicate feeling suddenly turned into a weak and delicate beauty. Mom, you're okay. Huo Yuhao smiled happily, like a child who got a lollipop, and his wish was completely realized. But Huo Yun'er, who was lying on the sickbed, sat up. Yuhao, what happened? What price did you pay? Now she was full of questions, waiting for Huo Yuhao's answer. Mom, live happily. Huo Yuhao didn't want to explain more, it was a special gift to see his mother get better. Even though he couldn't enjoy the complete mother's love, he, who was cooking fish soup in the kitchen outside, didn't have to feel the heart-wrenching pain he had just felt. I'm sorry, I made a decision for you rashly. Huo Yuhao looked towards the kitchen, although he knew that if he were in this time, he would make the same choice. But he still silently expressed his apology in his heart. After all, he had invisibly deprived him of the opportunity to become a top powerhouse, and even the opportunity to become a god. But he didn't regret it at all, but felt unprecedented joy. Then let's go. Guyi respected Huo Yuhao's choice, and just wanted to see what impact Huo Yun'er, who didn't die, would have on the whole world. But what awaited them was an anxious shout. Yuhao, what's going on? Huo Yuhao turned his head subconsciously, but was stunned. I saw Huo Yun'er holding a silver hairpin in her hand, pointing it at her flawless neck. There was determination in her eyes. Although she was a woman, she was very smart and could see that Huo Yuhao must have given up something just now. Yuhao, I want you to tell me the whole truth. If her son lost something because of curing her, she would never forgive herself in this life. Huo Yuhao was very sad when he saw his mother like this, but he didn't dare to tell her the truth, otherwise he would not accept living in this world even if he died. Sacrificing her son's future in exchange for her own life, Huo Yun'er would never do such a thing in her life. Things were at a stalemate for a while. Huo Yun'er is also a stubborn woman. If she doesn't get the answer she wants, she won't put down the silver hairpin in her hand. This is her insistence in her heart. Yuhao, it seems that if we don't tell the truth, even if it is kept now, the same thing will still happen after we leave. Tell her. Huo Yuhao had a hard time making a decision. Finally, he knelt heavily in front of his mother. Mom, I am not from this time and space. I asked the teacher to take me back to the past, back to this winter, the winter you died. The future? It turns out that my little Yuhao is so tall and handsome now. He is a big boy, but why is he still crying so much? Huo Yun'er already had some guesses in her heart. Changing the past will naturally affect what happens in the future. Combined with what she said just now, she has completely figured it out. Yuhao, will coming back to save me make you lose everything you have now? Huo Yun'er asked seriously. Huo Yuhao remained silent and did not speak, but lowered his head. Sir, please let me go back to the way I was just now. I don't need you to help me. Huo Yuhao looked at Guyi. This young man was her son's teacher. He could transcend time and space. It was conceivable how strong this man was. Xiao Yuhao could find such a strong man as a teacher. His future would definitely not be like now. He would definitely live a good and happy life. There would be a happy family. Even if she didn't exist in the future, it didn't matter. As long as her Xiao Yuhao could live happily, this life would be enough. How happy it was to see her grown-up son at the end of her life. What else could she ask for? Death, she was no longer worried. She could face it calmly. Her Xiao Yuhao would have someone to take care of him in the future. It was great. It couldn't be better. Mom, no, I just want you to live. Huo Yuhao retorted eagerly. He came back just to keep his mother alive. How could he watch his mother die in front of him again? He couldn't bear such a blow. Yuhao, go back. Mom is very happy to see you. Huo Yun'er smiled brightly, like a mountain flower. The eyes of happiness could not be hidden. Mom. Huo Yuhao threw himself into his mother's arms, and acted like a spoiled child in her arms, but everything could not go back to the past. He also knew that this time, he would be completely separated from his mother. Okay, we are all grown-up children now, so don't act like such a child. This is not like a man. My little Yuhao has to be a man since he was young. Huo Yuner was also reluctant to hold her future son's head, and was reluctant to leave, but if she survived, it would delay her son's original life. She didn't want to live like this. Thank you for letting me see Yuhao for the last time. In the future, I will trouble you to take care of my little Yuhao. Guyi nodded, and took back the vitality from her body. Huo Yuner's breath fell instantly, the redness on her face quickly retreated, and the paleness climbed up her cheeks again, even with a bit of dead grey. Mom, I will live a good life in the future. I have good friends, teachers, and mistresses. You don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself. Huo Yuhao said chokingly while lying in his mother's arms. Shueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing beside him also shed a tear on the ground. Emotional touch, no matter how cold a person is, will become soft in front of family affection. Is there really no way? Guyi shook his head. Even he couldn't change the order of time and space. Huo Yuner's death was the root of Huo Yuhao's change. The world will inevitably change more after the general trend has changed. Mom knows everything. Huo Yuner gently stroked her son's hair as usual, holding back tears from falling. Chapter 443 The facts cannot be changed, but there is a way. Huo Yuhao cried for a while lying in Huo Yuner's arms. In fact, he should have thought that as long as his mother knew the current situation, she would resolutely not let him give up everything now. Parents love their children and plan for them in the long run. All parents are the same. Mom is very happy to see you. Huo Yuner lifted Huo Yuhao's head and gently wiped away the tears from his eyes, just like when Yuhao was bullied as a child and ran back to complain to her. It was exactly the same. Mom, I am very happy to see you again. Yuhao is also very happy. Drops, drops, drops. Drops of rain fell along the eaves. I was on the windowsill. It was rainy outside and the weather was getting worse. Drip. A drop of rain fell into the room and I looked up. The roof had been in disrepair for many years. I don't know when there was a leak. This made the house, which was not very cold resistant, even more windy, damp, and cold. Huo Yuner and Yuhao lived in such an environment. Until Huo Yuner died. Everything was over. I loved the wrong man in my life and I am willing to suffer all my life. Only a filial child can comfort her for the rest of her life. Huo Yuhao looked at the roof, stood up silently and flew into the air to help his mother repair the house. Even if he couldn't save his mother's life, at least he would make her life less bad in the future. This is the only filial piety he can do to his mother as a son. Mom, don't worry about me. I will live a good life in the future, just like in a dream. I will eat well, live a good life. Huo Yuhao said a lot, but he couldn't hold back tears from his eyes. He had to be strong and couldn't let his mother see his weak side. Mom, I know. It's time to go, Xiao Yuhao should be back. Guyi reminded him. Huo Yuhao nodded, Mom, I have to go. But I still have a lot of things to say to you, and a lot of things to share with you. Huo Yuner just smiled at her grown-up son, with only the mother's love on her weak face. Huo Yuhao looked back every few steps, but he had to leave in the end. Until the end, he disappeared from Huo Yuner's sight. Yuhao, your master and mistress are always here. Bing Xingqing comforted him, and looked at him unwilling to use his soul power to resist the rain, letting the rain soak his body. Several people stood outside the window in hiding. Not long after they left, little Yuhao ran in with a bowl of fragrant fish soup, shouting happily, Mom, the fish soup is ready, it smells delicious. Xiao Yuhao's voice was innocent. Huo Yuner looked out the window as if she had felt something, then retracted her gaze and smiled, my Yuhao is so capable, he can take care of Mom now. Now I have level 7 soul power, Mom just needs to wait for me to become a soul master, then our life will get better and better. Xiao Yuhao fantasized about the future, but he didn't know that the future he was in didn't have the person in front of him. Okay, Mom will wait to enjoy the happiness. Huo Yuner smiled, she was still beautiful in the quiet lighthouse. Huo Yuhao just watched quietly until he saw Huo Yuner finish the fish soup and fall asleep, then he said to the teacher, Teacher, let's go back. Guyi nodded. He took them back to the present time and space again. Nothing has changed, but Huo Yuhao's mentality has changed dramatically. Teacher, I will go back to the academy to practice first. Huo Yuhao restrained his emotions and calmed down. Gu Yi said, where are you going? I don't want to save your mother. When these words came out, Huo Yuhao, Shueqing Guyu, and Bing Xingqing were all shocked. Is there any other way? Teacher. I really couldn't violate the rules of time at that time, but there is still a tricky way. Now let's go back to the day your mother died, and on that day, intercept her soul, so that I can bring her soul back to this time, and restoring the body is just a matter of time. Please help me, teacher. Huo Yuhao cried with joy. As long as his mother could survive, it would be a great thing. Shueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing also smiled. Gu Yi had never let them down. That was great. The emotions just now also made them deeply immersed. Gu Yi nodded and took them into the past time and space again, looking for the day when Huo Yuner died. Found it. Gu Yi opened the time and space vortex and jumped in. He came to the small courtyard again and met Huo Yuner and Xiao Yuhao again. Xiao Yuhao grew up a little, but Huo Yuner's face turned a little red. Huo Yuhao might not feel it, but Gu Yi and other people with strong cultivation could feel the emptiness of Huo Yuner's body. It was just the last ray of light when the oil was exhausted, the last ray of light. Death was just a matter of breath. Xiao Yuhao seemed to feel something and stayed by his mother's side, and he was not interested in practicing even the most serious cultivation. Waiting for his mother's instructions. Time passed by minute, and Huo Yuner's breath became weaker and weaker. Until she finally felt that her death was coming, she raised her hand slightly. Her hand was small and had no flesh, but it could still wrap Xiao Yuhao face, feeling her son's last warmth. Thinking back to that day, it was really happy. Who in the world could know her son's future in advance like her, and live so well? Yuhao mommy can't accompany him anymore. Swish! Huo Yuner's hand suddenly slid down from Xiao Yuhao's face weakly, and fell heavily on the bed, and her eyelids closed uncontrollably. Finally reached the last moment of life. Mom! Xiao Yuhao let out a shrill cry. His dearest person died, and he could no longer hear his mother calling him Xiao Yuhao. I can no longer hear my mother's voice. I have completely lost my mother. Gu Yi patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder, silently comforting him. But he also took action. The eye of the soul blossomed at this moment, and a thin soul body emerged from Huo Yuner's body, and it was constantly getting dimmer. Huo Yuner was just an ordinary person, without any cultivation, and his soul could not withstand the decomposition of heaven and earth. If no one else took action, it would inevitably dissipate in heaven and earth. The light of the soul forcibly intercepted Huo Yuner's soul and absorbed it into the sea of a euro spirit. Do you want to see it? Gu Yi asked. Huo Yuhao nodded. He buried his mother alone. Even if he couldn't be there, he wanted to accompany his childhood self if possible. At least it would make him less lonely. Gu Yi agreed with Huo Yuhao's idea, so let's stay. No matter how long you stay here, it will be the same time as before. Several people watched Xiao Yuhao bury Huo Yuner and kowtowed in front of the tomb. Huo Yuhao also kowtowed with him. Chapter 444 Hug and Cry. When everything was ready, Gu Yi led a group of people back to the time and space they were in. As soon as he came back, Huo Yuhao looked at Gu Yi with expectant eyes. His eyes were hotter than ever, more expectant than ever. Like the afternoon sun, blazing. Gu Yi did not keep anyone in suspense. In order to train his apprentice, he could assign extremely difficult tasks or some tests on his state of mind, but these things could not be touched. For example, the mother-son relationship between Huo Yuhao and Huo Yuer. If Huo Yuhao was trained with this matter, I am afraid his hard work would surpass everyone in the world. Only when a person has hope can he make the greatest effort. Once this hope is big enough to occupy his entire life, he is willing to do anything. Even if knowing this, Gu Yi also did not choose to do so. People are called people because they have feelings, not everything is based on profit. Perhaps this method can make Huo Yuhao grow up in a shorter time and grow more outstanding. But if he really does this, can he still be considered a human being? Gu Yi disdains to use the purest family affection in the world as a motivation to motivate disciples to practice, and will not do such a thing. Release Huo Yuner's soul body in the sea of a euro spirit. Although Huo Yuner does not belong to Gu Yi's sea of a euro spirit, she has stayed in that world full of spiritual power for too long. The soul body has become more solid. Yuhao, why am I here? Didn't I die? Huo Yuner looked at her son in front of her and was very clear about the moment of her death, but she didn't expect that she would see her grown-up son again. Her eyes instantly turned red. It was the teacher who saved you. Huo Yuhao could hardly hide the joy in his heart. The teacher actually brought his mother's soul to this world. He was very excited. Finally I met my mother in this era. Huo Yuhao was very enthusiastic. Huo Yuner also looked at Gu Yi, and immediately prepared to kneel down to thank him for saving her life and allowing her to see her son again after death. Such a great favor could not be repaid in this lifetime. No need to kneel, get ready. You are only in the state of soul now, and you still need to go through some rituals to restore your body. Follow me. The last time he helped the Ice and Snow Emperors to restore their bodies, the gold of living beings was not used up. Although only the last few scraps were left, it was enough for a mortal like Huo Yuner to restore her body. She did not have the cultivation of the Ice and Snow Emperors, and could not withstand too much energy. This time, Huo Yuhao also witnessed the operation of the magic circle with his own eyes. It was unfathomable and many times stronger than the soul guide array he was learning now. He really deserves to be a teacher. Yuhao, your teacher is really good to you. He is willing to use the gold of life. Ilux couldn't help but admire in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. This is the treasure of life that many people dream of. Huo Yuhao asked doubtfully, gold of life. Gold of life contains a lot of vitality, which has endless magical effects on any existence, and it is even more beneficial to you. If you can get a piece of gold of life, it will be an unprecedented great help to your future cultivation. Huo Yuhao looked at the piece of gold of life in the center of the magic circle, without greed in his eyes, even though he now knew that this piece of gold of life could bring him endless help. In addition to gratitude to the teacher, there was no covetous heart. It was to help him that the teacher took out such a precious thing. He owed a lot to the teacher in his life. Time passed quickly, and flesh and blood were born slowly. But at this time Shueking Guyu came out. Huo Yuhao, go out, and Gu Yi, close your eyes. Until now, she has not forgotten the awkward meeting at that time. Although she has been with Gu Yi for a long time, she was indeed a little shy at that time. Now she can't make the same mistake again. Gu Yi closed his eyes. Although Huo Yuhao didn't understand, he still listened to Shueking Guyu's words and left the room. In the room, a graceful figure appeared in the center of the magic circle. It was the appearance of Huo Yuner that he saw in the past time and space, but both her figure and appearance were much better than before. Now she is at the best age, with the most abundant vitality, and even has a bit of youthful breath. After all, it is a reshaped body, which can be called pure and flawless, without any dust. Shueking Guyu also handed over the dress at the right time, put it on quickly. Huo Yuner carefully glanced at Gu Yi who was sitting in a corner of the magic circle, closed her eyes tightly, and shrank her body. It was the first time that she dressed in front of a grown man so openly, and the light was so bright. She was very shy. Don't worry, he doesn't dare to open his eyes. Shueking Guyu was very domineering. In fact, without Shueking Guyu's words, Gu Yi would naturally close his eyes. He didn't close his eyes at the beginning, just because the figures standing in front of him were Shueking Guyu and Bing Xingqing. Even if he was lustful, he couldn't do it to such an extent. With Shueking Guyu's cover, Huo Yuner was a little relieved and began to put on her dress. It's not that she didn't worry about Gu Yi. After all, this life was saved by Gu Yi, and the body she has now was also given by him. She can feel that her body is full of strength, not as weak as before. All this is because of Gu Yi. It's just the natural shyness of women. Open your eyes. Shueking Guyu said to Gu Yi after seeing Huo Yuner put on her dress. Since you miss him, let's go out and meet him. I'm sure you'll know what he's talking about. Huo Yuner remembered that Gu Yi said that she didn't need to kneel, she could only bow to him, and then she ran out. I thought I'd never meet him again in my life. I had a chance to see my son again. I didn't expect that I would be able to see her little Yuhao again so soon. Pushing the door and going out. Yuhao. Mom. The mother and son hugged each other deeply, and tears flowed from the corners of their eyes. It was excitement, joy, and missing. Many emotions burst out between them. Gu Yi looked at the movement outside the door. Compared to hatred, I still like love more. I couldn't help shaking my head. At the beginning, he was on the wrong path. If he could see the scene at that time, perhaps what he created at that time would not be a kind of magic skill, but a kind of love skill. Emotions are really a big subject. Gu Yi smiled slightly. Now these are like clouds to him. He walked over and held Shueking Guyu's hand. You have really changed a lot. Shueking Guyu looked at Guyi seriously. From knowing him to now, step by step to today, although she is not the one who has seen the most, she is the one who understands his emotional changes the most. Chapter 445 The Horror of Numbness. Huo Yuner finally chose to stay here. Now his biggest wish is that his son can grow up happily, and she has nowhere to go. In this world, his son is the only one he can rely on and depend on. The past events had been completely forgotten the moment he closed his eyes. The changes between life and death have made her see through everything in the past. What she likes most is to watch her son grow up in this world, get married, have children, and live a happy life. That's enough. Mom, I'm going to the academy first. I'll come back to see you as soon as I have time. The haze in Huo Yuhao's heart has been reduced by more than half, and the most regrettable thing in the world has been made up. Huo Yuner smiled at her son. Go quickly, Mom will wait for you here. The bright smile seemed to warm the whole winter. Huo Yuner looked at Guyi beside him and didn't know how to call him. Mr. Gu. Guyi said directly, just call me Guyi. Huo Yuner was a little panicked. How could this work? Guyi was not only her lifesaver, but also her son's teacher. How could she call him by his full name? It was really inappropriate. Bing Xingqing came over as quickly as possible and put her arm around Huo Yuner's shoulders. Don't worry, he's not arrogant. You'll know after you get along for a long time. He has the power of God but has a human heart. Guyi did not lose his mind because of his own powerful power. Although his personality has changed a lot from before, he has always maintained his humanity. Otherwise, even if he has a powerful power, he can no longer be called a human. Huo Yuner was a little confused, nodded, and called hesitantly, Gu, Yi. Sun and Moon Royal Academy. The resurrection of his mother made Huo Yuhao's body and mind in an extremely happy and joyful state. His steps were very brisk, and he looked more sunny and lively with a little more youthful spirit. Being mature and steady is something that cannot be helped. When everything needs to be done by himself, what else can he do if he is not mature and steady at that time? When no one is responsible, innocence is worthless. If things were different now, Huo Yuhao would have someone to back him up and a harbor for him to rely on. Become the sustenance of the heart. Perhaps the mood has improved, and luck has followed. The beautiful figure of youth appeared in his eyes again, and the flower in his heart bloomed immediately. A young man's admiration, naturally only one glance is enough. Jose's senior sister. I don't know where the courage came from, Huo Yuhao chased after her, shouting. Walking in front, Jose suddenly heard a strange voice behind her calling her, turned around, and her black hair also fluttered with her turn. Just a turn, it is better than countless scenery in the world. It's you, your name is. Huo Yuhao looked at Jose's senior sister expectantly, hoping that she could still remember him. Your name is Huo Yuhao. Jose did not forget this cute junior brother. Huo Yuhao was not ugly. He was just not good looking because of malnutrition and other reasons when he was young. After years of training and continuous growth, his appearance has changed a lot. Last time, he got the Ice Dragon King martial spirit in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. His body exuded a noble aura, which belonged to the dignity of the Dragon King, and his appearance had changed to a certain extent. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is handsome and elegant. It is just a one-time encounter. If you want to leave a deep impression on others, you must be either handsome to the point of shaking the world or ugly to the point of being miserable. Huo Yuhao naturally belongs to the former in Jose's heart. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Huo Yuhao was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why he called Jose just now. He just wanted to call her and wanted to be with her, even if it was just for a walk. Nothing, I'm leaving now. Jose is a few years older than Huo Yuhao. In fact, she has matured a long time ago. Although she has not yet fallen in love, she can see Huo Yuhao's current embarrassment. Huo Yuhao panicked and hurriedly stopped him, saying, Don't go, I. Jose looked at Huo Yuhao quietly, wanting to hear what he was going to say. To have some questions about soul guides that I want to ask you. Huo Yuhao thought of a good reason, and this was the only good reason that they could have a common topic. Jose looked at he didn't say anything, let's talk while we walk. Huo Yuhao was overjoyed. He followed Jose obediently. On the way, Huo Yuhao really continued to talk along with what he had just said, and seriously asked Jose about the problem of soul guides. Huo Yuhao also admired Zhu's understanding of soul guides, which was very detailed and his views were very special. Zhu, who was walking beside Huo Yuhao, was really shocked and didn't know what to say. He even surpassed himself in some of his questions. This junior looked only 13 or 14 years old, but he had such a deep understanding of soul guides. This shy junior turned out to be a real genius. He couldn't help but be interested in him. Do something you like. Guyi looked at Huo Yuner who was working hard with a rag and said. Huo Yuner straightened up and put the strands of hair hanging on her cheeks due to gravity behind her ears. Besides these, I don't know what I should do. She is just an ordinary woman who has not awakened her soul power. Apart from a pretty face, a good figure, and a gentle and soft personality, she is useless in other aspects. I don't know what I can do to help Guyi here. I can't eat and drink for free here. They have received too much favor from Guyi. If they still stay here leisurely and at ease, wouldn't it be a bit too much? She can't do anything big or help much. She can only do small things within her ability. She can still do things like wiping the counter, watering the flowers, and washing clothes. Don't you have anything you want to do? Guyi looked at Huo Yuner and asked. How sad it would be if a person lived in this world without any interests or hobbies. What do you want to do? Huo Yuner thought for a while and shook her head silently. After thinking about it carefully, she really had no hobbies at all. When she gave birth to Huo Yuhao, she was only a teenager. According to the age when she died, she was only in her 20s now. How could she have so many ideas? From the very beginning when she was 6 years old, she did not awaken her soul power, and the tone of this life was set. She has been doing the work of a servant all her life, and she has no thoughts of her own, and has never lived for herself. She has been around two men all her life. One is Dai Hao, and the other is Huo Yuhao. Chapter 446 Enlightenment. It has been a few days since the last conversation. Huo Yuner has not thought about what she should do in the future. Now she is also in the best youth, and it is not too late to choose to do anything. The only thing she is afraid of is that she has not thought about anything. Just like a few days ago, Guyi asked the previous question again. Have you thought about what you want to do? Huo Yuner said hesitantly, can I plant flowers? Of course, as long as it is what you want in your heart, you can do anything. In this world, in addition to being Huo Yuhao's mother, you are also an independent owner, a person named Huo Yuner. Although the voice was not loud, it was resounding and deafening. Huo Yuner seemed to have an epiphany, and the whole person was stunned in an instant. No matter what identity she has now, even if she has more identities. But the most fundamental identity is still her own, which cannot be ignored. Huo Yuner suddenly realized that Guyi was not only extremely powerful, but his thoughts were beyond the entire era, and it could even be said that they were not thoughts that could exist in this era. Who would care about the thoughts of an ordinary person? Only the strong can decide what they want to do. Now her son is under Guyi's tutelage, and the reason why she can stay here is just because of her son. It is already very rare to be able to live here, but now I know that the reason why Guyi saved me may be because of my son. But now asking her what she wants to do is because of her, not because of Huo Yuhao. How can there be such a transcendent person in this world? Thank you, Guyi. This time, Huo Yuner sincerely thanked Guyi. If she didn't know that Guyi didn't like people kneeling, she would have knelt in front of him now. Huo Yuner's mind was also enlightened. From today on, she wanted to be a unique person. This is her now. Take it. Practice more when you have time. You can strengthen your body and feel the vitality of heaven and earth. Since you want to plant flowers, you must have plenty of energy. Some beautiful flowers will also affect your body if you touch them too much. Guyi was not coaxing Huo Yuner. In this world with the vitality of heaven and earth, many beautiful flowers contain sufficient vitality of heaven and earth, especially the exotic flowers and plants in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. If ordinary people stay in it for a long time, they will probably die suddenly. The more concentrated the heaven and earth energy is, the more precious it is to practitioners. However, for ordinary people, it is impossible to accept so much heaven and earth energy at once and refine it. They can only let heaven and earth take over. Yuan Shi roamed freely in the body until it exploded and died. Huo Yuner looked at the book in her hand, on which were 3 big characters, Pure Yuan Gong. This was the first technique that Guyi practiced, and also the first technique he created. It has been adapted countless times and is no longer the same as it was back then. This technique is no less than other techniques Guyi created before. This technique is most particular about being neutral and peaceful, and its breath is long and lingering. Its biggest feature is that it has no characteristics. For someone like Huo Yuner who has no idea of a fighting, practicing this technique is just right. And now she doesn't have any big ideas, and she has no desire to become stronger, which just fits the essence of this technique. You can plant whatever you want in the garden in the backyard. However, it's up to you to decide how to plant it. Don't destroy my garden. Huo Yuner laughed sweetly, as if she had gotten rid of the idea that this was the way her life would be. She became more lively and cheerful. I'm good at planting flowers. I'll definitely give you a beautiful garden full of flowers. I'm looking forward to it. Guyi glanced at the other room again. The door was not an obstacle at all, and soon he saw Xueqing Guyu and Bing Xingqing who were constantly practicing. Now it's not like before, only relying on Guyi's improvement in mental strength can improve strength. Having a body again, she naturally started practicing again, especially Xueqing Guyu. She had long been salivating over the martial arts path created by Guyi. The first and second steps of martial arts were created by her and Guyi together, and Guyi didn't understand them as deeply as she did. Especially the opening of the inner world later made Xueqing Guyu excited. This kind of feat of creating the world is something that even gods cannot do. They are fascinated. The most important point is that they don't trademark want to be one of the ones who retreat early in the future. They hope to stand by Guyi and fight him to the last moment, instead of passively waiting for the final result. As two of the three kings of the far north, the former Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor have their own pride. When have they been protected by others? Even if there is an act of protection, they are the protectors. Guyi naturally supports them very much. Everyone should be an independent individual and should not give up their own pursuits because of his existence. This is also the feeling he has recently summed up from Huo Yuner. Perhaps this is why the status of ordinary people is so low. Without their own thoughts, the thoughts passed down from generation to generation have completely bound the people in this world. Just like ordinary people will teach their children to respect, worship and fear soul masters from an early age, and tell them in their hearts from an early age that a soul master is the sky. Everyone's ultimate pursuit is to become a soul master. A dragon slayer eventually becomes an evil dragon. But there is no such saying in this world. There is no dragon slayer, but there are only an endless stream of evil dragons. It's just that one group of evil dragons was defeated by another group of evil dragons. If you want to save a world, the first thing is to completely change your mindset. He actually knew these principles a long time ago, but he didn't figure them out until now. After all, what you learn from books is shallow, and you must practice it to know it thoroughly. No matter how much you know about the principles, what's the use if you can't understand them thoroughly? You have to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. The ancients were really gifted. Guyi finally understood why some people can be called saints. He was too far away. Such a small truth, it was not until today that he woke up from a dream. The sight suddenly rose, standing in the store, but the sight overlooked the countless people in the Sun and Moon Empire. A sneer. If I had understood this truth at the beginning, I might have made such a choice, but now I don't have so many ideas. Just live your own life. Let others do this. After withdrawing his mental power, Guyi once again cast his eyes on the metal on the table. It was no longer a bad thing to go there. It was more fun to study soul guides. Chapter 447, A Cluster of Flowers. Since that day when he saw through his true heart, Huo Yuner also began her own flower planting journey, and at the same time, she was practicing the pure Yuan Gong that Guyi gave her. At that time, she didn't understand why Guyi gave her the practice method. After all, since she didn't awaken her soul power at the age of 6, she had cut off her heart to practice, and there was no way to help her practice. Until she began to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth according to the practice method in the secret book of the practice method, she found that running this practice method could actually allow her to practice from scratch. And this practice method is also very strange. It is not like the meditation method she had heard before. It walks through the meridians and cultivates the mind. The progress is even faster than her son at the beginning. In just half a month, Huo Yuner was surprised to find that her cultivation had reached the 3rd level of soul power. She did not expect such a speed of cultivation. And this was because she did not put too much thought into cultivation. If she had focused on it, the cultivation level will only be higher. But I don't care about these. What I want to do now is to plant flowers and do what I want to do. Huo Yuner didn't know that the reason why she could cultivate so fast was not only because the pure Yuan Gong given to her by Gu Yi was a top-level technique, but also because her current body basically had no impurities, and her cultivation speed was not much slower than those geniuses. Plus her temperament was originally suitable for this technique, so her cultivation speed was naturally not slow. Gu Yi didn't care about the situation in the garden. He either practiced in the room behind closed doors to study the magic and fighting spirit on his body, or studied soul guides. In addition to firearms, he also wanted to move the household appliances in his previous life to this world. Although the existence of electricity has not been discovered in this world, it is not needed. Electricity is just a form of energy. Using the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth can naturally achieve this step. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth is also a kind of energy in essence. If the circuit is a method of converting electricity into various applications, then the soul guide array is a method of converting the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth into various abilities. For example, the machine that keeps the temperature in the store warm is the air conditioner that Gu Yi transformed through the soul guide array. It can absorb the vitality of heaven and earth to maintain the operation of the machine. It can keep warm in winter and cool in summer at all times. Although he doesn't need these, his body is always in a constant temperature state, but it doesn't prevent him from making such things. Gu Yi's ultimate idea is to create a supercomputer. If he can replicate such a thing with fantasy means, he will be on the road of soul guide. There is no difference between technology and fantasy. It's just that the performance capabilities of the two roads are different, but Gu Yi doesn't know how to complete this step. After all, some things are too illusory. Fortunately, he has time to study and learn slowly. Gu Yi can easily feel the loss of time when he is in time, but he is an exception. Time passes through his body without taking anything away. Gu Yi, can you go to the back garden and see how the garden I planted is? Although Huo Yuner understood her true heart, some things were not so easy to erase. She was still a little restrained in front of Gu Yi, afraid of angering him. I am afraid that no one can avoid this. When the abilities of both parties are not at the same level, but one party is very dependent on the other, they will naturally act cautiously. In this world, except for parents, no one will treat you well for no reason. Then let's go. It just so happens that I also want to see what kind of achievements you have made during this period of time. Gu Yi did not refuse, and Huo Yuner's face was slightly smiling. When I came to the back, I immediately felt the fragrance, and colorful colors bloomed in front of my eyes. The scene of hundreds of flowers competing for beauty appeared in this small garden. Especially a fiery red flower is even more dazzling. It should be the first of all flowers. Huo Yuner looked at Gu Yi expectantly. Gu Yi naturally noticed her gaze. It looks good. It seems that you really have a great talent in this field. After hearing Gu Yi's praise, Huo Yuner smiled. It was the first time that someone recognized her value. It could be heard that Gu Yi was not perfunctory. It came from the heart. You carefully cultivated this flower. Gu Yi pointed to the most prominent and charming red flower in the flowers. Huo Yuner nodded and said, well, if you think this flower is beautiful, then I will pick it. He was about to do it immediately. Gu Yi stopped Huo Yuner's action. Only flowers full of vitality are the most beautiful. If you cut off its vitality, pick the flower. No matter how beautiful the flower is, it can't withstand the passage of time and will wither sooner or later. Let it grow here, grow freely here. Gu Yi walked around the garden and then turned back to the house. Huo Yuner, who was standing alone in the flowers, stared blankly at Gu Yi's back, chewing on Gu Yi's words just now. What kind of man is this? Euro. Sun Moon Royal Academy. Since the last time Huo Yuhao and Zhu Ziyi had an in-depth conversation, their relationship has also improved by leaps and bounds, and they can now discuss soul guides together from time to time. Especially now that Zhu Ziyi has introduced Huo Yuhao to his teacher Xian Ziwen. Xian Ziwen also took a fancy to Huo Yuhao's talent. After all, Huo Yuhao's talent in soul guides is indeed unmatched. He originally wanted Huo Yuhao to become his disciple. However, Huo Yuhao directly rejected him. After all, there is only Gu Yi as a teacher in his mind now. There is no room for a second teacher in his heart. However, Xian Ziwen did not care and still let Huo Yuhao learn about soul guides in his laboratory. Just like teaching other students, he did not deliberately avoid Huo Yuhao. Xian Ziwen did not have so many other ideas in his mind. All his life's learning and thinking were devoted to soul guides. He hoped that one day he could create soul guides that even ordinary people could use. He firmly believed that the future of the soul guidance system was very bright. Soul guidance devices had only been developed for a few years. As long as there was enough time, sooner or later the world would be ruled by soul guidance devices, and the feudal stubborn elements would only fall in the dawn. Huo Yuhao, what are you studying all day? Zhuzi came over and looked at the man who was studying Huo Yuhao, who was made of a lump of metal, was really a little incomprehensible. The knowledge of soul guides was extremely profound and mysterious. Even if one spent his entire life, he might not be able to study it thoroughly. I didn't understand where Huo Yuhao got such a good talent. Even though he spent most of his time on cultivation, he still didn't fall behind in the research of soul guides. I felt a little envious.